There we go.
Right on.
How do you hear me now?
Yeah, it's much better, mate.
Oh,
It's the
groovy.
sound
Yeah,
quality
Morgan,
here
you sound crystal clear. Morgan, if you go back and replay that, you sounded so horrible that I was just hearing certain words and trying to decipher what you were saying.
Oh man. Well, thanks for putting up with it.
No, I'm sure maybe the quality on my end was probably similar to yours because I feel like it happened with M. I feel it was happening with Sterling. I think it was a restream issue, not you or me or.
Yeah, exactly. Because it had worked. Yeah, it's been generally working like rather good. And there was even a storm here in Canada. All the lines are all frozen over. But
yeah, we're in a storm also right now. Also.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
So-
like not probably as bad as yours, but.
So Streamyard is much better for the audio quality.
Did you
restream is very
Did you restart
pretty.
us already? Oh, we're already live on YouTube. So
Yeah, we're live.
Yeah.
We're live.
All right,
We've
just
got
making sure. I was about to
we've
start
got-
saying some shit. Never mind.
everybody in
Yeah, imagine.
people in the chat. Yeah, Sam was saying the audio is awesome.
Yeah, no, I just joined on another device to see the chat.
And what I like in StreamYard is I can take off the noise suppression because I don't need noise suppression because I'm using my desk. I can take it off and have I still got the echo cancellation on.
I haven't even checked my settings yet, but I've not had many problems with StreamYard unless it's literally like my connection. And it says that I have a full signal, and I live in Los Angeles, and I live by so many towers. It's not even funny.
Wild.
I mean, I could tell you that every 2 blocks in any direction there's a tower.
Yeah,
for real.
Well,
Man.
it just shows that your lead paint is working, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like right now, I'm right next, like physically next to the window, so I have a better signal right here. When I do notice when I'm in other rooms that was giving me a problem.
Yeah. So,
I'm in a brick building. I'm in a 3-story brick building, like with firewalls.
Dang. That is a built-in firewall, Morgan. I used to work in networking, and I like way back in the day, and I remember like that was a big problem for when they first came out with Wi-Fi. They couldn't get it through brick walls.
Right. I'm just doing the same thing.
3G.
Yeah.
3G doesn't go through. Well, 4G doesn't go through brick walls either. If you're too
DN, what up?
If you're too deep in your house, right?
Sema, what up?
Jolly man.
We've got eight people. I might actually. I'm just thinking of, because I've been going for a couple of hours already. I might just make a coffee.
Oh, you should make a coffee. Me and Morgan can talk amongst ourselves while you do that.
Oh,
yeah.
We won't get you. We won't get strikes on your channel while you're gone. No, I'm just joking. It's only happened to me once, and that was on Autodidactic channel. Me and Bernie and Callum were having a discussion, and then someone came and exposed themselves. They joined the StreamYard and exposed themselves, and Bernie got his channel deleted. But that wasn't maybe because of the topics we were talking about, but I'm not sure.
That was.
But it wasn't like
48-hour stream, wasn't it?
You were on it. You joined it. It was a 48-hour stream. 12 of the hours he slept.
Yeah, I was there too.
Yeah, Morgan was there too.
I just changed my mic because I realized I was using the wrong mic.
Excuse me. Ooh, where's that from?
All right, I'm just going to make
Pardon me.
you talk amongst yourselves.
Yeah, Morgan. So what were you saying you gained from reading that book so far? Like where are you at with it?
Oh yes, okay.
Because now I can hear you. I couldn't hear you before.
Yeah, all right. That book. So the people, they're in a scenario like The Village, except like very much so, except they haven't been deliberately excluded from the main people, and they don't even know they're there. But at the same time, All right, it's after the big boom or whatever's happened because civilization has built up. Like, let's say that right now Russia thing goes off. Like, let's say that right now tensions happen and we get a big boom, and then afterwards things are really bad and deviated everywhere, like radiation everywhere, and then we slowly start to come back, and it's Newfoundland and Labrador, over on the West Coast that start to come back like first, so that like people are like populating here and living. Other than that, there's people in England, except they call it Rodrigo or whatever.
Right. Yeah. Something different.
Yeah. And it's like, so they're in this small town and they're at horse and buggy stage now. They had to go back to the horse because everything got zapped. And their big thing now is trying to keep deviations down from the radiation, except they've mixed it with religiousness, like, because they only had, because not so many books remain from before. They've got like the Bible and a book called Nicholson's Repentances, which is a book that religious people made up to try and, interpret what was going on with the radiation, and then mixing it with religion to say that it was the judgment. And
and we've had that happen in all these books. They're talking anode to cathode, but we're saying it's Peter and so.
Yes. And then the children.
Or sorry, I mean Abel and Cain. Anode.
Yeah, they develop it. They develop the ability, like,
not sorry, but
to speak in their minds and do thought shapes. Like, and they didn't know if the people before from the old time had it before because they don't know. But in that place they wouldn't allow it at all.
If no one told you that couldn't happen, right, you wouldn't have those limitations in your mind. So I feel like a lot of people have been programmed in so many ways by the television, movie, society, books, whatever, just whatever is around you, to tell you different. And that's why a lot of people, when you do talk about these type of subjects, they're really turned off by it, because they just like,
and they never,
that can't happen. You can't do that. You can't communicate through the mind. And it's like, how could you not? Your thought is a magnetic frequency, so of course people could tune into that. Some people are receivers and some people are senders. I mean, some people could do both. It's simple as that.
Well, absolutely, baby. Your mind is a radio. Like, that's what, like, the receiver is in my head. It's like, that's how that.
And some people know how to connect, and other people don't, because, like I said, some people have their inners like so discombobulated and not running naturally. They're not running on their full potential, and that's also a lot of the reasons that people are acting out at other people, is because the turmoil that's going on within.
They don't know what they want, so they just keep on revving the RPMs higher and higher, thinking that will get it. It's like, no, you need to get specific, and that's the other thing. They're afraid to, because then if they don't get it, they will have shown to be incompetent or not able to get what they want, except then they're stuck in this perpetual not being in need, and then they get angry, and you know how it works. It's a cycle of abuse, or a cycle of self-abuse.
Noah is saying sometimes the transmitters are turned off, but we all receive. Most prefer to deny. I think that we do all receive, but like I'm saying, some people's internal senses are blocked because of other things that are going on in the body, and that's part of it. But yeah, some people, I think their transmitters are deliberately turned off. I'm not sure, and that could be what we describe as a non-player character or whatever. But or that's also like, simulation theory too. Like, are they just here to fill the void, the non-player characters? I mean, there's so many angles that could go.
Yes, exactly.
And I have thought of them all. No, not all of them. A lot of them.
Right. Like, or about how can the people around you not be going like crazy, wondering about the same things you think about, like life or possibly death.
To me, in my opinion, is the reason that we kind of all attract each other and we kind of fall in the same circles and stuff like that, is because we're all in a similar frequency, and that's obviously clear to me. And there's other people. Oh no, I'm not. Okay, I'm gonna explain something to 17 Joy. I'm not saying join and chat and do any of that stuff. I'm saying just join and type in the private chat the link if you have a chance, and then take off. I'm not saying join our conversation. Because I'm trying to get my computer battery died on my computer. I need to find the part number to get the actual one, and it of course is not on the battery where you think it would be listed at. So I got to go do the research on the model and figure out the battery needed
to get
for the
right
model
lithium.
To get the right one.
Yeah, I imagine it's lithium.
But I just been so busy that I haven't had a chance to even do that. And usually I would search for that on the computer, but ironically the computer is not working.
Right.
But I need to do that. But 17 is trying to have a communication with me via email, and if I try to log in from another device, it's like verify yourself. Like then it wants to like me to give a phone number and all types of like scenarios that I've been locked out of an account based on this before. So I've been real hesitant to log in through another device that it doesn't recognize. You know how the security is these days,
Yes.
The so-called security for your benefit,
Right. Yeah, sure. Wow.
Yeah, going back to your book and going back to what it's talking about it's real similar to what they say in all types of stories, in ancient stories or mythologies or whatever stuff. But I think some of these mythologies and other stuff, people wrote their own personal interpretations with it, and then they added their own personal needs or whatever, or scenarios going on in their area only into it, and that's what makes them different, besides the fact they're all telling the same story. Right.
And I mean, I think the frequency might also have something to do with those who meditate or pray.
I mean, in my opinion, prayer and meditation are similar things.
Yeah. Like, so those that already have a predisposition to those things might be those that resonate with us.
What I think is more simple. I mean, I think that there's some people that have started the awakening process, and that would be all of us, like in this group or whatever. But I don't think anyone's fully awake. I think that everyone's waking up.
Right.
But to say like statements like "I'm woke" or whatever, I think.
Well, I mean that means the end of your journey.
Woke are kind of they're describing another thing that we're not describing. Awake, we're not describing.
Really though, if you're woke, that means that like you're now like you got it right. Like you're the enlightened one, so that everybody else should now be able to come and get the sunlight from you, like you know what I mean. Like, and the thing is, it's just not true, because we all know that nobody is perfect.
No, in the chat is said, truth, my transmitters are safeguarded because their transmitters are safeguarded because of their unfocused thoughts can be very destructive, but they're able to transmit. And I think that's kind of spot on. Like maybe when you're in infancy of the awakening process and you're still in the duality like that, you have some of these transmitters turned off until you transmute the energy and transmute all your chakras into that energy that it's meant to be, that where you're meant to be at.
And then No makes the wonderful point of, and then add the element of the inevitable, or what I like to call ultimate reality, which is becoming a new part that I've been adding in, or not adding, but it was always there into my philosophies. When I think about them, I like to think about what is going to happen after all the decisions are made that can be made in time.
And regarding Shiva, I want to say that Shiva is part of the duality.
Yes.
If I'm correct. I mean, some people some people say Jesus, some people say
for the
other
newness.
Names. Yeah, but I'm just saying Shiva, the name, like you said, Shiva. So and it's talking about
dancing upon
when he opens the inner eye, best to get out of the way. And I think that it'd be the same for everyone. When people come into their powers, when they truly open the inner eye, when they truly decalcify it, when their system is fully properly functioning, and then they could use this technologically organic, whatever you want to call the vessels that our spirits are inhabiting. You know.
Yes.
It's a technology as well, but I'm not going to say it's a computerized.
It's a rebirth.
Just trying to keep up with everybody. See what else we missed. We got any other comments in here? No, I think I'm not sure everyone got over to the connection. I'm not sure everyone knew what we were saying in the last chat to know that we were starting a new chat. But for those that did, thanks for joining, Jolly Man and DN 17. No, just JP Sema. I keep saying Semi because I'm thinking of that movie with Eddie Murphy. He's back going to America for the Queens. He goes to Queens. Whatever.
Oh yeah, yes. Coming to America.
Coming to America. Yeah. Remember his friend Arsenio Hall. His name is Semi. So I see Sema. And I'm always like Semi. Like, I don't know why. I just.
Right on. Yeah, he was playing a dandy.
Yeah.
Oh,
or was it playing?
Yeah. Yes. Indeed.
In the so-called Greek times, they talk about a lot of the actors on the stage,
right?
And they played many roles, and
yeah, satyrs, yeah.
And they're known to be like a. I don't want to say any of these words, and never mind. I'll just go into another.
Yeah, that's I said it. They can look up what satyr plays are.
Yeah.
I hope I'm pronouncing that right. I don't think I am.
No, but it's fine though. If you're curious, you'll find it. Those who seek shall find.
Yep.
But I keep saying, okay, where are we at? Richie's coffee. Richie's making coffee.
Yes. Yeah.
Krishna is Christ.
We were on
not 100% on the others. Venishu, Shiva are a Trinity, and that's where, like, in this realm, like, we have some differences. Like, I think in one period we were all about the Trinity, and another period we were about the Alpha and the Omega.
Yeah.
And I think that those are two contradicting things, and I've
designed that way.
On what side of the fence of that, because I feel that there's a Trinity in the body, the mind, the mind, brain,
mind, body, soul,
heart, brain, and the stomach, brain as well. That's a Trinity. The balance, the omega 3, 6, and 9. That's a Trinity as well. That's
Earth is full of Trinities.
Yeah,
full of Trinities,
I'm not sure how the way they use them are 100% correct, or how they're used in modern day is 100% correct, but I do know there is a difference,
balance.
There's something between, like, the Trinity. There's with a duality as well, with left versus right. There's two things.
The hemispheres of the brain.
And there's two things, but there's not. There's three. It's all so.
Well, the balance in the middle is 3, right?
Yeah.
Well, that's a law of one.
But that's and that's where everyone's really trying to get to. Is they're trying to get to that balance of the left hemisphere and the right hemisphere.
My perspective is that they are, and except I know that I'm not there. I'm only one that wants to get there, or needs to get there, or is being drawn there, maybe is the best way to say it.
I'm pretty sure everybody is on the same path that you are on. When you really look back at it, everyone's on the same journey, just different levels of it, different stages of it. Yeah,
it's all it is that each one of us, we feel like we're walking the same path, but it's not. Each path is a unique individual.
Well, think
absolutely unique to us. It's your unique experience. But even if everything that you've experienced is exactly the same as everybody else, the way you've experienced it, it's going to be different to the way the person next to you is going to experience it.
Yes.
When you have that inner experience, though, too, you see the reflection in the outer world, like where you start coming into contact, where, like, you had the epiphany, for example, about whatever. It doesn't matter. I'm just using this as an example.
No.
Simply, and then all of a sudden, you start talking to Richie, and Richie's like, blah 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 blah, and he's citing word for word what you were thinking about for the past month, and you're like,
yes,
what's going on here? And then you change the channel. You're like, oh, I don't even. I'm just gonna just drop this and not even think about that. You tune into somebody else. Same thing. You open a book, the book you've had for 5 years in your house, you've never looked at it, and all of a sudden you open the last chapter of it, and you're like saying the same thing.
It's just synchronicities, isn't it? It's this. I haven't looked too deeply into syncretism and what's his name? What's his name in Australia? Yeah, Santos Bonacci. What he's said about syncretism, but syncretism and synchronicity, they're obviously it's connected. It's got something to do with how things are synchronizing. Yeah.
Yeah.
What is syncretism?
Are you asking? Are you
yeah, I'm asking.
Okay.
Is that what it is? Syncretism is recognizing the synchronicities and understanding the meaning behind them, or what is it? I stayed away from it because
I think it may be something more when you gain more pieces of the puzzle, you start having a different understanding, in my opinion.
Well, yeah, as you gain
not understanding. Understanding is a legal term, and you should never, because you should never understand under anyone. You should understand. Pardon me for using the.
But as you gain more, insights, as you gain more knowledge, increase your informational field, then synchronicities increase, or you're able to see them more. You're able to actually observe them more and recognize them. I mean, that's the biggest thing's got to be with numbers. Everybody has the numbers thing where they see 1111 or 33 or all the time, always saying, or for in a period, there was a period of in their life where everywhere they looked, they were seeing 1111 or 33 or whatever, or 56 or for me 23 is my big number. I'm in year 2023.
And what do you gather out of that? I mean, there's a lot of theories, and I think it's the same thing. A lot of the theories are probably all correct, just depending on how you need to link it to yourself or put it to your own scenario, you know? So I'm not here to criticize anyone or say they're wrong or right, you know? Just curious on your personal view.
I mean,
why do you think you've seen 23 so long in your life? Is that 5 in vortex math, or is it 23 another symbol that means something to you think?
I mean, I was born
periodical table, maybe.
It's just I was born on the 23rd.
Oh, okay.
And I think that's probably why I'm sensitive to the number, because I was born on the 23rd. So, and my car crash was on the 23rd, and I got married on the 23rd, and I didn't pick any of these days. These days were decided for me, you know. I didn't.
So they're scripted. You're saying, like an astrology.
No, I don't think it's well scripted in a way. I think that I was just always, because I was born on the 23rd, I'm always going to have this affinity with the number.
Right.
When seeing things like 1111 and 33 and stuff, just numbers generally, I think all it is a sign. It doesn't necessarily mean anything other than, hey, you're on a path, or you're near a path. What you're doing is leading somewhere.
Direction.
Well, 11 is a lot of people say,
or maybe it's to take you away. Maybe it's to take you away from. Maybe it's maybe you're not going where, or you're not. Maybe you're not progressive. It's just to get you to take notice. It's a thing to make you take notice of. Oh, hang on. I keep seeing this number, and then you think about it, why do I keep seeing this number? What does this number mean? Let's have a look. Is it an
it's a
angelic
prompt
number? Is it? Yeah, it's like a prompt to get you to think more, think and learn more about. It's an opportunity to learn more, basically.
Vanadium is the element 23 on the periodic table.
Say again.
Vanadium. VANADIUM.
Vanadium.
Yeah.
Or vanadium.
Whatever. I'm not sure.
Sounds like vein.
Vanadium.
Sounds like it's the element of vanity. Vanadium.
That's good.
I've never heard of it, and do you know there are elements on the table? I never learnt the periodic table.
I think that's very important.
Table. There's elements on the table that I'm like, hang on a second. Isn't the first time? I'm pretty sure the first time I ever heard of that element was on X-Men or something what's Wolverine's the metal that's fused to Wolverine's bones?
Adamantium.
Adamantium, yeah.
You got an adamantium.
An unobtainium.
Yes, unobtainium.
Unobtainium exists now, doesn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Unobtainium is a real, and it's like, hang on a second. Unobtainium was in a comic thing. So is it just that in the comic that they were actually using it? And it just happens to sound like a comic book name of a thing. Unobtainium, you can't obtain it. It's unobtainable. It's unobtainium. Or is it something that's been added? Is that a Mandela effect? Has that happened over the last 15, 20 years?
I'm not sure on that aspect on the whatever, but I think that everything's based on the periodical table as well, and a lot of people ignore that, and a lot of people don't see the significance of it, or like your birth chart or your birth sign and what that means, what these numbers mean. I think a lot of people aren't.
I think as well, it just popped into my head when you said that. When I say I think, I have just had the thought that, you know how on the periodic table you've got the different colors, the elements are linked into different groups, right? So are we. We're linked into different groups. We've got different blood groups.
For the people that were wondering what the vanadium is, about 80% of the vanadium is used as a steel additive, and it has a silvery metal resist corrosion.
So there's a purity to it,
right? And it oxidizes. Oxidizes used for a pigment for ceramics, glass, and as a catalyst in producing a superconductive magnets.
So it's very useful.
And the symbol is based on an 8th century figurine of the Scandinavian goddess Freya, after whom elements is named. It is set against. I'm sorry, I'm reading like a webpage, and I gotta keep scrolling to see what the rest is saying. I'm looking at it from a phone. So
no, you're all right, mate. But there's a synchronicity for me straight away.
From an Icelandic saga written in the 13th century. That's where it's from. The image explanation of the 23rd, the symbol of the 23rd element. Discovery date 1801.
DuckDuckGo here. It's got it's got the symbol V and the atomic number 23.
Yeah, that's what I see, and I think there's more to it than it just being a path or whatever. I think that there's more meaning behind it that you need to look deeper into, and that's why you keep seeing it. It's like keep look into 23. Look into 23. I keep telling you. I've shown you 20,000 times. Can you not see what's hidden right in front of in plain sight, right in front of your face? And I think that I feel that it has something to do with that. You know what I mean? But I could be incorrect, but it's just a theory.
So it's interesting you say about the Norse Vanir goddess Freya. Her attributes include beauty and fertility. My niece, my sister's firstborn, is called Freya, and it was the first time I ever heard the name. I was like, Freya?
You're like, what is that? Yeah,
wow, that's crazy. And then I looked it up, and it was like, oh wow, she's a Vanir goddess, man. That's brilliant. That's a Norse mythology.
At one point, we had all these Berg maidens, and they were all women, and they ran all the societies at one of these ages. I'm not sure which one, but at one point
it was during a lunar. It was when we were. I think
that's feminine energy, right?
Yeah, exactly. When we were living in a matriarchy, not a patriarchy. Yeah, so if we go by Jason's explanation, it will be when during the vapor canopy. And I mean, the whole idea about the vapor canopy, what you were saying about David, what you were saying about different versions of us, basically, depending on what the atmosphere is like and whatever, you know. So
right, how our phenotype expresses itself in the environment is different.
Yeah. And so in the vapor canopy, when the pressure was different, the oxygen levels were different, the nitrogen levels, everything, people, can quite possibly have been giants. Humans might have absolutely been giant in stature. You know, I think that all the stories we hear about Greek gods, about giants, about Nephilim, all of it, I think every single monster, every single everything is a different version of us, of how we've expressed ourselves at the time, how our consciousness has expressed itself
we created it in the physical with the magnetic thought patterns.
Yeah,
because when you hear some of these stories, they talk about the twins creating everything, right?
Yeah,
some
Romulus Remus,
the anode, cathode, bad and good. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Romulus Remus. Yeah.
Whatever. I mean, there's so many different names and terms from different cultures and stuff. Whatever. I'm not trying to.
I mean, for me, all that is a representation of duality, isn't it? The twins are a physical representation of duality, left and right, and like with that game that I showed the other day, that's based in Russia. Quantum Heart or something it's called, and it's based in the 1950s, but it's really super advanced, and they've got all these drones flying around everywhere. One of the things is that it turns out, this is a spoiler to anybody that doesn't know, so if you don't want to know the spoilers, this is a spoiler.
Close your ears.
The main protagonist, the character that you're playing, nearly got killed in a explosion, and they were able to rebuild him, but they had to wipe his memory, because the memory of because his wife was killed as well, and every time that memory entered into his head, he went crazy. And because they'd given him steel prosthetics and everything, when he went crazy, he killed everyone. And so there was a P1 version, there was a P2 version, and in the game, you're P3. You're the P3 version. They've wiped your memory, and you have no memory of your wife. But what actually happened was your wife was in the same explosion, and they couldn't save her consciousness. They saved your consciousness, but they had to remove all your memories. They couldn't save her consciousness. But what they could save was all the knowledge that she'd accrued over her, over her life. So she was a ballerina, and her expertise were combat. And so they took the consciousness of this woman and split it, the left hemisphere and the right hemisphere of the brain, and created the twins. And it's these two robot ballerina. It's the two very, very feminine looking robots that stood there really, you know, all poised and with their breasts thrust out and looking all sexy, except they've got no faces because they're robots.
Right.
And they're called Left and Right. That's their names, is Left and Right, because one's the left hemisphere of this woman's consciousness from her brain, and the other is the right hemisphere.
And I agree. It's just another way of interpreting it. And I think that's what we're seeing over and over and over. And these patterns is like, it's the same story being retold over and over again, just sometimes more creatively, sometimes more like analogy.
And I think that it sort of it illustrates what I was saying about different versions as well, different versions of yourself. So you have the version of yourself that's using one hemisphere more than the other, using the left hemisphere more than the right hemisphere. You have another version that uses the right hemisphere more than the left hemisphere, and then you have another version that sits there and uses both hemispheres.
Yeah.
And it's all within you in that moment. It's all in that moment. What you know,
the culmination.
What we're trying to do is be people. We're trying to be people that are using both hemispheres all the time. We're trying to remain balanced. We're balancing our emotions, we're balancing our left brain and our right brain, and but the trouble is, because of the programming, because of the frequencies that they're pumping out, the hypnosis that everybody, you know, all the muggles are under and everything, we still haven't mastered it, man. That's why none of us are able to
learning school. This is why you're here to master it.
Exactly. That's what they say as well. That video that I showed about the people talking about the Buddhism, that's one of the things that they were saying that I agreed with, that this is a classroom.
Yeah.
And once you graduate this classroom, if you graduate with honors, you know, if you do well and you graduate and you learn the lessons and you grow as a person, as a consciousness, the evolution of your own consciousness, if your consciousness evolves within this realm, you move up to the next level. If it doesn't, if you get caught up in the whole physical aspect of being stuck in this realm, and you're somebody that's constantly seeking physical pleasure, and you don't give a shit about anybody else, and you don't care about karma, you don't think about your actions.
You repeat
putting out
yourself. Then do you repeat this class then at that point, Richie? Because one thing
they're saying that you go down.
Oh, you go down.
They're saying that your consciousness will go down a step.
Okay.
In that case, which is a sort of a representation of going to hell, isn't it? It's like, yeah, you're going down to the next level down. You're going to be held back a class. You're not going to be.
Us though, they describe the level as inverse to this world. So, like the sun would be opposite. The sky might be a different color. You know what I mean? Like just a complete opposite.
The upside down.
Upside down world. But are we? Some people say that we're in the upside down world, and the way I see it is, our inner world is reflecting the outer world, and that's why it's inverse on the outside, because we're looking at it from the outside perspective instead of the inner perspective.
They've tried to represent that to us as well as how our eyes work. They tell us that what our eyes see is actually flipped. It's our brain that flips it back again. Right. So
inner versus the outer.
Yeah. So, but then in that case, that means what? So everything is upside down.
Yeah.
And
when we talk about direction, when you go up a level, it's north. When you go down, south, and then, let me correct that. Down is west, above is east. North is in front of us, south is behind us.
Yeah, and I think I heard somewhere that it did actually used to be that east was north.
Right.
When they said north, that they were talking about traveling east. They weren't.
And they're always saying return to the east, and all these different things in whatever. But in the inverse world, the sun rises in the east, sets in the west, or the opposite, whatever the opposite. Sorry, I think I said that incorrect. The opposite.
Hey guys, I've got to go. Thank you very much for having me up. Love.
Hey, no worries, man.
He was like,
blessings to all.
Or what?
Thanks for joining us, dude. I'm glad I got us on StreamYard and we got to actually hear you properly.
Yeah.
Before you had to sign off. Sleep well, dude.
Thank you.
Enjoy 420.
Will do.
Yeah. So go on.
Oh no, I'm here in this Master Learn School, just learning with everyone else, and I feel like we all found each other to learn a lesson from each other as well too. So that's what I've been trying to gain. That's what I've been focusing on gaining out of all my experiences. When I come on this, am I wasting? Like people are like, oh, you're wasting your time talking to people that don't understand you or do understand you or whatever. I think the dumbest person can teach me a lesson. The smartest person can teach me a lesson. So no matter what, subconsciously I'm tuned in for a reason. So there's a lesson to be learned in all these scenarios. I grew up with Buddhism, and then I discovered there was different versions of it. And then I was like, what's this? What's Zen? What's that one? What's this one? And I started studying all of them. And I think there's another thing telling the same stories. Like we said, another what has became a religion, what didn't start off as a religion, became a religion, and is telling basically the story of this place and the history of this place and all types of other clues and things that we could use as tools to enhance this scenario, enhance ourselves, and grow to get to that level. Or we could find all the destructive ways and go down another level, repeat. But in what I read a story about reincarnation. In that reincarnation, they say that there's a spring that comes out the ground, and that spring helps you wipe your memory, because you're going to reincarnate, and you don't want to reincarnate with all the traumas and all the experiences that you had in the past.
Well, with a clean slate. So
you come in with a clean slate. So when you said that, that's the first thing I thought, and I was like, oh, that's exactly like this other story that's not related in any way. You know what I'm saying? But it's real similar. Yeah, I think that you don't return when you learn the lessons that you're here to learn, whatever contract you made before coming into this place. I'm replying to the chat. Someone saying the goal is never to return.
Yeah, I see. There's a lot of people that I speak to that are just like, yeah, just get me out of here, man. Just get me out of here. I don't want to be here. I don't, this is a shit place. But I think, man, this place is amazing.
I do too.
Absolutely amazing.
It's such a magical place. Such a magical.
Yeah, I think really personally, I feel that the end game is that we all exist here in the physical, but with supernatural powers. I think the end game is that once we learn how to conduct ourselves
and use them and control them and control ourselves.
Once we've done that, then we'll be allowed to have them, to use them, because we'll be using them for what they're for, which is basically just to continue creating.
I want to address another thing in chat. I hear a lot of people say this, that we're told that we only use a small percentage of our brain, and that is correct. Our conscious mind only uses that small percentage of the brain. The subconscious mind uses the whole brain.
Yeah.
And when I say brain, I don't mean the physical thing in the head. I say like in the spirit more.
And thought, yeah. See, I agree. I don't think that thought is something that actually occurs in the brain.
Yeah, no, neither do I. I think the mind may conduct processes to the body, instructions. Yeah. It's a transmitter receiver type scenario, but it's not what we're told. Like the brain is doing all the thoughts, because like there's the brain, the stomach, the gut instinct, the gut definitely is thinking for us as well on a different level than the logical brain or the left brain or the right brain, or however you want to say it.
Yeah,
the duality.
Yeah, we don't realize what's running in the background as well. So we're I've likened it to an operating system, the ego, is the operating system of the vessel, but in the background, there's all these programs running in the background. We know that there's all these programs running in the background that we're not aware of because we continue to breathe, our heart pumps, our stomach digests, our vessels are working away, but they're only working away because of the program that's running. Well, what they've gone and done is they've gone and installed all kinds of other programs as well into the subconscious that are holding us back.
Yeah,
they're like shackles. Basically, they've shackled our consciousness with
free your
these
mind from mental slavery.
yeah, with the subconscious programming. Like the best one is that we think that anybody has power over us. That's a fantastic bit of subconscious programming.
No is saying we are told that we only use 10% of our brain by beings that use 1% of their hearts. Eventually, every organ contains neurons, and the whole body is part of the mind.
I agree that the whole body. I mean, like I said before, I think we've got 4 brains. We've got the sexual brain.
Oh, true. The lower brain, the lowest.
The physical brain, as in hunger, your stomach says, this vessel needs fuel. This vessel needs fuel. Right. That brain. Then you've got your heart, which is obviously emotionally linked, and then the brain.
Well, they're all linked with your head. The vagus nerve.
This is where your ego lives. This is where your ego resides, as up here
in the pineal gland.
No, I don't think the ego lives in the pineal gland. I think the ego lives in the hippocampus, kind of. I think it's the hippocampus. And also, I think it's the whole brain, because your frontal cortex, that deals with short-term memories and stuff, doesn't it? Your frontal cortex deals with your personality as well. So the brain in your head is physically linked to your
functions of the body.
That's where the ego is the ego, because it's sat there going, hey, I'm running this whole body, man. I'm running this whole body, and I'm paying attention, and I'm doing this, and I'm that, and I'm a guitarist.
I would say the mind is the control center, though, of the functions of the body more than anything.
The functions of the body, yeah. So the ego is the operating system of those that.
And one thing is interesting. I was saying this earlier in the chat. Like, if you don't have a good diet, you're not getting the melatonin and serotonin that your body needs, and it starts in the gut and it transfers up the vagus nerve through the heart to the brain, and then it secretes the milk and the honey, and then that's when we get insight and all types of other things. But when you have this bad health and bad gut connection, you're not tuning into the frequencies, and that's generally, like, what I see when I look around. That's generally what the problem is with most people. The reason they can't comprehend certain things, or they're stuck on whatever, is because of the chemicals they're putting into their body, and they're not getting the results they want. They're not operating on their full potential, so everything's jumbled to them and everything's confused. And I think that's definitely a big part of what's going on.
That's another thing as well, because you said, I always sound calm and collected, and I think that has to be linked directly to what I'm ingesting and digesting, and what I'm like. I don't put myself out there. I don't get involved in other people's shit anymore in the 3D around here. I used to get involved. I used to listen to people moaning and bitching and complaining about everybody. I don't do any of that anymore. And obviously the last 3 years have just been a massive fast, where my staple diet has been coffee and milk and a bit of pasta here and there, and potato and tuna. But none of the things that I used to eat all the time, like I don't have half the chemicals and shit going into my body. And I think that all contributes as well. You know, what you're eating definitely.
I mean, they've proven it affects your mood. So, I mean, it affects everything. So, if your mood is affected, your thoughts are going to be affected. And it's like a domino effect all the way down, you know? So, I've noticed in myself, like you're saying, at one point, I may have acted a certain way and I may have responded. I may have been triggered. I may have had those kind of type of scenarios happening. But as I transform my inner self, my outer world started reflecting the transformations, but it's not completely perfect because there's still transformations that I need to make. And I'm aware of which ones they are. I think some of these ones I've always known. And a lot of the stuff I did it based on gut instinct or whatever you want to call it. It's like I always knew that you weren't supposed to do certain things. And then when I just finally just like accepted that everyone else is the mad ones in society and I could just I could go against what everyone else is doing and I don't have to follow what everyone else is doing. Then I got way more clarity, way more peace, way more harmony. And I had to lose a lot of friends over time. I've had to, as my frequency changed, the things that we had in common changed. And a lot of them are stuck in these patterns they can't get out of. And the more I tried to help them, the worse it seemed to become for them. So then I realized, like, maybe I'm just supposed to observe and just work on my inner self. And that is going to change for not just for me, it's going to change the outer world for them as well. And when I came to that realization, that's when I realized how much power I have when I could silence the whispers and the negative voices and stuff like that. I changed completely. So I reinvented myself and I changed my perspective, even though I still have these experiences from these past lives or whatever you want to call it, yesterday, the day before, or whatever, that I've learned from, that I've taken into make my whole picture now, you know?
Yeah, man. Hey, Sam, are you going to join us, man?
Yeah, Semi, you should just join up.
Be awesome to speak to you, dude.
Semi, I keep calling you Semi, even though I've already addressed the topic about the name. I keep saying Sema. Oh, the link. You need to send the link for the stream.
The link in there again. There you go, man.
Richie, and I want to say, personally, my experience with you is I've seen you transform in the past couple of years as well, and maybe that has to do with the fasting. Because part of my transformation started when I started fasting as well.
Yeah. I think it's definitely linked.
When your body's not using all its energy to digest, you definitely use more mind power. You definitely can use that power in different areas of whatever. You could become more receptive. You could be more of a receiver, more of a sender, I think, or whatever. I think all that has to do with some of those processes. Like if at one point we didn't eat food at all, or they do say there was a period where there was no seasons, everything was perfect, and we ate the fruits of the trees and everything was perfect, and that was like the start of this, right? Obviously we thought different during those times because we had different frequencies in the environment, in the outer environment, and we were eating foods created at different frequencies and they affected us differently, and we may have expressed ourselves differently as well, you know?
I mean, I don't think we even have to question if that's a fact or not, because if it wasn't a fact, why would they be bothering? Why would they be fucking with our food? Right. Why would they fuck with our food at all if it didn't have such an important effect on our? Oh, dude, you just dropped off again then. Yeah. Why? Why else would they be doing it? Because it actually it fundamentally affects you on a physical level, which then affects you on a mental level, which then affects you on an emotional. It's a knock-on effect
and a spiritual, and it's a domino.
Yeah,
domino effect.
So keep everybody feeling chaotic and.
Well, I think that's like when we hear all these conspiracies, they talk about the chemtrails, they're blocking the sun, they're blocking the frequency, because chemtrails dissipate. I've always known this. I remember seeing like a satellite photo one time, and it just shows how it dissipates over the whole thing. So it's definitely blocking and reflecting the sun in a certain way. So we're losing that natural connection. We're getting less vitamin D that our body converts into a different vitamin D that the body needs. Most people aren't getting it. A lot of people have all these deficiencies. They're eating these foods that are void of the nutrient. I'm sorry.
You can't metabolize vitamin B if you haven't had enough vitamin D.
Absolutely.
So that's a knock-on effect as well.
And what's that affecting? How's that affecting the brain, the emotions, everything? You know, like what's the domino effect of that just by itself? And then if they're attacking you with metals that are affecting your internal glands in your mind, your pituitary gland, all those different glands, obviously that's a factor as well too. And I've that's what I've noticed the most. Like the more you become aware of the toxins in your environment and stuff like that, the more you see why they're attacking you on that level. And definitely all your senses are under attack. And that's why I say to people all the time, like, I think that it is possible for us to use more of our senses, see more spectrums, hear more things and all that stuff like that. But as we've been affected by the environment, it's changed for us. And until it resets, that's when we get it all back. And that's when we'll see our superpowers or whatever you want to call them, you know?
Sam, my dude, are you there? Can you hear us all right?
Yeah, I can hear you, but the audio is echo. I'm just trying to sort the audio out.
We hear you perfect.
Yeah, make sure if it's echoing, make sure that there isn't another tab open with the volume on. Remember,
we'll do, yeah.
Or your TV and stuff.
Michelle Gavin, I've done urine enemas while on fast as well, and I've removed all types of creatures out the body doing that. Sometimes I'm not saying that you taking it orally is a bad thing. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying that you could take it two ways. You could take everything two ways. You could take medicines through the anal, you know, and it's more, your body absorbs more of it. But that's not what I'm saying. And I'm saying like you get right into that waste management system in the body, and you could affect them. When you take it orally, it's got to go through all the stomach acids, and sometimes it doesn't get into the small intestine or further into the body. And so sometimes I feel like you need to do it both ways, through orally and through an enema.
Oh, that's a weird buzz there.
Yes, Emma. There's gone now, Emma.
Yeah, it's gone now. Yeah, that's better.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we hear you perfect.
You're fine, man.
Okay.
Taoists also say fasting is not good, but I disagree. I agree with you. I think raw milk fasting is the best for beginners and for water fast. I mean, you know how I did my first fast. I did it eating fruit or just drinking fruit juice only, and then I found that was real easy to do multiple days. And then I did watermelon only fast, and I did grape only fast. And now I could do anyone. You could say like no water, no food, 5 days. It's possible. You'd be surprised what you could do, and the energy you get out after completing a 3-day fast. A 3-day fast resets your immune system for one. Your immune system is mostly in your colon, so you're killing a lot of the critters that are in your colon that are affecting you, as well as fasting. I always look at the chat. Fasting retrains gut flora, fauna, and that's definitely a part of it. There's, that's going to change your mood. That's going to change everything. But I get more energy when I'm not using all my energy to digest heavy, meaty, thick, solid foods that the body doesn't know how to process, and I'm not chewing well enough. That my body just has all this extra energy, and I get to the point where if I do a 7-day fast, I might be awake for 3 days afterwards.
Wow!
Depending on how much food I ingested. If I slowly break the fast and just juice or just have some fruit and take my time, then my energy level is like through the roof.
Have you got an experience with fasting at all, Summer?
Yeah, a little bit. Did a little bit in the past. I don't think it was. I probably 2 years ago. I did a little bit of fasting, but I did notice a difference in energy levels for sure. Gives your system a good clean out, especially if you just keep pumping in food day after day, and also if you're eating the wrong food.
Nowadays it's the 3 meals. We didn't used to eat 3 meals. Now it's like you have to have breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and the body's doing the most cleansing in the morning period.
Yeah.
So you definitely, like, Richie drinks a coffee, so that's kind of like a diuretic. So he's getting rid of a lot of stuff. That helps him probably go to the bathroom, right? If I'm correct, Richie?
Yeah, yeah, it does. Yeah.
So
I used to drink, especially when I was smoking a lot of cannabis. I'm in a shitload of weed. I loved my coffee. I would have been drinking 8-9 cups of coffee a day.
Was it instant coffee or was it freshly ground?
No, it was like Lavazza, freshly ground coffee most of the time. Every now and then I'll drink instant coffee, but yeah, I'll drink coffee a lot. Like every time I'd roll a joint, it's like, oh, I've got to have a cup of coffee with that joint.
Yeah, I've had those experiences, but I just changed those into healthier things over time. I used to drink coffee, but not for like 15 years, I don't think. I mean, occasionally I'll have an organic coffee if I know it's organic and it's goodness, like someone made it because they wanted to provide goodness to somebody else,
Yeah.
But it's a treat.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. One thing that helped me flush my system with the coffee was everyone says when you drink water, but when you drink hot water, it changes the mineral structure in the water.
Absolutely.
So when I started drinking a lot of hot water, and holy shit, did it flush my system out? It was amazing. Yeah. Couldn't believe it. It was like, it was good.
And coffee enema is the most popular one. The problem that most coffee has pesticide sprayed on it. So, and I'm saying majority of all coffee has pesticide on it. So it is affecting you. When you heat it, it becomes a neurotoxin. So it is affecting you neurologically and your central nervous system.
Yeah.
So that's why I was more about like, let me get organic coffee. Where do you get it? And then I was like, damn, there's only one place in America, in Texas, that actually grows and has an organic coffee. What about Starbucks? What is Starbucks serving? And then sorry, I'm not saying any name.
Serving shit.
It doesn't matter. I'm not even going to talk about them. I'm going to change the subject a little bit because I don't want to have any whatever. Michelle Gavin says, I believe I saw you on Syncretism Society podcast, and if that's the case, you are the one of the reasons that I started the healing process about a year ago. And yes, I was the one that you saw on Syncretism Society, and I've done about 3 or 4 episodes with them or whatever, and I did talk about all these things: fasting, diets, healing, etc. And I'm glad that it affected you in that type of way. That makes me feel very good inside.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you. I just had to say that because I saw it in the chat.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I just had a couple of people say hi to me in the chat. 17 Joy, and then Tame. I can't pronounce her name, but yeah, he or she's from Australia as well. So I'm like, oh, awesome.
17 Joys from Australia as well too. 17 Joys of one of my friends.
Check it out, man. We've got Oz is representing.
Yeah,
we got Australia represented in my chat and on the screen. That's cool.
17 man. Joy and myself recently did a podcast on Iron Realm Medium last Friday or whatever. That we had some audio connections with her because she had to connect via Skype and we were on Zoom and whatever else. But anyways, it's pretty informative for anyone out there that wants to check it out. 17 Joy has a lot of very good things to put out into the ether. So we hope to see 17 Joy. We'll just call her Joy. We'll just call her 17. We hope to see 17 on soon on Richie's channel and other channels as well.
Definitely.
Which 17 Joy? Where was it? Sydney? 17 Joy's from, or was it WA? I can't remember.
She's moved recently, so she's gonna have to tell you. She's moved like multiple times in the past year or so. So I think twice.
Oh, I'll tell you what, I've lost count how many times I've moved in my life.
Well, I think it was for her to get into like a better area because it was during the experience that we all experienced in the past, or whatever. That
the shit show.
She was looking to be somewhere
she
else.
She was living in Melbourne, and then she thought, "Yeah, fuck this, fuck you down, dudes."
North
No, I don't know, but maybe maybe it was
North Coast and snowy mountains.
Snowy mountains. Shit, yeah, I drove up there a few months ago. Yeah, don't blame me for getting out of Melbourne. So I'm still here in Melbourne.
I don't know if she was in Melbourne. I'm just using
it wasn't there. It was I know this, and I should be saying this to you, but it's also like 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning for me. So.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, late we are. I mean, early in the morning.
Yeah, I'm on Friday. You're on Saturday. You're future. You guys are the future.
Yeah.
I noticed today, actually, Summer.
She was never in Melbourne though. I'm pretty sure. She says
the microphone on your headset is working today. Just tap the mic on your headset. Yeah, that's the mic that's working today. It wasn't working on Restream.
Do you know? Do you know why? Because I've got a splitter cable. I think I just had that one connected, and then what I did, I plugged in the splitter, and then seems really good.
Nice.
You know what's funny is there, Tomei and Joy, same neighborhood. There's a few other people and other chats that I frequent that live in my same neighborhood too as well, and I'm always like, I hope these people don't see me out in the wild. You know what I mean? Like,
I've got Huawei lives about 20-30 minutes away, far enough for us for the lack of transport to be an issue. It's an issue. Otherwise, I'd be going over to I'd be around Huawei's a lot more, and I'd hope they'd come around here and stuff, and we'd be able to do. I've spoken to him about coming over here with his didgeridoo. And us just sitting here on the sofa and having a jam together with the didgeridoo and the guitar, and I'll put a virtual drummer backing track on so that we've got some rhythm to sit there and jam along with.
Nice.
But it's like I say, transport's an issue. So hopefully he's going to have the use of a car in the next month or so, and we're gonna do something.
Nice.
Would you play some music one stream soon, Richie? Play some music for us.
I've actually, when Richie used to stream, before we had the Pandy, Richie used to be, or during in the beginning of it, Richie was actually working in restaurants, and when you would come on his stream, part of the day of the stream would be him performing live for multiple hours a day, literally for free, like 4 hours a day, like just killing it, like just he's pretty good. You'd be surprised.
Yeah, I did yesterday. I came on. I played some music yesterday, but I'd already been streaming for about 5 hours or something. I think everybody had enough, so I just did a few songs and then finished.
I have to interrupt everyone, and I want to address Michelle Galvin's comment, saying that after some research, found out that they had been diagnosed Lyme disease, and one place that I want to point you to is there's Dr. Alan McDonald, and he's a neurologist here from America, and he found the link.
I think he just dropped his phone or something. He just
probably ran out of battery.
He'll be back. I just saw it. I think he dropped his phone or something.
Oh, no shit.
But yeah, so
a jam session would be good.
Yeah,
I mean, I suppose you have to set up and prepare for it, but yeah, it'd be good to hear you play.
I mean, yeah, for that it would be pretty simple because I've got 2 microphones. I've got this one it picks up ambient noise a lot better than this one does. This one's much more. If I'm over here, you don't really hear what I'm saying. But with this one, it doesn't matter. So I'll set that one up so it can pick up the didge. Here he is.
Yeah, nice.
You just dropped off there right at the beginning, man.
It completely flipped, and then it closed Streamyard, and I was like, shit, what's the URL again? But I found it. I had it written down.
So you were saying about this guy, Lyme disease.
Yeah, so basically, he did an autopsy on about like say 11 people that were diagnosed multiple sclerosis after they passed, and he found filarial worms in all these people's spines and in their brains and in their central nervous system. The same thing happens with cows. I've known about this about cows because they used to link multiple sclerosis. They would say the link is dairy milk, and I'm saying
Yeah.
dairy milk because of the way the cows have these weak immunities. They're pumped up with all these drugs. They get since their immunity is so weak, they get infected with these parasites. Since their diet has changed as well, they get infected with these parasites, and then it gets transferred through the milk, the eggs, and so that's what the link was. But Lyme disease and multiple sclerosis are basically technically the same thing, just with different whatever. I was also not able to use the right side of my right arm and my right leg for a year, and then slowly, slowly at first in the hospital they gave me steroid treatment, and it made me worse than I was when I came out of the hospital. Then I slowly I had to rehabilitate myself over the years, and now, and like here I am 16, 17 years later, and I'm skateboarding and doing all types of other stuff, like skateboarding on a very intense level, not just for fun, not just cruising, like doing hard technical things and using my mind and using my imagination to push stuff in my too. So not just like I'm just cruising around being like, hey, look what I can do. I'm literally like pushing myself to show people like not only can you beat this type of stuff, you can reverse these things. And I just wanted to give you an avenue to research that might help you with other things. And
what was his name again?
Dr. Alan McDonald, and it may be MACDONL, like that way instead of MC.
I'll see if I can get it up.
Or if you look up Dr. Alan McDonald and put Lyme disease, he'll definitely come up.
Yes, skateboarding's amazing. I used to love skateboarding. That was just all the technicalities behind it. So many moves of skateboarding. It's it's a good.
Well, it's a good
workout for you. Good workout for your brain, that's for sure.
It's a visualization tool. Like you have to visualize it in the brain and then get your So,
and it's sort of bad habits out with your body as well.
Those like mental blocks, you could almost do anything.
Yeah.
Depending on your own inner personal beliefs, you know. But
yeah, skateboarding helps me. It kind of gives you the ability to take a step outside yourself, and
maybe put the link for Callum as well. Skateboarding for me was more to show people that are in the same scenario, like, look how far I came. It's something that I did as a youth, and I thought that I'd never be able to do again. The doctor said, "You'll do these things will do if you attempt those things," you know. And
did you ever do snowboarding?
It made me, but it made me give up on all that stuff. It made me be like, that's never going to be possible ever again, you know. And when I divorced those ideas, then I realized anything's possible. I'm way more magical than I've been told, and I definitely have these abilities that I could tune into that I was told that don't even exist. So then I just stopped believing all the exterior voices and started trusting the inner voice.
Yeah, the inner dialogue.
That's it.
The inner dialogue.
When you know you can trust your inner dialogue, then that's what I said to that guy in my message. You know, I'm not going to take your advice because I trust my inner dialogue. So I'm going to listen to my inner dialogue before I trust your advice. You know,
absolutely.
Listen to your advice and see what my inner dialogue has to say about it.
Since MS is basically it's the tapeworm, little baby tapeworms moving into different parts of your muscles because it's not hospitable in certain parts of your body, or there's not enough room for them in certain parts of your body, so they move into other areas. when you take you do urine enemas definitely affect the parasite. So, but definitely, I'm sorry, urine enema as well as the oral enema as well. For Michelle's suggesting that to somebody else that was diagnosed with Lyme disease. I've lost where that person's at. The person that's in a wheelchair. You could definitely reverse that. There's many cases of people just doing a diet change alone that have got out of wheelchairs and started walking and running and doing other things. There's many people out there, so it's definitely a possibility.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Sorry, Richie, go on.
No, you carry on.
No, I was just going to say quick.
Silent. It is pharmacy.
Yeah, pharmacy. Yeah, remove the P. What were you going to say, Simon?
Yeah, I just want to bring up, was there something that David mentioned earlier about dairy milk? I'm sure maybe you guys both know this, but if you don't, maybe people in the chat know as well, or they don't know. But I found something out about dairy milk. Basically, the amino acid chains in dairy milk. So you've got the amino acid chains. The amino acid chains from dairy milk, they don't match the human bodies. The milk from a cow is only beneficial to a calf, like a baby cow. So all these years, I mean, the dairy industry, it's $1 billion dairy industry. They're not going to tell you that it's really unfit for human consumption, but people drink it worldwide. We put it in our coffee. I drink soy milk and oat milk. I haven't used full cream milk in a long time, but the amino acid chains in goat's milk actually matches the human bodies perfectly. So I know when I was a kid, my mother told me she raised us on goat's milk. And there's one thing I noticed about some parents, so they bring up some kids. You look at them and they're really short. They're really their bones. They look structurally unsound, right? And I've seen different members of my family raising their children. I don't have kids. I've never been a father or anything, but when I used to go to family dues and everything like that, or you go to their homes, they just give their kids, they go to the shop, just get a full cream milk. And they go, oh, full cream milk's good for you. It's full of calcium. There's fuck all calcium in full cream milk. You need calcium from, vegetables, avocados, different foods and vegetables. But yeah, dairy milk's no good.
I remember hearing that.
It's shit house.
I do have to say that there is some benefit from dairy milk. They do make lactose bacillus from dairy milk, and if you ingested that, if you had like a kefir version of a milk that was organic milk from a grass-fed cow that was eating the natural food that it was meant to be, not dairy in any way, not from a farmer, like your own cow, your own cow, and it was eating naturally and eating a healthy diet, and it didn't have pesticides, it didn't have parasites, and it wasn't ingested it didn't have a bunch of vaccines and whatever else injected to it. You would have this, and that bacteria is good, and it would multiply in your gut, and it would kill all the bad bacteria. It would overrun all the bad bacteria.
It's the local thing as well, isn't it? Like if you eat locally grown fruit and vegetables, you eat locally produced honey, where the bees are pollinating those plants that you're eating. If you're having local milk from a local cow, it's all the same. It's that whole system.
Yeah,
it's still going to the amino acid chains though. Like when you get to the brunt of it, the amino acid chains from a cow simply does not match that of a human's amino acid chains.
Lab is not drinking the raw milk of a cow. It's taking a protein out of it and creating something different. So I'm not saying cow's milk. I don't suggest you drink goat's milk either, even if we have these connections. Maybe in an extreme scenario, like where the mother passed away and the baby needed the breast milk or whatever. I'm not one to say. I'm not. That's up to you and your discernment, whatever.
Agreed. Yep, fair enough.
I mean, they say that, I remember them saying, or I remember hearing, oh yeah, humans aren't supposed to drink cow's milk. It's our stomachs aren't designed to digest it, and that's why people have lactose intolerance. But there was basically the Aryans, that
Well, they tolerance.
populated the earth are supposed to not have lactose intolerance. They're supposed to be able to drink cow's milk.
Yeah.
What are you
But-
saying, David? Sorry, mate.
That they built a tolerance to it, because also in the same token, the Aryan, the group that you're talking about, that group, I don't know what the correct term would be, but there's many different names, but they also grew hemp, and the cows would eat the hemp and the hemp seed, and the cows would adjust the omega-3, 6s, and 9s, and it would be in that milk, so it would be more medicinal, and you would use it ceremonial. You wouldn't drink it every day. It wouldn't be part of your food pyramid or whatever. When you have Shiva came down and he drank the soma, he used part of the milk as well too. And I would say it was the same thing. I'm talking about the lab in it, not the raw milk by itself, with all the other things that affected the endocannabinoid system. Like they put cinnamon in there. Some say it's mushroom. Some say it's cannabis. Some say it's both. Some say it's, there's all these different versions of it, but all of them have milk being part of it. But I would say it's a different part of the milk, and it's not like how we get milk these days, like where we get a glass and we drink a glass of milk, whatever,
Yeah, true. Yeah, I agree with that for sure. I can't drink it like I used to. Yeah, when I was younger, I used to love it, but now it's if I try to drink milk, even coffee, full cream, it makes me sick. I can feel it go through my intestines.
That's funny, because I know other people that it's like they've developed a lactose intolerance or something. They can't drink.
Yeah,
can't drink milk anymore.
Lactose. Yeah. Speaking of, I know people that eat ice cream and then they have all types of problems, and I'm thinking to myself, like, cut out that ice cream and you'll never have that problem again.
Yeah, true.
For with the milk, with this and everything being processed, people eating, instead of eating mono meals, they're eating these combination foods where you're putting like 20 different things together, and the body doesn't even know how to digest it.
Yeah.
It's making acid digest one thing, but you put 20 things together. So it's like fried chicken. People fry the chicken. The body's trying to makes the acid to get the fried chicken, the fried part of it, the top skin part of it, dissolved in whatever, fermented or whatever. But then it doesn't do anything for the chicken, and that just stays raw and clumpy, and the body doesn't get any nutritional value out of it.
Yeah. Yep.
That's what I'm getting to.
Jace, goat's cheese. I used to hate goat's cheese, right? And then I had it in Portugal. I had goat's cheese in the UK, and then I had goat's cheese in Portugal. And I've got to say, goat's cheese is actually, it's really nice. It's really creamy and really nice. The stuff that they serve in the UK supermarkets is disgusting. The stuff they serve in UK restaurants is disgusting. That's not. It's a shit goat's cheese, man. Real goat's cheese is really nice.
Richie, like if I really wanted to find certain specific like things like that, they're just not available here, and you would have to find them in like a specialty or like definitely not in a supermarket environment. There's so many like things that I wonder if I can get like a non-pasteurized kefir to get that needs help with their gut, like bad bacteria in their gut, and then it's like, oh, that's not available anywhere. It doesn't even exist. So like, what's available in America? I got to go to Amish country on the other side of America. Find something that's natural, and they're still not getting that diet that I was talking about, where they used to eat the hemp and the hemp seed because they used to grow in abundance everywhere, and they used to, and the reason that they grew it is so they could make sales, so they could explore the world.
Yeah,
and they
all kinds of other things. Textiles.
There's a direct attack against the Amish right now in America, trying to stop them from selling raw milk and stuff, and stop them from producing this pure natural organic food. Oh no, you can't do that because you haven't got this certificate and you're not licensed, and they're coming down on them, stopping them from from plying their trade, kind of thing.
That's bullshit, isn't it? I mean, with what's going on at the moment, all the food processing plants I've been hearing getting destroyed, chickens,
Crazy,
all that cattle they destroyed a while ago. It's like,
oh
are you
no, but
seriously?
that's just a coincidence, Summer.
You want to know something about the
terrible coincidence.
You want to know something about the cattle here that I found a long time ago that I always bring up and no one has any interest in it whatsoever at all? All the slaughterhouses here are on the 33rd parallel.
No shit.
So the meat and dairy industry is definitely slaughtering sentient beings in that parallel, maybe for energy or who knows what, sacrifices or who knows what. I don't know. I'm not here to give you that answer, but I've always known that that's an interesting fact about dairy and meat in the meat industry, and I just thought how interesting that is. And I don't know if you guys, I don't think that 33rd parallel comes across where you guys are at, right?
33rd parallels where the that's where the sun's going to be coming, or either where the sun came down in the 2017, the path it took, the eclipse ran along the 33rd parallel, or it's going to in 2024. The next year, there's going to be another eclipse, isn't there? And it's that.
So
one.
is the sacrifice for physical sun worship? Is
oh fuck, not sure.
I mean, I don't know.
I haven't heard
I'm
of
just
it.
saying, you know.
Oh yeah, well,
I mean,
someone said Joy said Sydney 33 STH.
I don't know what the STH is.
I'm not.
There's somewhere in New South Wales. I think it's like New Byron Bay. I think I know what Joy's saying. When you mentioned it, I was thinking there is actually a part in Australia.
Yeah, I think there is, because it runs a weird path. It's not like straight across or anything. It like goes through like Arizona up north, like, and then like it doesn't just go like across the states or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And I'm sure that there's other slaughterhouses and dairy farms and other locations by people that are not involved in those ceremonies or those things. I'm just saying a notable fact is majority of them are on the 33rd parallel.
Yeah, and this is going into coincidences, isn't it? It's like, oh really? Wow, look at that. Look at how many are located along the 33rd parallel. That's a funny coincidence. Well, yeah, we know coincidence doesn't exist. So
yeah, it doesn't exist.
There's definitely something. There's definitely
Sydney
something.
on 33rd parallel, south latitude 151.7.
Right. The Sydney's where Joe is. Joe never came back.
No,
she disappeared and never came back. I'm a bit gutted about that. But Joe's in Sydney.
Right. Okay.
It seems like Callum will probably join us too as well in a few minutes. He's saying that would involve another coffee. Yeah, and I wrote, he's always like coffee stat, so I put 3 coffees for him stat.
Richie, what's this on the screen about Lyme disease?
Oh, this is the doctor.
We're talking about the doctor I was talking about earlier. He's the one that
right.
He's the one that found the correlation between cows and humans having the same disease, which they call multiple sclerosis, which is also called Lyme disease.
Right. Yep.
So
yeah, when you mentioned that,
I had known all this information way before I found this person, because the things that I'm saying, I could offer proof, whether it's scientifically, medically, holistic, whatever, in any version, spiritually, whatever. And he's one of the confirmations that I found that confirms everything that I had concluded. So it was like, oh, this is really good. The medical industry is actually saying something really similar to what I'm saying. They're saying something against the other diagnoses and theories that they give for multiple sclerosis and other things like Lyme disease and stuff like that. And ticks are definitely related directly to people getting Lyme disease, and I was also bit by a tick as well.
Ooh, how'd that feel? I've never been bitten by one.
I was camping and I felt it on me, but I couldn't see it physically because it wasn't on a part of my body where I could physically see it, and I tried to rip it out.
Ow.
You knew it was
so I don't
there.
know if I got everything.
The thing is, you can't feel them bite you because they
just latch on, and that's it.
Yeah, you go back after a walk or
the
whatever.
way that you do it is I did it with a cigarette. Someone had a lit cigarette, and I put the the lit cigarette on it, and it came
Oh,
off.
if you burn
But it
them.
doesn't mean that all the stinger came out.
Far out. That's unbelievable. I know when I lived in North Queensland, people with dogs, they had a tick problem. And
well, yeah, and
They
the
live in the
dogs
long
also
grass.
have these tapeworms that they can also pass to the humans, and sometimes that's what the tapeworms are starting is in the dog is weak, is eating this, like nowadays you give a dog or a cat this cat food that's the leftover crap that was left on the floor of a slaughterhouse, fried into these biscuits, and they're like, here you go, here's your victuals or whatever they call them.
yeah.
And then they're not getting the diet that they used to. Like they say like in the history of a dog that dogs, when they became friends with man, that they came around for food and they followed man. They just ate the leftovers of what we ate. And now instead of us giving the animals the leftovers of what we ate, we just say, here's this crap fried food. We also know fried food is a neurotoxin. So that's definitely affecting people's the animals that they keep around them and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I feel really bad sometimes. The food that I give Alfie and Canito, it's a dried food. It's supposed to be chicken flavor. It says pollo. It's got chicken in it, but it's like these little brown biscuits. And every time Alfie goes, he's like, "Oh yeah, get him fed, get him fed." Gets up to his bowl and then sniffs and then looks at me as if to say, "This again." This shit again. And all I can think is, fuck man, you're a carnivore. I mean, who cares if I wanted to be a vegan or a vegetarian or whatever, maybe I'm designed to eat meat, maybe I'm not, but I know for a fact that you are designed to eat meat. You as a dog, your teeth are designed to tear.
I don't know if I agree, because at one point all the animals got along. And when we lived in that utopia that we talk about, where it was like 70 degrees, we didn't have any seasons, everybody was vegetarian at that point. There was no such thing as eating meat at that point until people had to come into these survivor modes after resets, and all the plants were dead. There was nothing to eat but the animals. So they would make sacrifices. When you hear about it in biblical terms, like I might just say like the King James Bible, or I don't even know which one, when they're walking through the 40 years
in the desert.
40 years in the desert, which we hear in Mexico. There's the same story. The Mexica also walked 40 years in the desert. There's all these different people that had done the same thing. But during that period, they made these sacrifices and they ate the sacrificial lamb, the sacrificial whatever. I don't know. I'm not quoting which one it is, but I'm just saying as an example. So until those periods came, nobody actually ingested meat or any of those things. We had this wonderful fruit that we ate and when we needed it, and we had it in abundance, and it was everywhere because we didn't build these cities, and we didn't kill the landscape, we didn't pave the roads, we didn't build freeways, we didn't have train tracks and all the other stuff.
Maybe that's where sacrifice, the whole idea of sacrifice comes from. Like they've twisted it so it's all sacrifice to the gods. But maybe the whole point of the sacrifice was it was this animal that gave its life to feed the tribe, and the sacrifice was honoring the animal that was giving its life to feed the tribe.
I think it was in America, I think it was the Navajos. At one point, they would communicate with certain animals, and I don't remember which ones, but let's just call it like the panther or something like that. They would send the panther to go hunt for them, and this is just their creation story, mythology type stuff.
I think they're in the Amazon jungle somewhere or something. There was a tribe that go up to the edge of the forest and ask for the animal, and the animal and the animal presents itself. They don't hunt it. The animal presents itself, and and they kill that. I forget which.
And it's hard for me to say like, hey, that's not correct, or it didn't go down that way, because I don't know. I wasn't there, and I just know at one point we were all vegetarian. So maybe the reason that I became vegan was because I'm returning back to that state, because I know we're also going back to that age again as well too. And maybe that's why I started fasting as well, because there is going to be a period where there is no food available for certain people depending on their survival situation. And you might as well be ready now.
Yeah. I could go vegan if I had to. I mean, I like meat, but yeah, if we went vegan tomorrow, it wouldn't faze me. I love vegetables. So.
Well,
I think
I
I
like
could
terpenes
definitely.
in general, and terpenes are healing medicinal properties, and it's not in meat. It's all in fruits. It's all in plants, and it's like, if I want to heal the body, I know that you never went to a doctor, and the doctor said, "Go get a slice of bacon, and you'll be good." You know?
Yeah.
I found out what the true meaning of pescatarian is the other day.
Let's hear
I
it.
didn't realize. I thought pescatarian meant fish only, but it doesn't. Pescatarian means anything that doesn't procreate through copulation.
Oh, like a chicken, like it makes an egg. You're saying?
A chicken that has sex. A chicken has
sex.
sex.
Chicken does sex with the rooster. Yeah.
Whereas a fish lays its eggs, and then the other fish comes up.
They and pollinates them.
Join. They don't have copulation. There's no penis and vagina. It's it's basically any animals or any living thing that doesn't recreate through intercourse.
Wow.
I have to address this. Sherry Ives is saying that she was raw vegan for 10 years, went down to 89 pounds, and could not sleep for 5 years more than 2 hours a night, which I don't think you're meant to sleep as much as we do. First and foremost. Second of all, I feel that people have to remove the mucoid plaque from their body first and foremost for your body to continue, and the parasite infection in you that's absorbing all the nutrients that your body's meant to get, and you're not getting it first before you do anything like these big raw vegan diet changes and stuff like that. Because
so fast.
And also, a lot of the foods that you're getting don't have all the things that they used to have in them. They don't have the sulfur. They don't have all the things that we used to have in the soil that's being depleted because of pesticides and pesticide farming and
everything's been depleted, hasn't it? All of the nutritional value and everything has been depleted.
But Sherry, my point is, you said you did it right. I'm not saying you did it wrong. I'm saying that you have to remove the parasite and all of your mucoid plaque first and foremost before you could see any effects in any diet in any way. And that's generally like your body makes the mucoid plaque to protect you from these parasites. So I know that everyone has this issue.
Raven says that a rooster has no penis, Richie. This is her wheelhouse because she's got chickens and roosters. Yeah, and I appreciate you. I appreciate you enlightening me on that. I wasn't sure, but they do copulate, don't they? Like the rooster has to get on the back of the hen, and they copulate. It's not done through osmosis. Like they actually copulate for the insemination to take place. So if it doesn't have a penis, how does it do it? How do they do it?
I'm trying to wrap my head around that too.
Yeah, but that's what I was thinking about that too, because they lay an egg. So I was thinking that I don't know, maybe I was incorrect about it, but
I remember I had a cockatiel called Honey. She was gorgeous, but when we got her, we thought she was a boy. So for ages we thought she was a boy, but she was being
I've also been
weird.
vegan for 17 years, by the way. P.S. Everyone's quoting the numbers. I've been vegan longer than all of you.
She was being this bird was acting really weird, was really affectionate to me, really affectionate. Whenever I went anywhere near her, she'd do this little dance and she'd put her head down and it was like, wow, she's performing for me or something. And she loved being tickled. Anytime I went to touch her, she was rubbing up against me, and she absolutely loved any attention from me. As soon as my wife at the time, because I was married, as soon as she got anywhere fucking near her, she went crazy, hissing. Oh, wow. And I said to my wife, do you know what? I think that Honey might actually be a girl. Honey might be a girl. And then I started observing her closer, and I noticed that when she got into this weird like mating kind of dance with me, being really affectionate, I could see on her back down near her tail I could see what I could only say was her vagina.
Oh.
And it opened. You could see.
Oh my God.
It's you know how when a woman gets turned on, when a man gets turned on, his penis inflames and gets bigger. When a woman gets turned on, the same thing happens with the clitoris and with the labia, and it all opens up. So it's the same, I imagine, for any animal that has a vagina. It's gonna, when they're ready for sex, like cats. When a cat is in season, when a female cat is in season, sometimes you can see there's a little honey drop.
Bloody hell.
Because they get lubricated just like a cat will get wet, just like a fucking human will.
Joy is saying also, Richie, that most shop eggs are not fertilized.
No, they're not supposed to be. You can tell if it is fertilized if you hold it up to the sun. And so some people will say, yeah, I'll eat unfertilized eggs, but not fertilized, because there's never going to be any life in that unfertilized egg. So battery chickens, they're unfertilized. They never see a male.
Egg and meat. Also, I just want to bring up one point to all the people that think that eating egg and meat is good for you. It all turns into mucus, and excessive mucus in the body is not good. It's the underlying issue in most disease. If you ever go to a hospital, everyone's coughing up mucus. So adding more mucus to the body is not productive in any way.
What happens?
I can't believe it, no matter what, you know. I can't believe that people have different diets in different areas. I agree, but like, do I agree that one person is meant to eat this heavy fat and all this crazy stuff that's full of parasites and all stuff and put it in their body and digest it all day and all night? It takes you like 3 days to digest the meat. You could eat some fruit. It's made up of majority water, just like your physical body is. And it's easily digestible, and it has structured water in it, and that structured water is what the body requires. You don't need to drink the water we get out of the tap or the water out the bottle. You need more fruit, and fruit is what hydrates you, not water. So when people have the argument that they were vegan and they weren't healing from it, I just find that just ludicrous. It's like saying it's like saying like you don't need all those essential things in your life, that you could stick with something that's the exact opposite. Meat will dehydrate you, but you need to be hydrated. Yeah. I don't think that there's a healthy balance. I don't agree. That'd be like me agreeing with the food pyramid, which also, if we look up the food pyramid right now, they just changed it like 3 weeks ago to make it even more ridiculous than it was in the first place.
Yeah, fucking hell.
Yeah, and Mullen does remove mucus, and it restores the mucus flow in your lungs.
So when you get a cold or a respiratory illness, particularly head colds and flu, what's the worst thing is snot, phlegm, which is mucus, isn't it? It's a mucus build up in your sinuses and in your
your body. Chest. Your body's like building that mucus though too to protect you from something else as well too. So that's why you're building all this excess mucus, and you have to expel it while you're sick. You're like coughing it up, sneezing it up, and
I think it's a way to purge as well. Like I always see that now. For the last 6 years, I've been saying, my body's purged.
We do require a certain amount of mucus. We don't want to remove it completely.
No, because I think it provides a lubrication of sorts.
I'm just saying excess mucus, and I'm also in the belief system that like, you know, we're not meant to eat every day. We're not meant to eat all these meals, and so. And when people were hunting and gathering, a lot of times they weren't killing a buffalo every day. It might take a week to kill the buffalo, and then they would chop the buffalo up and use every part of it for all different types of things. And they wouldn't eat that meal every single day. The rest of the time, they were eating berries and stuff that they found from plants. Same that goes on with these animals that eat other animals. Bears eat majority berries and leaves and grass and other stuff like that. They don't have a diet that consists of meat all the time, but they also do have a digestive tract that can process that meat. A lion could put it in his body, and it's a straight digestive system. It goes in the mouth, right out. The human has this crazy digestive system that goes all these different angles and whatever, and then it has to go from that and then into the small intestine and then get juiced out of all the nutrients, and then it goes into the waste system.
It's like it gets filtered through the large intestine, then again through the small intestine, And then again in the colon is still extracting, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's not because or absorbing the things that are still passing through. Otherwise, enemas wouldn't work. An enema wouldn't do anything if that wasn't the case.
Yeah, absolutely. And someone was saying they got mullein seeds because they're not going to... Oh, wait. I just got mullein seeds. 2 cups. Never mind. I reread that wrong. Oh, 2 cups of mullein tea a day, and the husband has no asthma attacks. And absolutely, yeah, because you're restoring the lung and giving
really good.
the minerals to the lung, to the body that the lung needs to help all these processes as well. Yes, and it does. I actually give it to somebody in my family that has had a COPD that takes medication for it, and they found that it's more effective than any medication they've ever took. Mullein tea.
Wow.
So what is mullein seed?
Mullein is a weed that grows in your yard. You've seen it probably in different, like in your area is probably different than the mullein in my area versus the mullein in Sema's area.
Mm.
And basically, like you could take it different ways, but people in the Native American, the people that we call the Native Americans here, they used to smoke it with the cannabis. They call it the Indian hemp. They would put the mullein in the Indian hemp, and they would use that in a peace pipe, ceremonial, but they also would use it to heal the lungs. Tobacco as well, I hear.
See, I've heard this as well, right? The tobacco and also marijuana help
marijuana
clear themselves. They actually like, and I heard it during COVID. I heard that marijuana used
cannabis, Richie. Marijuana is a slang term.
Right? Yeah, cannabis could be used for respiratory problems. It actually helps respiratory issues. It doesn't contribute to them.
Helps everything.
We have CBD1 and CB1 and CB2 receptors all over our body, and cannabis binds with those receptors. We have CB3, CB4s, CB5, CB6, and maybe even more than that. But we have these all over our body, and specifically in our lungs, we have these receptors. So we are definitely supposed to ingest cannabis in some form, way, or another.
Ingest or digest, absorb,
or all of the above. For different things, like if you want to get it to your brain, you want that neuroprotectant layer on your brain, you have to smoke it. You may be able to ingest it and may be able to go through your gut, get processed, go up the vagus nerve, or get extracted what it needs. It might go that way as well too, but you also have to smoke it. So that, like, we see it in all types of traditions that people smoked cannabis for many things spiritually as well too.
I miss smoking.
Yeah, herbs are the most important things in diets. When you also, but it's not for everybody. Like, sometimes it's good to have breaks as well too.
Yeah, it's been a good break. I will admit, but
tolerance as well.
Yeah, when it's been part of your lifestyle for quite a few years, it's I don't know. It's kind of it's weird. I remember when last time I smoked, I got like a bit of a mojo back. You know what I mean? It's kind of kicked something in. It was good. I really liked it.
I think what we end up. I know what I end up doing. If I have it regularly, I end up abusing it. It's I just smoke it until it's gone.
Yeah, same.
So like I'm having to go long periods without it because I can't. I can't.
It's a tool, though, is it not? Also, Richie.
It should be used as a tool.
Right.
It should be used as a tool. It is. Yes, it is a tool, and I think it's a creative tool.
Right, and that's right brain activity. And when you smoke cannabis, people are more creative. Like, you have a lot of musicians and artists that are very, very vocal about cannabis, that speak on cannabis, or that we've known, like in the past, this guy was a cannabis user from 200 years ago or whatever. And he was a very creative. So you could use it as a tool in that way, but is it going to create that balance that you really need to reach? I'm not exactly sure. Not in that way, but digesting it, yes, I would say, because you get that omega-3, 6, and 9 balance. So
yeah.
smoking it is different for everyone, and it's also like it's carbon monoxide that you're putting into your lungs, right?
If you're smoking paper, if you're putting, if you're
I'm saying
rolling
besides the
up in
cannabis
paper, yeah. If you're just smoking it in a pipe.
And what about like if you're smoking the stem as well?
The stem, I don't think we should smoke the stem. I think the stem should be used, like you can extract from the stem, but it's not the best. It's not the best way to like, because it's a twig. The stem is basically like a twig, isn't it? It's not like a leaf, so it's not going to burn the same unless you grind it up, and it's gonna. It also tastes shit, man. When you smoke.
I think a lot of people, they extract stems and roots and stuff like that because it has all the compounds that
what I used to
and
do,
more concentrations in those areas, but they extract them. They don't just eat them. But some people chew on them. Like
no. What I used to do in Portugal when I was looking after the grow rooms was we'd put all the stems into we'd either into alcohol to extract the oil,
right,
or what we did once was put them all into a bottle of vodka, right? And we left it in a bottle of vodka, and we infused that vodka like for, I don't know, it was a couple of months. It was sat there. We just kept filling it up, kept putting it in.
Oh wow!
And then one day we passed it around, and people were getting fucking twisted on it, man. It was effective. I don't know what happened, but it worked. And maybe it was just psychosomatic, maybe people just thought it was
wow.
One of the first extracts I used to make was just getting the leaves, Richie, and I put them in bottles of alcohol, grain alcohol, and people would use it where they would just take that grain alcohol and they would filter out all the leaves, and they would use that as pain relief, and they would put it on the parts of their body topically.
Right, and essentially what they're doing is, because the cannabinoids and the THC combine or fuse with the alcohol. They they combine. The THC or the cannabinoids or whatever combines with the alcohol.
THCA, because you haven't heated it to make it a THCV where it becomes psychoactive. So THCA is still effective for the body because we have an endocannabinoid system and it takes cannabinoids. That's specifically what it takes. So when you're getting those raw cannabinoids, like that's what I was saying, like when you eat it, you get those raw cannabinoids. When you smoke it, heating it turns it into a whole different compound, just like heating water, just like heating oil, just like heating everything else. So it affects you differently. So that's why I say some people misuse it, and you could use it medicinally in so many ways. Tincture, edible, like all different types of extracts that they do make. There's so many ways to use it.
I find I'm so used to smoking it as well now. Like it doesn't matter how strong it is. Really doesn't matter how strong it is. I could just smoke and smoke and smoke and smoke and smoke and smoke and smoke. It used to be back in the day that I'd get to a point where I'd say, I can't, and no, it's right, don't worry, I'm good now. I'm good. I don't need any more. If I have any more, I'm gonna spin out. That doesn't happen anymore unless I have edibles. If I have edibles, then I'm really stoned.
Yeah, it's a different tolerance. It's a tolerance that's in your gut directly. It goes directly into your bloodstream. I mean, smoking it does too, essentially, but it's.
He's dropped out.
Dropped him again. Lost him again.
No, dude. Richie, I was going to say it's amazing the tolerance that you build up when it comes to smoking weed, and when you have a break, even if you had a break for 2-3 weeks and you start it up again, it's amazing how much it throws you off. It's like. It's like now I haven't smoked in 5 months. If I had a joint now, I would.
Knock your head off, mate.
I would be high, and I wouldn't be able to go to sleep. It's amazing how high you get. I remember years ago I used to hear from Americans, and when they would smoke weed, they're like, "Oh, I'm so high." And back in the day, I'd be like, "Why are they high?" Like I've been high from cocaine, but I've never been high from weed, because when you've been smoking for a long time, you'd always just be stoned. And then it wasn't until not long ago I realized why they say getting high from weed, because I had a long break, had a smoke, and I was buzzing, like I was high as a kite. I felt great.
It depends if it's an indica or a sativa as well. If you're smoking an indica, it's much more of a physical. It makes you really stoned. It's, very physical. Whereas a sativa, much more psychoactive,
more cerebral.
If it's a good sativa, it can. Like I had one once, and it was like, wow, I feel like I've done a line of coke. It's like I've done. I'm full of energy, and I'm really. Let's go, man! Woo! It was completely different.
It's unreal, isn't it?
That was lemonade. I think that was. It was called lemonade.
Nice.
But yeah,
it's amazing. It's amazing all the different strains you get. When you said before, like, doesn't matter how much you smoke. Have you been smoking just a certain strain for a while?
No, that happens. Tolerance to strains builds up, but just tolerance generally. I think, like, I definitely. It won't matter. The only stuff that I actually thought it might happen with was with the California, the Cali strain stuff that they flooded the markets with 3 years ago. They flooded the markets with this Cali strain, and when I smoked that, I thought, wow, I'm not going to smoke any more of that. That's too strong. That's just too strong. If I build up a tolerance to this, then nothing. I'm not ever going to be able to go to any other weed. All the other weeds going to be shit compared to this. I'm not going to bother building my tolerance up that high. And it was so strong. It was just unnatural. It was unnaturally strong. I was like, nah, they've done something to this, because I've been smoking weed for 20 years, and in 20 years, you'll get weed that's strong, but not like this. This is ridiculous. This is like
old skunk.
It's more narcotic, and then a year later, I'm hearing all these stories about basically people getting shot and getting knifed over weed. Like, wow, it's 40 pound a gram. It's 40 quid a gram now. At the time, it was like 40 pound a gram, that's cocaine price. That's the same price as cocaine. Cheap shit cocaine, but it's the same price as cocaine. And if it's that strong, then it's potentially going to be that much more addictive. I disagree with anybody that says that weed is not addictive. It is. It's not the same sort of addiction as heroin or alcohol or crack cocaine.
It's not a physical addiction. It's an emotional addiction. Really.
No, it is a little. There is a slight physical addiction, I think. Personally, I think there is a very slight one, because that's why there's loss of appetite.
I was going to tell you, when it comes
lose
to
your appetite.
When it comes to cannabis, like you were saying before about tolerances, I don't really like. It's really hard for. I don't even want to say these words. I'm trying to think of how to phrase it properly. When it comes to smoking, my tolerance is on a level of whatever. I feel like I reached the shelf of tolerance, and I've surpassed it, and I can never have the same euphoric feeling that other people might feel, and I may feel differently using it than other people feel because I've taken it so far.
But I think it's because we've saturated our bodies with it. Really, that in truth, it's because we're saturated with
30 years.
So somebody that's new to it is going to have a completely different experience, because it's completely new to them. It's new to their body. It's new to their psyche. And I miss that a little bit as well. It's like, do you remember when you could just literally have?
Well, you can get that. You were saying you could get that from edibles. Like, if you take an edible right now, it's gonna blow you up. You just take a little piece of it, I'm sure you're gonna be stoned.
Yeah,
and which is strange, isn't it?
For lack of a better term.
But I still rather smoke. I'd rather have a smoke.
It affects you. It affects your gut brain versus like your creative right brain.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's an amazing plant, that's for sure. I think what do I have? even though I haven't smoked in 5 months, I had some CBD
Does Callum
3
need the
weeks
link?
ago. And that was actually quite good. I think it was made with 4 ounces
Your body is
CBD.
creating all these compounds that we're talking about. Your body's creating CBD. Your body's creating all the like an indigenous version of CBD, an indigenous version of THC, all that stuff. When we're taking these things like CBD, if you take it repeatedly for like 2 weeks, it kickstarts your body to create more of its own indigenous cannabinoids of CBD to help the body heal itself.
Oh wow! Well, this stuff was full. It was full spectrum, but it was actually it had more THC than normal.
Whole plant is a better version, like we were saying earlier with like the root and everything. When I make different stuff to help people to help themselves heal, I do whole plant extraction. I extract the root and everything.
Nice. Do you use like a lab grade vacuum, Buchner funnel?
No, I do the most absurd way possible. I take the whole plant and I'll explain to you like this. When I harvest the plant, I have a block of dry ice and I put pieces of the plant. I'm removing the water leaves from the plant and I'm putting the flower and I'm removing all the stems and the sticks, whatever. And I'm removing as much as I can, as fast as I can. And I'm getting that into an individual bag within 15 minutes. That individual bag then gets pressed into the dry ice, which makes it fresh frozen. So I'm capturing all the terpenes, all the cannabinoids, and all the stuff raw, fresh. And then I'm freezing it for 15, 20 minutes, and then I'm putting it directly into a freezer for multiple days for it to gas off all of the excess water that you might find in it. And
freezing's good, knocks off all the trichromes as well.
Well, and then I put it into ice bucket wash, and the ice is actually knocking the trichomes off, and I collect those in collection bags. And then collection bags, I scoop them out, and as I scoop them out, I put them into a freeze dryer. I have manually dried this by it's harder to dry just in racks in a room in the right temperatures because it can mold easily. So nowadays the technique is put it all into a freeze dryer, remove all the moisture, and then you have your batch. And then I take that and then I combine that with different things to make it so you can consume it or whatever. But that's the process I take, and I get a very small yield out of it, and I have to grow a lot of plants to create these type of tinctures and medicines that I create. And I do it to create the purest form that you possibly could get to help you medicinally the best way it can, you know?
Yeah, nice.
The purest spectrum, as you
pure spectrum. Well, it's not even. It's
welcome, Callum.
Whole plant, entourage effect, pure. Like a lot of people.
Well, that comes along with it, right?
Full spectrum.
Yeah,
purity. The more purity, the more entourage effect.
If you ever get around to it, Dave, grab yourself a if you ever get around to it, grab yourself a lab grade vacuum.
I have one. I have one.
Yeah, Buchner funnel.
I've done all the extractions.
Oh, okay. So you've done it before. Okay. But
no. I mean, I'm not. I'm just saying, like, I've done like every single possible ones, even the ones with CO2 and different chemicals like that as well.
Have you used food grade ethanol?
Yeah, we talked about that I think last time. Here in California, I could only get.
Fuck, it's expensive.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was just going to say. Food grade alcohol is expensive.
Same with alcohol.
It's ridiculous. Yeah.
Grain alcohol, we can only get 75%. We can't get 99. We can't get 91. We can only get 75.
Yeah. You can use limonene.
Right.
Limonene. How you doing, Callum? What's going on up in Alice Springs? It's fucking hot here, mate. I've got the air conditioner on again.
30 degrees Celsius right now.
Yeah, it was degrees. 30 outside.
Inside at night time, beautiful.
10 o'clock
but
at
it was
night,
like
man.
probably 37. You know.
It's
what have you done? What have you done to your arm?
I always kind of hibernate when it's really hot, right? This is when you kind of naturally go inside as well a lot. So you have these short bursts of going outside. You get that right. You get your sun at the right times, everything. But I find this is when I do like detoxes and stuff like that. Like when, if I'm going to be weak, I'll set the time aside for when it's fucking hot and I don't want to do anything. You know, it's like, oh, perfect.
I hit the beach today.
You're detoxing through the sweat as
Beach.
well. You're sweating out.
Are you near the beach? Sorry. Sorry.
Yeah, like 3-minute walk. Yeah, like
oh, sweet.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Do you surf?
Yeah.
No, I've never been able to surf. I've surfed many frozen waves, but not actually. I've never been a surfer. Old school skateboarder.
Nice.
And done a lot of snowboarding.
So you could do so. You could surf if you can snowboard and skateboard. Then you could
actually,
surf.
Richie, you'd be surprised.
It's a different
All three
element.
are completely different.
It's a different element. It's so
It's
different.
not even just a different element. It's like a snowboard, you're strapped into it. The skateboard, you're based upon like you pushing. The other one, you're on a wave. The board is different. The way you ride is different. Your stance is different. Your balance is completely different. I was told like, if you could surf and you could skateboard, you're going to get on the snowboard and you're going to be the best. And I got on the snowboard, and that was not the experience.
Snowboarding is like skiing.
A lot of work.
It's different.
You use all the muscles in your body.
Totally different muscles. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's my point of that. Totally different muscles.
The thing with snowboarding, you have to lean a different way. You think
heel edge and toe
lean
edge.
that one way, but you don't. You lean the other.
Your weight's going to be over your
on all
front
of them.
knee.
On the skateboard, you
Essentially,
weight too. It's more about
essentially,
bending your knees on the skateboard.
your center of balance is shifted.
Yeah.
That's literally as small as the problem is, but that's uncomfortable to you. You're not used to that.
Right.
Yeah. You're used to a certain few that you've trained up, right?
Yeah, when you're carving on a snowboard,
that you know exactly how your center of balance moves through the trick or the sequence that you perform. So that's when you know it feels right because you're on that point.
Yeah, heel edge, toe edge on a snowboard, and your weight's more over your front knee. You don't want to be too center, and you definitely don't want to lean back. But from skateboarding, I picked up snowboarding like really easily. I loved it, but I have tried surfing, and I sucked at trying. I couldn't surf.
Yeah, surfing you have to learn how to get on the board, and that's the hardest part. And like snowboarding,
how hard is it?
Strapped in, you're just fucking like
it's all about the
hill.
pop,
if you don't have to
man.
turn at first, it's fine. But my experience
you got to get
was
the pop sorted. You got to pop up on that board and straight have your feet in the right position.
And then you got to ride a wave that's different every single time. There's no identical wave, so there's no right way to ride that one wave because every wave is different, and you get on at a different point.
It depends. Yeah, it all depends when you've caught that wave.
When you're riding down the snow, the variables are like the guy may have went below you, and that may have like a little track, whatever, but you're still going down the same path. You know, the course.
At least with snowboarding, there's no sharks as well. It's like,
this is true. This is true, and you are in Australia, so
yeah, it's a different beast out here in the desert.
I was going to say,
what they call it.
Yeah, what's
they call what they're doing out
in Alice
here
Springs? What's the surfing like in Alice Springs, dude?
Non-existent.
Dune surfing.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Dune surfing.
And then one I've been a part of in my youth is
too, don't they?
Yeah.
Called bonnet surfing. You heard of that one?
Say again.
Bonnet surfing.
Bonnet.
Is that when you stand on the bonnet of the car while your mate drives around at 30k
with the rope?
Right.
Okay.
We used to do that with my Nissan
in clay pans and sand dunes.
We called it roof surfing.
Mad Max style.
Dave, what is that?
That's a piece of amethyst.
Yes, it is.
Oh, I've got an amethyst crystal. Fuck, it's a good crystal.
That's come straight out of a geode as well. That's been
this is my birthstone for one. For two, it's in my garden everywhere for the energy that it puts off. I put it in all my soil, in all my containers, anything that I grow. I have this, and I also have regular just quartz crystal, whatever, and then I use raw crystal as well.
What I love about crystal is one thing we know about crystal.
What's that? Show that one.
We know that crystal.
It's a clear. Yep.
Crystal stores energy. We know it stores information.
Yeah.
So that's from a geode. That amethyst in your hand is from a geode.
Yeah, this is raw. This is raw, not processed version. This one.
How old? How old is that geode? How old is that crystal? What information is held within that?
What could be on this machine right here? This storage device, because they could put so much information on such a little piece of this. It's ridiculous. So can we in our cells. Our cells can hold like millions. Like one cell could hold like 1,000,000 terabytes or some ridiculous amount of information.
If each cell is, if the cells are essentially an expression of crystal, like because we're crystal. I think of us as crystalline beings anyway.
Christ L.
No, you know how you hit two bits of quartz together and you create piezoelectricity.
Right.
When we have great conversations, we're all bouncing off each other.
Yeah.
And we're generating this energy.
And what are your bones made out of?
Say that again.
And what are your bones made out of?
Yeah, exactly.
Bones. I'm not, yeah.
So it's and you know, and
what do our bones really do in our body? Do they store energy? Are they doing the same thing? Are they retaining memory as well?
Are they storing information? Yeah.
Right. Are they storing DNA genetic information or what?
Experiential.
All the above, you know.
Yeah, experiential. You know, the climate, whatever's going on. Yeah, and will there be a time when they can read skeletons? They can read the bone and say, right, we can tell that this was going on,
sure,
and that was going on, and there was obviously a lot. There were higher oxygen levels in the air and whatever. And
I think like we were talking about earlier, like I may know a lot about botany in this age, but when the age changes, the botany is going to completely change, and I'm going to have to like relearn everything from a new perspective. So I think a lot of things that we know now in this day and age don't apply to that, and we won't have that understanding until we're in that age.
Oh, we're having a crystal showdown.
Oh, you want to battle?
This is from where I live. I'm at my mother's place at the moment, but I live on a hill which is all of this.
What's that called?
Up the top. This is milky quartz.
Oh, lovely.
Oh, I have one of those.
So I pick it up all the time, but it's literally all around me.
And
I was drawn to live where I needed to live to clear. For me, it seems to be all about the mind. And so this is really good stuff to really clarity of thought, thinking clearly.
I also I've talked about this with Callum before. I also put crystals. I have like a vase of drinking water, and I put exactly like he's showing you. I have crystals in it, and I drink out of that. That's how I drink my distilled water.
Oh wow! Okay, holy shit!
So now you're structuring like,
and then
people have all of these bizarre, crazy ways of doing all these beautiful natural things that we naturally do anyway.
Right.
Yeah.
It's just if you appreciate doing that and aware when you do that and put a little bit extra time, a little extra love, a little bit extra energy into it, you gain so much more by doing it that way. Like it's the same. You guys were talking about tinctures and stuff as well. What's that? What do they call it? Spirogenic. Right. Where you know, there's a lot more to it in terms of starting with the seed, starting by putting the seed under your tongue.
Your tongue, right? Because
I've heard about that.
Growing it for you. You know,
Yeah,
this is medicine for you.
I've heard about that. Imprinting your DNA into that seed, and then
That's also your energy. So when you speak to a plant, when you give plant love and all of that, your energies are coming together.
Yeah.
Like I speak about what I think like a twin flame moment is. You're having that with the plant.
Yeah.
And it's like
someone in the room had it with a tree.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I'm sorry, Colin. I'm sorry.
Oh god, I couldn't believe. Yeah, well, each their own.
That was no, wasn't it? No was saying they.
That
had
was no. I just felt like saying
no. I saw that as well, man.
Orgasmic experience with a tree.
Yeah.
If anything,
bringing a tree to climax. Wow, how do you do that? And how do you know that you've done that?
Well, that you have a connection.
Does the trees, do the leaves start to shake?
You'll know.
It starts secreting, you know, the fluids start secreting out of it. Well, how? Yeah. I talk to the trees. I talk to the plants. I say, I thank them, and I say, hey, I see you. I see you, man. I'm not ignoring you. I know you're there. Thank you. You're awesome. Like, hey, you know, you must think we're all crazy, hey? Watching us walking around, chatting shit all the time, and you know, everything. You must think we are nuts.
I see you.
There
He
you are.
sees you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
buddy.
We love you, man.
He's so happy.
We love you, dude.
Brian Evans, one love to you, brother.
Have any of you guys ever said the words, whenever you drink a nice glass of water, have you ever said the words love and gratitude to the glass of water before you've drunk it?
I've said it.
I do it as a feeling.
Glass of water.
I do it as a feeling all the time. So
yeah, it's amazing how different it tastes.
I hold my water for a very long time with
Water's
my poles.
programmable. The crystals in the water are programmable.
What you're giving it is exactly what you need there. Like that is a capacitor.
Yeah.
That, and if you remember what I was talking about the other day of that 011 and the 2 transmitters, and that's now that's the receiver.
Yeah,
exactly.
And it is a full receiver because this is distilled water. I put distilled water in here. Distilled is distilled. It's actually it's in its highest vibration state when it's distilled.
Yes.
Okay.
Right. It's very easy to understand when you realize what water does. Like, you know, like its job now. This was its rebirth is pure again. Pure being just water.
And your body's made up of a majority of just water also. So like when you're adding it to your body, you're programming your inner self.
Right. It's and this is like the perfect medium because at that stage it's actually completely dielectric.
No, wow.
Right. So the perfect medium. So what happens is water is now in a state to hold anything.
Yeah.
So it's like it's taking. So now it's a receiver. Like I say, it's a full receiver. So it's at the perfect state. Hey,
it's different crystals. Like what crystals do you have in there? Which rocks?
Okay, so they're the milky quartz that I picked up in my journey around me.
Wow, what does it taste like with those crystals in it?
So the difference that I taste, because I never let this empty as well. I always, you know, so what I'm imprinting and what I'm creating functional water like fractal water. So like
awesome.
I'm never losing that work I've already done. So I'm always adding to what I already have as well. So quite instantly in my case, but you know, you it does take a while to get this kind of going in terms of what I'm going to describe now is the difference between distilled water and this water, this shit.
Yeah,
my blessed water, right? Because the difference instantly after, like, I do that anyway, so I'll fill it up.
Fresh plate. Blank.
Vortex it. I'm vortexing it. I have my poles. I have energy, which is my energy. So this is like a self, like, so what I'm imprinting is just what I need. Like this is non-direct, you know. All I have to do is really, in this case for me, is get the feeling right. But if we understand what's going on in terms of receiving and giving, so giving and taking, so because the water's perfect like that, where it takes and gives.
Yeah.
Right. Like it's not stripping shit from you. It's stripping what it is allowed to take, what you give it. Right. So if you need a lot of detoxing, it's perfect. It's in its state to take, so it's empty water, right? Wow. But it's not dead water. No, it's the opposite. It's all knowledge is there, and we structure it to what we need, and we also structure it to this state, which is, so there are your salts and stuff as well, which is the electricity. This is the conduit, you know, electricity in the water now. So it's not a dielectric anymore.
Oh wow!
When you're shaking when you're shaking your water as well too, is you're also oxygenating it, and that's really what the body needs. Is a lot.
I don't use the term oxygenate, but I use the term aerate. Yeah.
Oh, aerate.
Yeah.
Aerate.
Okay. But that's in the same way. That's energizing it, right? You're structuring it, and you're giving it like literally like micro bubbles. right? So it's not really like aerating a pond. You want those stones that produce the tiny micro bubbles.
Yeah. Yep.
Which is like, if you think about it too, you go into the star in a jar, that's happening in a micro bubble, right? Sound in that micro bubble creating, and there's light.
Yeah,
from sound, right? This was what we were talking about before. But going on with this, like the difference I taste is thickness straight away. So distilled water is very thin. It's the best solvent in the world in this state, of course.
Wow.
You know, that's why it's the perfect detox, right? It literally is the perfect detox when you know that so that's why you drink a lot of it too. And it's quite natural. Like you go into a fasting state or whatever, like naturally what happens when I don't feel right. So you go into a fasting state. So you're digesting like all your energy. You get rid of all of the energy spent in digesting. So now I can actually put the energy into healing and stuff like this.
Right.
And deep cleansing, because there's a level of like, I don't have time for this shit. But, you know, when you put yourself to it and you go, I'm detoxing, right? Which is how I actually gave up alcohol in one fucking night as well. Because I switched it to something wonderful and benefit. So every time I would have had a
drink,
I had a bottle of water perfectly with the energy. Boom.
Nice.
But the thing is, you were consciously aware of that as well as you were drinking.
180 switch, right?
You're imprinting that.
All of it.
You're imprinting that into the action. So instead of having a drink of alcohol, you'd have the water, and you'd think to yourself, "I'm having something good instead of something bad," and it's all.
Yeah, this goes to what you were saying about addictions and stuff, like with smoking and stuff. Same thing. It's like the difference is here, like in terms of what I experienced was no withdrawals, nothing. It was just like, oh, one day this, one day that, fine. It's the fact that I made a choice then.
Right.
You know, doing the actual work is just reiterating and blah, blah, blah. But you've already made the choice, so the work's done. So you're just following through. So that for me then turned into a whole bunch of health and cleansing and like, holy shit, what's happening with my body now after that? And it was like, boom. And I was following and observing. So I just drank more water. You know, your body said more of that shit. So I just put more, and I was drinking like so much, fasting. I'd already gotten onto sort of the intermittent fasting, so I'm fasting all the time. So a lot of that energy had now gone from digesting, and I was able to start processing this deeper stuff. So it was that level that I kind of, all of these things came together and said, well, you can't be fucking an alcoholic and doing what you're doing. It doesn't make sense. So it all came, boom. And that's when I put distilled water into proper action and got all of the fucking results from it. From that, I'm like, oh my God, I've done a lot of detoxes and cleanses, but nothing as powerful as water.
As soon as I put distilled water, the first glass of distilled water that I ever had, it was instantly. It's like I could instantly feel, and this is not the same. It's not the same as drinking water out of a bottle or distilled water. It's like your entire mouth wants to suck it all up. It's like it quenches your thirst. It's
yeah. So where do you think the water goes? Like at the start, like. What most people don't realize is most of that water just goes, like, if it's pure, your body knows what that is. And it goes instantly, like, in the throat first, like in the mouth first, in the throat. You don't feel it go down because most of it hasn't gone down. 95% of it's actually
absorbed.
Your body's gone, yep. And like, here's the difference between putting the dangerous shit in the water and the dangerous shit in the food. Water is like, in terms of importance, When I awakened, that was air, water. I had to get those two things sorted first before food, before exercise, before movement, before all of these things. Movement's part of detox.
Yeah.
You know, but air's part of detox. Air's part of movement. Air's part of, so air and water, which are the same thing in my mind, just different states.
Yeah, different
Completely
states.
same.
Different. One's a gas state, one's a
Different states.
Yeah.
Different states.
What was your alcohol of choice, Callum? What was your main drink?
In the end, it was cider.
Oh,
Because I
bullshit.
was changing, because I'm going, you know, as an alcoholic, it's not the fucking alcohol, it's my choice of alcohol, my choice of poison.
Oh, okay.
So I went from like
Strongbow,
really like,
cider.
but
Grumpy Jack.
really dry cider,
When-
apple
when-
cider, and that sort of stuff.
My-
Which,
my-
interestingly enough, like I make some alcohols now, ginger beer.
Okay.
But I'll only allow it to get like a little bit alcoholic because
yeah, it's a smaller.
I use it for medicinal.
You're not
Right.
using it to get drunk. You're not using
Yeah.
it to get drunk. You're using it for
No,
this.
and I'm the cheapest drunk anyway now, right? So because I have had a drink here and there, and I test myself, and I go, wow, you know, like when I tested myself
yeah.
from the first time I went, that's it, and I was like 2 years, I think, and I went. My brother gave me a beer, and I went, oh yeah, I haven't had a beer forever. I'm gonna see, like,
Right.
what an observing
What it feels like.
experience. Yeah, I had two. I had a migraine for 3 days.
Oh,
Like I was drunk instantly, basically.
yeah, what
But
beer
it
was
was
it?
just
Big
like
Victoria
kind of.
beer?
It was like going back into a state that I was like, whoa, because it was really fast and stuff.
Well, your
Now,
body
if I have
also,
a
like,
drink,
cleaned
I
it,
have
like,
one.
back then as well too. Before you started the detoxing process, because I noticed when I detoxed, like if I had any tolerance for alcohol, it just went right out the window. And distilled water I've been drinking.
Right, but it's a poison.
Oh, it's a poison.
It's a poison.
Just
That's
after,
all it is. And
Chemical
like
shit.
when it comes to like, you know, all these other poisons like pharmaceuticals and stuff like this, their real claim to fame here is getting it in the blood system, because everyone's poisoning themselves on this.
Well, they're the three
massive
leading.
scale.
Tobacco, pharmaceutical, and alcohol. They're the three leading contributors to human death.
Right.
Alcohol,
And
tobacco.
and,
But it's
and,
the
and look, we can look at each one of these two. We can go tobacco, alcohol. Like, I'm not saying that all alcohols are bad.
Yeah,
and-
not all
and
alcohol
whatnot.
bad, not all
Oh,
tobacco.
But you have
absolutely
to
not.
understand. You have to
The sugar in
understand
the,
a
the
dose.
filter is worse for you for tobacco than the actual
a
tobacco.
dose.
The fresh chemicals. The actual
Yeah,
sugar.
right.
Yeah.
So even if I get a really clean, nice alcohol I made myself, fermented alcohol,
Mm-hmm.
right? It's then now that's done. Now dose dependent.
Mm.
I can poison myself, or I can have a little bit, which will stimulate me into a lot of cleansers and stuff.
Yeah.
But also it will change my state and my awareness as well. It's like
Yeah.
bacteria do this.
I had a,
You
I had
know,
a
your state
pint
and
of
your
Guinness.
awareness change.
I had a pint of Guinness a couple of months ago.
Same
when
as
my
tobacco?
came out.
You can't overuse
Guinness,
something
I
as
think
well,
Guinness,
because then it just turns into a poison.
Everything in
Same
moderation.
as salt,
Yeah, exactly
same as
right. Dave.
sugar.
Yeah.
Guinness. So Guinness was my tipple when I was still drinking. In the end, I was just drinking Guinness.
Burnt
It
beer.
was only 4%.
All right.
It was only 4%. I could have 3-4 pints of Guinness before I'd start to feel the alcohol. So, but then it got to the stage where I couldn't even have 2 pints of Guinness without having a migraine 4 hours
Oh,
later.
wow.
So I stopped and I didn't drink for 13 years. And then a couple of months ago, a mate was like, "Come on, have a beer." And I thought, you know what?
I couldn't
Just
help.
for the, yeah, let's have a beer. Go on then. I'll have a pint of Guinness.
A little
So I
sleepy.
had a pint of Guinness. I didn't enjoy it. It lasted all night. I didn't enjoy it the way I'd always enjoyed Guinness before. And I felt it, man. It lasted all night. It took me probably 3.5 hours to drink it. And
Bloody hell.
when I was walking home, I'm walking home and I got to the steps and I go to take my first step and I was like, whoa, that's the alcohol. I can still feel the fucking alcohol from that 4% beer that I took 3.5 hours to drink, and I can still now 5 hours or whatever it was after I'd had, first taken that first sip, I can still feel it. Wow.
I had a similar
I just thought, I don't need that again.
Richie, when I detoxed my body, I didn't drink alcohol for the longest time, and somebody was like, we had a celebration, and I was like, oh, I'll just have like half of a beer or whatever, and it gave me a buzz immediately, and then it affected me for a longer period than it ever did because my tolerance was completely gone from it. It's like I was like I never drank before in my life because I had detoxed for so long.
I think it's sort of deeper than that as well. It's deeper than on the spiritual.
It's lowering your
on the physical. I think it's on a spiritual level.
It's lowering your spiritual vibration. It's bringing you down to that lower chakra type energy.
Yeah.
That bringing down of that lower chakra, so the second chakra up, which is
sacral,
where I see and I find what you're talking about with parasites and stuff in that second chakra.
Yeah,
that from my experience has been lowered. It's not where it's supposed to be. It's not where the mass says it should be. It's out by whatever, which is perfect mass. But just in raising that second chakra up, in like restoring it, it's like just somewhere we are now. That's where I was sort of talking about in terms of acknowledging where we are now. Because that's part of it, like that dropping from frequency as well. So we're not quite hitting that note. So when you think about it musically, we're not quite hitting that note right. We're always coming a little bit short on most everyone. Because it's a group thing that we've all it's so hard not to
a little bit flat.
Everyone. Hey?
All a little bit flat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
everyone
to an
extent,
I'm highlighting one chakra here, but every single one of them is shifted out.
Totally out of line.
You find it for yourself and you align it for yourself, and then you're aligning your template. That's harmony as well. You come into harmony. Everything has to come into harmony.
I mean, that's
from within.
So I've done my meditations.
Right. So for you, Richie, when you did that meditation of the spinning of the chakras, so how you would feel this is if you imagine going down through that. So going from one to another fairly quickly, so you can look at the difference between them, right? And you imagine you just go down through like you do, but just speed it all, compress it all up, right? And you go down through your chakras, and you can do it now very quickly.
I mean, that's sort of what.
Just do it, just to have a gauge before I actually say something now, because you'll get more out of it if you have that knowledge. So that's enough. So now, looking at the difference between it as you go down, each one of those is spinning at a different rate. So which one's slow? And that's the one for you that you need to look at first to speed up. You want to bring all of these up to the same speed. They're different expressions, but that this one's behind. You instantly feel it, and that's where I wanted you to know that information before I told you, so you don't go looking for it that way.
You do that with breathing as well. So
exactly right.
Start from your root, and your sacral and your solar plexus, and then up.
Right. Exactly right.
Your heart,
and it's all connected. Like
yeah.
People who smoke as well, like it's a breathing thing that's out of balance. So with that breathing, I can just to correct that, breathe in, think of blue, breathe out, think of red. Breathe in, think of blue, breathe out, think of red.
Yeah.
What's happening just by doing that?
Gear shifts.
The visualization, the doing it, the slowing down your breathing too, hopefully, and harmonizing.
That's a good way to do it. I was laying on the beach today, and it was like 30 degrees, beautiful blue skies, sun. And someone taught me this years ago, but basically I'm laying on the sand, laying back, and I thought I just wanted to do third eye breathing. And before I do third eye breathing, is I open up each chakra. So from the root, very bottom,
which is you're increasing it all the chakras.
And you're breathing through your stomach, so your chest doesn't move. So you breathe in, and then you breathe out. You do 2-3 breaths for every chakra. And what you do is a good way to do this, especially for healing. If anyone's got any pain, or I don't have any pain anywhere, but I just wanted for an overall wellness. But when you breathe in, you just picture yourself, say, so I had the ocean right in front of me. So I pictured myself floating above the ocean in front of the sun, and with every breath, you breathe in the healing rays of the sunshine. So breathing in through your stomach, and so with every breath, you're like inhaling the rays of the sunshine into your body, into your chakra, and then exhale out. And you raise awareness with every chakra. And once you reach your crown, right, your final chakra, and then you go back to your third eye. And as you all know, your third eye is your white room. So when you're in your third eye, it's very white. And then once you're in your white room, then you just keep that breathing going, keep breathing those healing rays of the sunshine into your body. And it's amazing. I felt great. I could feel the ocean, just running underneath me through the sand. I just felt wonderful.
Do you ever breathe in
the salt
lower than your stomach, like through your balls?
Well, I did. Because that's the root. So I did that at the start, and I felt I could really feel it, David. I know when Callum mentioned you can use colors. But I just raise awareness just with picturing where every chakra is, and it felt amazing. Yeah, it's amazing.
So that's literally light therapy, light hacking, biohacking, right? So blue light is you now producing serotonin. That's what you need to produce serotonin.
The milk and the honey.
So that's what you want in the morning.
Melatonin.
Serotonin, bang. Sun gazing, but also it's about the blue,
and that serotonin turns to melanin
into your eyes.
Serotonin turns to melatonin or melanin.
Yeah, so at the end of the day, you're doing the same thing. You're getting a boost of serotonin, but it's that excess serotonin that you have that will turn into melatonin, so you'll have a good sleep. But it won't feel nice and rested and relaxed.
You need to cut off the light to your pineal gland if it's going to turn to melatonin. If you don't,
absolutely. So blue light though specifically, right? So right now this screen here is got a filter on it which is turning it to an amber light, so it's cutting out all the blues from it. These lights here are the incandescent version, right? So it's real flame, like it's real heat. So it's that
you'll be able to see it on my screen when I
right. So it's specifically when we open our eyes, because I'm gonna hopefully a few pennies will drop for people. When we open our eyes, it's specifically that blue light, right? So red's fine. So red light therapy. So red light is now we're also stimulating that melatonin and melatonin and stuff like this in the skin, and this red light therapy, right? So it's both. It's the entire spectrum. But actually, just what 17 Joy was saying as well, like they've kind of put a spell on red as well. So, in clearing that red, bringing back that fullness of what red actually is and completing that spectrum for yourself as well, which completes that breathing spectrum and everything as well, right? When it's out, because when it's not out, you're not really using the colors, it's white. And no white, right? So when you're healing, you're specifically using colors for certain things to correct someone. Like I use this all the time where I know, so I'll use that visualization, but I don't even have to go as far as to tell them to breathe this way and think about and visualize this. I make them do it by talking about red things. at the right time, and then talking about blue things when they're breathing
The chakras
in
are also
and
color-coded.
red things when they're breathing out. So I'm
Yeah, they
giving
are,
them
Dave.
that.
Yeah, absolutely, they
And
are.
suddenly they're breathing deeper and more relaxed.
Isn't it interesting how the color coding of the chakras is there in the rainbow?
Yeah, it's
Right. So
there's-
what's actually happening there is
Yeah,
opposite.
Richie,
though.
I never thought of that. Yeah, holy shit.
No, they are absolutely.
Go on,
Kundalini.
What it's correcting, the blue and the red in this case, is if I'm thinking of blue when I'm breathing in,
That's a frequency.
I'm actually activating my lower, right? My abdomen. It's breathing in naturally more into the abdomen, fully expanded with blue.
Yep.
Right.
That's solar plexus color chakra. Is it blue? Solar plexus?
Blue is the throat.
And so when I'm breathing out,
Oh, blue's the throat, is it? Oh, thanks, Richie.
when I'm breathing out, I'm thinking red, and now that's caving in my chest. So fully expressing all of the air out of the chest. So because most people, so breathing in terms of how the body works is like from the diaphragm below, that's rest, relax, digest. Breathing up here in the chest is fight and flight, right? So, if you don't do sort of deep breathing exercises and get it back down again, that's where the smoking and stuff gets it up here, and people get used to breathing up here, and that's what's calming them down, and that's what's stimulating them as well, doing both. I have a cigarette to wake up. I have a cigarette to go to sleep.
Right.
It's like,
what were you saying, Richie?
I can't. I'm not sure, but what I wanted to say though about the light therapy and that I do that instead of I suppose I'm meditating as I'm walking. I'm not inactive. It's when I go outside because the lack of food and whatever. I'm powering down to the shop, and I feel full of energy. But
you're absorbing
in my. I try and do it subconsciously, but I'm consciously aware of it. Really, I'm trying to imagine every pore in my body is sucking up the energy, sucking the light, all the things that are here for me. I'm absorbing them. So and I'm full of energy, and I'm powering down, and then I'm powering back, and I'm thinking, I'm walking along, overtaking people, walking fast, carrying shopping or whatever, and I'm thinking, dude, you haven't eaten in a week. Look at you go.
I told you have more energy.
It's just like it's true. The energy's coming from somewhere else.
We have this unlimited source of energy, and if you can learn to tap into it, you probably wouldn't have to eat ever again. And I think that's where we were at a certain stage in this realm where we didn't even eat.
No, I think eating. I think it's part of it. It's like I think you don't need to eat. You can partake in the fruits of the realm,
or you may have deficiencies where you need to correct them. So maybe that's the process where you do eat.
Hey Richie, do you know why you feel like that as well? Did you ever get down to the brunt of it and think, well, why am I walking faster than everyone else, and why am I taking everything in when I walk around? It's because 99% of the people that are walking around, they've all got their fucking heads in their phones. They're crossing the lights.
They're staring at that blue light, and they're not absorbing the natural light, like Richie.
Yeah, so
he's sitting.
That one little look at the phone.
Absorb all that, like
before going to bed, right? That one little look at the phone is a blue flash of extremely bright light,
and it affects you for 4 hours before you go to bed.
Yeah.
Well, it affects your melatonin production, so it blocks your melatonin production.
4 hours.
So you'll go to sleep maybe, but a light sleep that doesn't do anything. I mean, you're not getting full delta, any quality delta at all, and it's sporadic, like we've been talking about, that chaotic pattern as well.
Yeah.
It's,
if I turn my phone
for 4 hours. So that actually flips it, because what's normal for us naturally is to get all of our deep sleep, delta and quality sleep in the first 4-hour block or 3-hour block, right? But it takes, 3-hour block, but it takes you 15 minutes either side to get down into it or whatever. And then it's the next, so we can even wake up like with biphasic sleeping, wake up, have a cup of tea, a little bit of mugwort tea at that time is interesting because that next phase is actually a lighter sleep, and that's lucid dreaming and astral travel and all these sort of things can become, that's when it's kind of traditionally done. Naturally done. So that kind of flips around. So they get that delta sleep right at the end, and it's not very good quality because their body knows they kind of need it and stuff as well. So they wake up tired, no energy.
What was that you said, David?
Oh, I was saying that's when you're in theta, but he's saying delta. When you smoke cannabis, we concluded that you're in theta, right?
No, alpha.
Alpha.
This is why it helps so many people as well, because our actual natural middle state, default state. Because our brain has default states. We have default states, and it's actually alpha. It's the middle of our spectrum. It's just it's being trained into beta because you actually have to be in a beta state, like strong beta waves, because that is fight and flight. That's where you have to be to go into fight and flight. So if any anxiety, you stay in beta because you need to be so close to fight and flight so you can jump in and out of it really quick. So when you're doing that, you don't experience a lot of these other waves, alpha waves. Which is actually why I smoked it as well, because I needed to repair my brain, for one, from autism and stuff like this. But it was also mental. My problem was mental. So that's what needed to actually balance out as well, which is what weed does at that level too, because it is, you want to smoke it so it changes your brain state. So you get a high, which is you're getting more alpha waves. So it's balancing out the state. So to be an alpha, it's really hard to jump into that full beta, what you've been used to. So you're balancing out of it. So this is where you use it as a tool as well, because you're realizing about yourself. You're realizing it's my fucking state. It's not the weed state or anyone. It's not the alcohol state. It's not any state. It's my state, alpha state.
But
my brainwaves.
These things, right? These seem to be everyone's state now. I was walking down the main street, doing some shopping early today.
Part of why they're addicted is
because there's restaurants
changing
everywhere.
That state from beta,
all these
freaked out, to alpha.
You've got all these people eating al fresco, right? You've got couples, and they're sitting at a table, and no one's having a conversation. You got a boyfriend and a girlfriend. They're sitting at a table. Their heads are they're looking at their phones, right? You go to walk into a shopping center. You've got people literally walking up a staircase, walking through the entryway to a fucking supermarket with their heads in their fucking phones. Everyone's in their phones. I go to my gym, right? You've got 18-year-old kids, 20-year-old kids. They're walking with the gait of a fucking 90-year-old because they're all staring in their fucking phones. I'll wait for a bit of equipment, and there's a kid. He does a few reps. All of a sudden, the phone comes out. He's on his fucking phone. And it's just, these things are just the bane of my fucking existence at the moment. And it boggles my fucking mind. How many people are just enraptured by the fucking things? They are just...
Suma, do you have people
phone.
shoving them in your face? Do you have people like shoving it?
Look at this. Look at this.
No. If they did, if they were strangers,
you've trained some people, right?
Look. I'm 6 foot. I'm 6'5", right? I've had people walk in. I've had people walk into me, and I've stopped because I've had their head in their phone. I'm like, hey, head up, and they turn around. I say to them, I'm 6'5". Am I invisible to you?
Yeah. How did you not see me?
Can you not see me? Right? Like it blows me. If a stranger was like this, I would literally knock the phone. I'd probably want to throw it against.
It's another lesson though. It's like what we talked about earlier. Like you're observing all these people doing these things, and you're just like reinforcing to yourself why you shouldn't do that for yourself. and why you know the effects the phone has, the blue light, all these other things. The Wi-Fi is affecting your pineal gland directly. The Wi-Fi,
but also I guess like in this sort of community, we know, you know, it's not natural for a reason as well. It's not because you do know that naturally we wouldn't do that. We'd actually look for certain, and as soon as we'd find out information like this, like blue light's bad for blue light stops melatonin production for 4 hours,
and you would cut it out.
Oh, great! So let's use blue light now for blue LED light for all street lights now. Let's just do that.
Isn't that funny?
Yeah, so we learn really good, don't we?
I was saying earlier that in my neighborhood, like just like a week ago, they upgraded all the lights. Now it's real bright outside. You know.
I'm happy you said that, Dave, because it's everywhere. Yeah.
No, I know it's everywhere, and I've talked about this before. Like me and Callum have talked about this before, where we're going from incandescent to like these LED lights, and LED invented by a company I won't name back in the 50s, and it's obviously weaponized frequency, and it obviously affects us in a certain way. And the people that are aware of it, I think that the you being aware of it gives you power over it as well. If you're not aware of it and you don't know what's behind it, then it can affect you. But when you become aware of it, you can also beat it, even though it's right in front of your face. And you're getting.
I think what happens is once you're aware of it, your body naturally makes the adjustments that it needs
to block
it, to counter it. Yeah, to say, oh right, okay, I'll keep.
Oh yeah, probably automatically because the brain is so amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, Richard, go ahead.
No, go on, carry on.
No, I was just going to quickly say it's the phones just make people procrastinate, and they make
also like what is everyone looking for on this phone? Are we looking for the answers externally or internally? Are we doing the opposite of what we should be doing?
I wish.
I mean, obviously, there's knowledge that we can learn. There's stuff that we could share. There's whatever, but
I know. I've been aware of the phone thing for ages, but for a couple of years, it was the only way I had to produce videos, to link to YouTube, to do anything like that. So I'm like, yeah, but what? I'm not just sat here playing games and looking at crap. I'm doing
not either.
something. I'm trying to use
porn. I don't do any of that.
But as soon as I know, like my sister has.
Sorry, hang on a second, Callum,
that's
Callum,
basically her computer.
Callum,
She doesn't.
Hang on
a sec, mate. As soon as I got my computer, I said, when I've got my computer, I'm going to put my fucking phone down, because the only thing that I really use use the phone for is to do this. Now I've got my computer. Now I'm sat on my computer all day. I'm not sat with a phone. I'm sat with a bloody computer all day. But at least I can turn the blue light off.
Yeah, that's different, Richie. Yeah, I mean, at least you're not walking through the doorway or an opening to a supermarket, getting in people's way, or looking at your phone, going, all right, well, I'm now going to upload this or create this content. You're probably doing it in the privacy of your own home, but.
I have done it. I have been into a wall because I missed the doorway because I wasn't paying attention. I was trying.
Are you one of those people on YouTube falling down a flight of stairs?
No, but I will walk into a lamppost.
Because I can tell you when you said you're walking around, you probably like to walk fast. I walk fast as well, but Callum would as well, right? And probably Dave does as well.
We walk normal, dude. We walk normal. It's just our gait is so much bigger than someone. I've
always walked
6'3". You're 6'5".
Slow.
How tall are you?
Oh, okay.
I walk fast now with the dog.
Well, wait.
He's
depends on the scenario. If I'm in a scenario like where you're saying there's blue light in the supermarket, I'm in and out of there as fast as I possibly can be. I want to be in there for not a minute longer than I need to be. It's all distractions. And most of the stuff that they sell there is poison. So I'm not really interested in being there in the first place. So I could tell in certain things, I'm just like zooming in, like
what you want.
Are you guys all night owls?
I was born under a full moon, so I'm a night owl. Like I'm a moonster.
Callum, you're talking to someone who's spent more than half their life in nightclubs, man. So yeah,
I can't say I did.
was a night owl, but
it's
now
a section of people which are night owls. a section of people that early morning have to see the sunrise or be up before the sunrise all the time. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And there's some people that balance out in the middle there. That's the spectrum of what it falls to. No one appreciates the night hours because, hey, 9 to 5, that's the normal, that's the regular. And it's like,
well,
that's for the early risers.
I've been both. I love the morning, and I love being, I love being up. I love sitting down in conversations and looking at the times. It's 3 o'clock in the freaking morning, man. But now my bedtime, I get tired now.
Nice,
and I'm ready for bed at 10 o'clock at night. I'm ready to go to bed. I don't always go to sleep. Sometimes I lay there listening to YouTube, or I lay there.
That's actually why I asked.
Yeah,
because you kind of the wind down. You're all doing this wind down, right? That you've gotten. So I know what I have to do to get to the place I need to be to sleep.
Yeah,
or whatever.
Oh, I need to put Futurama on. I need to turn YouTube off and put Futurama on, and just have that on in the background, and then I'll just go to sleep with it. I say I'm going to sleep now.
Is that the robot with the?
Do you sleep with the TV on, Richie?
Yeah.
Bender. Is that Futurama? Bender.
It is. Yeah,
Bender's. I'm back, baby.
The robot.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Bender's a genius. I love Bender. He's the best. He's the best, and I mate.
So that's TV or whatever. So do you constantly feel like you need to watch something like a visual sort of, and then you close your eyes and then it's just audio to get to sleep? That helps you get to sleep. Because for a lot of people it does. Like, they would have trouble getting to sleep if they didn't have some sort of radio or TV on, right?
Yeah, for me, it's because if I turn everything off and I have silence, it becomes deafening to me. And then the ringing.
So instead of radio or TV or whatever, you can also use white noise, brown noise, pink noise, whatever sounds delightful to you, not annoying to you, whichever version of noise. Like a fan is enough to do this. Just having the buzz of a fan, like that's enough sort of breakup, right? That helps a lot of people with that.
Fans bugs me.
If you wanted to change that, or just see the difference, have a go and see the difference.
It always bugged me when it was so hot that I had to keep the fan on all night, because there was a time when I liked to switch. Like there was a time when I liked absolute silence. I've gone through these different stages. These different, like if I'm with somebody, let's say I've got a girlfriend. If I've got a girlfriend and we go to bed together, I want the TV switched off. I don't want it on. I want the TV switched off.
It's more. This is more interesting.
Yeah, this is more interesting. But when I'm on my own,
music.
I just need it on in the background. I'm not even looking at it half the time. I'm not even looking at it. I'm just listening.
Richie, I'm the same. Yeah, I like music.
It keeps a rhythm. It keeps a rhythm, right? This is kind of like using weed, right? The rhythm it's keeping is it's because when you watch a movie, when you watch something like this, when you let go and watch the movie, you go into that, as you've said, more creative, which is alpha. You're more creative in that relaxed alpha state, right? So it's what you're missing. So when you get, instinctively that when I watch a movie, I get that state. So you put the movie on. I'm not interested in what the fuck it is or anything
what
to
the
do with it.
content
Right?
is.
I just know that it's helping me to get into that state I need to be in to do whatever else.
Yeah, what was I watching again?
That's what
exactly right. I've done it all the time, and I questioned it. I'm like, what? Why do I do this?
Yeah.
Why do I do this? And that's the answer.
Yeah.
Richie, I had the similar experience too, where I used to have to fall asleep with the television on, but I cut that out maybe 20 years ago, maybe. But I did have like a half of my life every single night. I would have the TV on when I was a kid. My mom would be like, turn the TV off. And I would be like, I'm not even watching it. I'm not looking at it. I'm not even listening to it. It just had to be on. I don't know why, but
I'm opposite now. I need the TV off.
I have to have it off. I have a television and it's not plugged in, and I've got it brand new and I've never plugged it in.
Well,
the actual plug is physically right there. Like it's
some
not
people, the
plugged in.
TV is the because some people the TV is the internet and the internet is the TV and everything as well.
Yeah.
For me,
are you wired, Richie, or is it Wi-Fi for you?
No, I'm wired.
Yeah. So, you know, if you have a filter or whatever, then I don't really see anything really. So long as you know that movie or you know that whatever you're falling to sleep, it's nothing new. It's not new information. You've already watched it.
Oh no, I can't watch.
I don't see anything wrong with it. Like in terms of setting it up.
It can't be something new. I can't go to sleep with a new film. Like I know.
Oh, you'll be distracted.
But you have to process it.
If I'm going to fall asleep, I'll well, it's like no, I want to go to sleep now. I'll put Futurama.
Because you've seen them all.
Just be aware that now you also have that choice of you could put something else on as well, because it can be a whole bunch of things, and when it's not TV per se, when there's no words being spoken, so when it's just like you'd put a background noise on it, like even a sound track, a sound effect, right? Like birds chirping, whatever you like, right? Then it allows us to use those states internally. You're not really, there's no, because there is that little distraction there when it comes to, because you are always processing. It's just how much focus you've got on that processing. So if it's not there, you're not processing it. So a lot of the times it's a good choice to go to something that's nice and just peaceful, but because that's taking you to alpha as well. It's helping you because you're sort of seeing it as a movie, especially if you've replaced a movie or whatever you normally do, right? Like I said with the drinking, you have to replace it with something you don't have to, but that's what helps immensely, right?
Yeah, it's just what you replace it with, isn't it? It's what if you're replacing it with something that's good.
Yeah, TW listens to public domain.
It can help you meditate. It can help you use those states really efficiently. Because most people, what they do is they just want to clear their mind.
My theory was though, like the reason I stopped watching the TV at night was like how much negativity and bad stuff am I absorbing and programming I'm absorbing that I don't want.
That's why I say whether you've already processed.
So when I decided to like
it's not
choose
so
what
much
I put in my
about
mouth, it also has a choice
enjoyment.
like what am I going to ingest in my ears and all my other senses as well. So I had to turn it off.
If you've processed it though, if you've taken away the emotional power of it, right, which is what I've done. Like I've gone through all of my childhood movies that I watched. I was a sci-fi fan, so I've gone through, watched them all again, and I've processed it. And then I've made the choice afterwards where I've gone, but I still really enjoy that movie for some reason.
Yeah.
And so I watch it again, but now I'm watching it with enjoyment, without any emotional attachment.
Right.
And in my mind, like I'm sort of like sci-fis and space and stuff like this. I'm like thinking dome to dome, right? Stuff like this, because I'm going, that stuff's silly. But it is what it is. It's science fiction, of course. It's fiction.
Yeah.
It's just a lot of people think that part's real and that part's
real.
I
don't know. I'm at the point. We talked about this earlier before you came in here. I feel like there's truth in everything. So even in that sci-fi, there's truth in it too. So like,
I think like I said, sci-fi. I think all they're doing is they're channeling information that exists in the.
Let's use Star Trek for example. They had a communicator, and they said, "Okay, computer," or whatever they said. They said, "Computer." They said, "Computer, what's the Siri. Whatever?" And they'll give you the answer. Now we have the version. In reality, it's Siri or the Amazon one or whoever. Those things they do exist now. Same thing. You're opening your tricorder.
He's still got.
We talked about when we were on Iron Realm.
I just did a scan.
When we were in Iron Realm Media last week, one of the topics that me and Joey talked about. With Callum, we were all on it last Friday. We talked about soon you'll be able to scan the body and see what's wrong inside the body and be able to have a frequency treatment with a cell phone type of device.
Yeah.
It's not. It's not even. It's already there. It's already there in so many ways. this is what I love about being general and looking at a whole bunch of things and stuff. Like, do you know about Hulda Clark?
Who?
Hulda Clark. Has anyone heard of Dr. Hulda Clark? She does those Zappa things.
Yeah, Hilda. She's the one that was like, she talks about parasites a lot too. She's one of the ones that I found later on. She's a big parasite removal with frequency type person.
How does she find them? What's the method that she uses to find them? Right, resonance.
Resonance, yeah.
And so she finds a resonance within the body with a sample. So she'll use a sample, get the resonance, get your body, hear it against that, and there will be a resonance if that's in your body, right? And she reads that resonance. It's a very simple way. It's frequency, right? Makes sense. Very simple, beautiful way.
Harmonic resonance. It's the harmonic resonance, isn't it? Yeah.
So in sound, this is constructive resonance, where when you get the so a speaker and another speaker either side of you, and they come to join in the middle, and it increases in volume and amplitude, right? Constructive resonance. If the space is different, if it's not harmonious, if it's not in a harmonious proportion, it becomes out of phase. And now it's called destructive resonance, where if you're in the middle here, well, it just go away if you're perfect in the middle, because those waves cancel out.
You lose the bass. That's how you
know. Right there is scalar.
Yeah.
What I'm talking about right there, that's scalar waves. That's destructive resonance.
Yeah.
But it's not destructive. Like the energy just doesn't go nowhere. You don't cancel it out and it's gone. Like poof, I made this energy disappear. Because we all know too that you don't destroy energy, you just transform it, right?
Yeah.
So that's scalar energy too. So that's like communicating on a scalar level. That's why it works in a different way than normal Hertzian. You know, where Hertzian waves diminishes from the source. So
do they hurt?
Go away, the radio signal gets weaker and weaker and weaker. But in terms of scalar, destructive resonance, which is
have a link?
Ley lines.
Do we have a link to that woman you were talking about?
Oh, you could find her, Hilda.
Read her books. You can actually get all of her books as PDFs online and stuff.
Yeah, free. You could find her on YouTube. Though. There's people that have discussed her before, and there's videos that she has done that are on YouTube that I've seen as well.
What's her name?
Like, to be honest, like I learn about all of these things, and this is a technology that she discovered and created. However, I always see it as know thyself. And so I'm just seeing a way we can use ourselves better. Like, you know, what it reveals is your own resonance. This is all natural to us. We just have to hear it again. It's there.
Yeah.
So you're just, you know, it's interesting stuff. And you can do a lot of experiments and stuff, whether you need proof for certain things. You need confirmation for certain things.
Yeah, we talked about this earlier. Like, some doctors have given me like the evidence in medical field, even though I already knew these things for 15 years, you know?
Oh, wow.
And I needed to hear that. Like, someone in my family works in the medical industry, and they don't take anything I say think anything I say has any value whatsoever at all. And everything I'm saying is just, you know, out of left field, you know?
Oh, of course not.
Richie
was asking you what her name is again, because he wants to look her up.
Hulda, Hulda Clark, Clarke, Dr. Hulda Clark.
Yeah, and you can find her on the YouTube everywhere, on all Instagram. I'm not Instagram, sorry, through any search engine or whatever.
Knowing that something is there or not, though, is limited knowledge.
The cure for all cancer,
you know,
diseases.
But it is very helpful.
Yeah, and what's interesting what she talks about. I've only heard a video about her one time, but I've already knew all this information, and it was another confirmation for me. And I've read one of her PDFs about 4 years ago, and I was like, oh, it's the same thing I said 5 years ago, you know?
Well, here we go.
Yeah, it's amazing stuff, because she also later on, she went into
Are you going to play a clip, Rich?
Imprinting water. So she'd have clone shots of water, and she'd imprint frequencies into that water through an electrical exchange. So this was on capacitor plates. So literally all you need is like a capacitor plate, like a piece of aluminium or metal tape or whatever, and put your bottle on that, right? We know we can do this with coils and stuff.
Do you have a magnetic stirrer, Cal?
No, I am the magnetic stirrer, my friend.
I know, but do you have like one that you could put like a glass of water
laboratory.
Like a laboratory style version? I have one because I use it for something else.
Yeah, because if you don't have one,
any more information.
Or with a glass rod forever.
That's a lot of books.
What's she wrote all those books?
Oh yeah, like I've told you, I've only read one PDF of this from this person, and I've only seen one short video. And like I said, like a lot of the information is stuff that I had already gone over, and it was confirmation for me, and I was just so. There's someone in chat is talking about the zapper.
Zappers, right? So this is contact. So like it's very similar to Rife and stuff like this as well, because Rife is basically the same. It works on frequencies. So there's a couple of contact methods, like holding an actual copper rod is electrical contact, and then the next method is magnetic coil. So a coil and your coil, your natural coil, and the coil as one, basically. These things you can use both ways, right? And then the next would be sort of with Rife, a lot of the miracles and stuff that happen that were documented and stuff were from hospitals and stuff, and they were using the plasma tube. So then it's plasma. So then it's a very strong, intense field. So when we're talking about frequencies and this now, again, we're talking about dose dependent, right? So like a small bit of frequency over time. So that's electromagnetic or the contact and stuff. It takes time. It takes like a small bit over time. Whereas something like the plasma tube, it's like fucking kill things, destroy things, change environments instantly, so things die, in various ways of how it works. But that's where there's sort of, you can see instant stuff for treatments and stuff as well. Not to say the other way doesn't work. The way I see it works is because your body loves it.
And then look at the body, your right hand, the left hand, positive, negative, masculine, feminine, whatever, anode, cathode, whatever you want to call it. So that's where this machine is.
It's the same technology you use to heal, like in this way, is the same technology is used to harm in the same way.
Right.
So this
it's a double-sided sword.
Yeah.
So that's only 30 kilohertz.
The way she found out, like, because her son pretty much built whatever, and it's a function generator is what it's doing. So it's a 100% sort of positive sine wave.
I forgot to mention this.
Square wave, sorry. It's a square wave.
I forgot to mention this woman to Joy before too as well.
She
to the Hulda Clark
so
interactive
she
video
came up with
that
the
you can
method of identifying this stuff, and then she realized that this at a certain frequency for 7 minutes or so got rid of everything she was looking at, like a whole bunch of things that she was looking at. Whereas before she was going through each frequency, so you'd match a frequency, so a certain whatever would have a frequency. And this is where I have a little trouble, like not everything's bad and we have to kill it. And some people come from these mind frames of everything's fucking bad, we have to kill it all, and that's not the case a lot of the time.
No, yeah, and when I
so
talk about,
you have to know what you're doing.
When
so
I talk
if you're
about parasites,
getting rid of something, do you know whether that's just coming back and what?
Right.
When I talk
when I talk about parasites with people, I refer to bacteria as well, all of it being the same thing. And there is good gut bacteria that the body does need.
Literally the only difference.
But I'm talking about the specific
parasite
parasites
and bacteria is
that
size.
just feed off of you and don't give you any benefit. And that's the ones I'm making people aware of, so they can rid themselves of those parasites.
There's reciprocal relations.
And if you start watching this woman, you're gonna take and no give. If you start watching this woman, she's gonna say the same things I say, and she's gonna show you probably more evidence and pictures and all types of other stuff that I don't even show. I'm just voicing what I've learned over the years, my personal experiences, and helping like over 100 people remove parasites from their body.
A great thing to do. Yeah, so it's a good way of identifying.
I mean, directly at least
different frequencies within the body and stuff as well. And they all end up being a lot of patterns, right? You see a lot of patterns that form. You got this, and this, and this at the same time, and like within that, that's a database, right? That's not used anywhere. She's a crackpot, blah blah blah, and none of her really good work goes to anyone users or whatever. Like for myself, it's like I've used that knowledge myself like extremely well for my own well-being and understanding of how the body works electrically, magnetically, how it works that way. It's like it's all shown right there. It's like if you can read the entire spectrum, which is what Rife did as well. The exact same thing with waves.
Yeah, I think a lot of people.
But like his supporting evidence, like that's her supporting evidence and the work she did and how she found it.
Right.
In the Rife, he built microscopes that are optical fucking microscopes.
To show the people.
To realize what we're dealing with now with this whole virus theory and stuff as well. These microscopes, electron microscopes, where they poison and put all this shit in, and you're seeing dead stuff. Like you're not seeing reality. But Rife had optical microscopes, so he was seeing living things moving around. No adding stains or anything like this. Didn't need it. It was optical. But we don't see this technology being used. And no, we need this one, which covers up a whole bunch of stuff, and we can just assume.
We need the one that gives us an opportunity to provide you with CGI.
Yeah, literally. Literally, it's at some point no one's interested, and then they slip in the fucking CGI cartoon version with some color.
Every time.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, and how's that appealing to you? Like, if you go on these DMT trips, which your body's naturally happening every night, you do see things in that same cartoony type
fractal
stuff, but that's a natural state. And you can relate to it, and that's why they make it in that form like that. That's why they created cartoons in the first place.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
Love cartoons.
I had the fractal state when I was on LSD. I've never done DMT. But
what about mushrooms? Because you definitely get heavy on mushrooms.
So Richie, you have done DMT.
You do it every day.
Every night.
Every night. Your brain's making.
I've never taken ayahuasca or smoked crystal DMT extracted from a root bark or anything like that. I've only through the natural way. But the fractal thing, it was just a hint of it. It wasn't quite as strong as what I've heard the testimonies from some people.
Right. You didn't see any aliens.
No, but for me, I saw
dinosaurs.
I saw dinosaurs, but what I saw, it was like seeing the mechanics. The mechanics behind
behind everything, like how everything's working.
Organically mechanic. It's weird. It's a beauty. You can see it's like we've copied it.
That's the machine elves, right?
Yeah, our cogs and our wheels and everything. We're expressing it in our way, but it's being done naturally. What's that? Cacao nibs.
Oh, this is for Callum. Callum knows about this one.
I got a jar, big ass jar with cacao nibs and raisins.
And I need to put these in a jar and take them out of the plastic packaging.
Magnesium and boron.
It's cacao that releases the same.
It helps you produce more melatonin as well.
It releases the same hormone, though, doesn't it, as sex? It's cacao that does that with women. Like if when they
Oh, I don't know.
Well, that's why I always
Familiar with
say
that.
this is
Probably, though.
especially good advice for women.
yeah,
And in doing that, it balances hormones. So with women, it does this more powerfully, men as well. But with women, it does this more powerfully, where it does balance out hormones.
and that's why there's the myth, like with women. Oh, if you eat chocolate's as good as sex. Eat chocolate.
Well,
if
this
you're
is
not
the
eating
correct
chocolate.
version of chocolate. Like
Yeah,
they,
exactly. It's not the
that
chocolate.
they
it's
used to
cacao.
get, and they're using that as the example though.
It's-
Now
it's the-
they're
but
saying
it's-
it's to sell a product now. You know,
It's the
Oh,
cacao. It's the cacao in the chocolate. So if it's only dark chocolate, it's only bitter dark chocolate that's really going to have that effect. So
Right.
eating a dairy milk,
well, the rest of it's
not gonna
the
be
other
quite-
chocolate's been processed and they add a bunch of stuff to it, right?
yeah, like sugar.
Right. And that's cane sugar, which is a processed sugar that's been cooked like cocaine, you know, like crack. I mean,
Well, you can't get any darker than the nibs, I guess. You know, you're not
Yeah.
adding anything.
you're not adding anything. That's the difference. Here's mine.
And these are really good organic raisins as well, muscat raisins. But together, it's like, because that's your sugar, basically, is the raisins with.
I'm
you
just
know,
putting this one. I'm just putting this one under my tongue to absorb it that way. That's
But
a
it
good
doesn't
way to
taste like
absorb it. Like this.
chocolate. It doesn't taste like chocolate.
God,
Well, it
YouTube's
depends.
good. I'm hearing about things I've never heard about before.
I've had cacao chocolate bars that are like made with hemp and other stuff like that, and it was delicious, so good.
Oh, yum.
It was.
I
Crunchy.
make my own.
It was crunchy and all types of stuff. It had no sugar, like not bad sugar added.
Wow.
Well,
Good
yeah,
God.
but
That's what's missing.
I
Right.
eat
When
that
they're
also raw.
processing the cacao, you're getting the powder.
Mm.
They separate these two things. So you got the fats
Yeah.
and the powders. So
I'm
what you
getting the
have to do is
munchies.
you put them together. That's my number one go-to snack.
Yeah, you guys are giving me the munchies now. Like just
I'm
watching
only
it.
having one under here. I have actually
Nibbling.
two though.
Yeah, one's
I
enough.
make my own chocolate out of this. So this, and honey.
Oh,
and that's
wow,
it.
yum.
Wow.
Ooh.
That's it. So
Okay.
in equal parts. That's how beautiful it is. So 1 part butter, cacao butter, the fat.
Well,
1
you're
part
returning
powder.
it also back to its natural state by combining the two, right?
That's all I'm doing.
Yep.
And then the better the honey, like a raw, good, beautiful, local honey, the better the honey, you know, or the different flavors of the honey is what changes that. But that ratio, you know, dry, because I do mixes, so I put the raisins in there and pour in. So that's kind of like my rum and raisin, because I always love rum and raisin. And then the other one I liked is cherry ripe. So I get cherries, which are high in melatonin, and
Yeah.
cover them with
Cacao.
desiccated coconut and
Oh,
pour
cool.
them into molds with my chocolate as well. And it sets hard, beautiful, because it's the raw
Take the
cacao
stones
butter.
out first. You take the stones out first, though, yeah. You don't keep the cherries in.
See?
You don't get the cherry pips
Yeah.
in. Break your tooth while you're eating your chocolate.
I'm always careful with
The
cherries.
interesting thing about
because
seeds,
of-
though, is seeds have all the enzymes. So a lot of times, like when we eat an avocado, the best part of the avocado is the
It's the
seed.
seed. Yeah.
Usually
so-
processing though, like seed oil and stuff like this, because you're like, unless you're doing something to take it, because there's a lot
Yeah,
of
you're not
protection
eating it.
involved
Most of them
in
you're
the
not eating
seed.
raw.
So a lot of them will have poisons involved, like castor oil.
Well, but you'd be
Like
interesting
a
though. Some
poison.
of the seeds,
Like if the little thing, if it wasn't changed, we wouldn't be able to use castor oil.
well, here's the interesting about some of these seeds, though, Callum, is they have cyanide in them, but that cyanide is not bad for you. It's bad for parasites and other things in your body.
Yeah, but it's also usually in a state where it isn't bad for you, where you just pass it. Same as like tomato seeds, right? Tomato seeds are toxic to a degree as well.
Apple
But
seeds.
you're not really like, look, they go straight through you. They go straight outside of you, right? There's like poof for a reason, and for a reason, because they're going back into the ground and growing into a fucking tree and everything as well. It's beautiful.
They stay whole.
You know, you are also getting a frequency like that. That's a frequency coming to match your frequency and leaving. You don't have to eat it. You know, that's the other thing. But going through your body, that's a whole digestion process that's happening. That's part of everything you eat and stuff as well, right?
Yeah.
You know, following that process, which is why I really recommend like
Jolly Man states cacao.
Like that. Always, observing and processing these things at a better rate, because a lot of things take a lot of time to process through, and you get to know what takes long and what, because most people don't know anything, they're just throwing it in, so they've got 50 things digesting at once for a good week or so, but they keep adding and keep adding. So that's why you don't get a lot of the nutrients and stuff as well. It's just like, wow, too much processing, man. I don't have the energy for, and people don't have the energy, right? They're like,
that's why some people are successful eating the same foods their whole life.
And a lot, like just a lot, that whole thing about eating the same foods, like we know now too that it's different now than what it was. Like it's not the same quality now.
Of course not.
And this is why I do intermittent fasting as well, because I've trained my body that less is more, and I will give you quality, which makes everything really cheap, by the way. Like, when you're having one thing of quality and you've gone out and you found it and this sort of stuff too, and you've fasted or whatever, like I know, like coming out of a fast in a day, I know when I'm coming out of the fast by what I'm actually stimulating myself to come out of the fast. But that's the point where your body's just going to absorb everything from it. It's been starved a bit more.
Yeah.
So that's when I give it the best of the best of the, like,
that's
this
why the breaking the fast, the breaking your fast, even in the morning, eating a breakfast is very important for you to get a meal that you're going to physically absorb easily and digest easily, because your body is doing the most cleansing during that time period. Jolly Man says that cacao prevents blood clots. Good for juiced up people.
Nice one, Jolly.
Cayman pepper.
Well, it's part of that relaxation, isn't it? Like, it's magnesium, but it's also thinning the blood and stuff as well.
Cayman pepper. Apparently
makes you feel warm because your blood's getting to the extremities.
I meant cayenne. I said Cayman, but
I heard cayenne though. Yeah. No, even if you said it different, I heard you say cayenne, and I heard it low too, and I was like, cayenne.
Cayenne pepper.
For us, that's cayenne.
Okay.
Oh, thank you.
Cayenne pepper.
Cayenne. Yep. Okay. Yep. Well, I heard eggs. Eggs is supposed to. I heard eggs is helping a lot of the poor people that lined up like sheep and took their dose. Apparently, eggs has helped in reducing the spike proteins in the blood. So
same as intermittent fasting, by the way.
Yeah. So apparently, the people that are the people who are ruling the world, they're like, oh, we can't have that. So let's destroy all the eggs. Let's actually poison the feed that people feed the chickens with, so they don't lay eggs.
I think it's also true to destroy the food sources for some of these people that are dependent on that stuff.
Yeah,
because a lot of people get a free meal out of it because they have a
all your dependencies are being tested.
To go to the store or whatever. I'm not saying you should eat eggs though. I'm not going to condone any of that. But anyways,
all your dependencies, whatever your dependencies are, if they're based in the system in any way, they're being tested as well. Have you already tested all your own dependencies?
And everything that you get at the supermarket,
you guys have done a lot, right?
Everything you get at the supermarket too, it's been transported. It's been, the temperatures have changed. It's been radiated. All types of things have happened before it got put on that shelf, and then it got activated. The barcode got activated multiple times.
Unburnt pollution just everywhere it goes. Just like what does Max say? Like truckatarians. Like everything's from a truck.
Right,
like,
right.
That's right.
You have a truck diet. You're a trucker.
But I'm always amazed, like what's growing. Like I think for me too. I've always said I live in a desert, but when I look at what grows around here and how it matches to what people need,
brother.
Yeah.
Like purslane just grows like when it's needed to. Like purslane is like melatonin and relaxing, and it's just very high in nutrients all over. But that just grows like madhouse, and that's like I look at it too, and I go, that's what everyone needs. Like that's what's growing right in front of you as well. It's just eyes open, everything's in front of you in front of your feet, literally.
Hey, Callum. Sorry.
I just want to say real quick. Someone said in the chat they're always coming for your eggs. Usually, your eggs are the best part of you that you have to create a new version of you, right? If you're a female,
it's the seed, isn't it?
It's the seed.
Both.
So it's just like the seed. It's just like the semen.
Chicken
it's
or the
all
egg.
of your best minerals in the semen to create the best version of you. So you got to be careful.
There's energy and
your
matter.
Inheritance.
Energy and matter. You know, which side of the equation is Mother Earth? Which side of the equation is energy, matter, physicality? Which side of the equation is energy, experience, you know, frequency, you know, patterning, template, this sort of stuff as well.
I think one of the issues is that because of narratives and perception, there is a negative perception put on the word negative.
Yes. Like I think about it, like one half of people, like it's just has that negative connotation.
It's like negative is bad, and positive is good, but actually they're just.
Balance is in the middle. Everything's always balanced.
They're the different poles. Yeah, exactly. The different poles, positive and negative.
There's the left. There's the red shift, blue shift, right brain, left brain, whatever, always happening. And when you see it, you realize neither side are correct. There's always the truth is always in the middle. It's always the balance in the middle. And it's not like both sides are lying. It's that's their truth. They're right brainers. They're left brainers. You know. It just happens like that.
That's what's always there too, right? It's always there. It's just where do I choose to put my focus? Because if I put my focus here, it means you're not putting your focus there.
Right. And that's part of why a lot of these
in the
communities
middle
are distractions, because they have you looking both directions instead of what's right in front of you.
Yeah.
And mostly, you know, to keep that confusion state, that confusion.
Right. Who's right? Who's got the right information?
You're running.
He said this and he said that. So is he, you know, like this guy's on TV? Is he more official than this guy that's on YouTube? I mean, you know, what is his credentials? Does he have these letters behind his name? Does he have these? Does he have one of these pieces of paper that says that he is the better person to discuss this subject?
And it's funny how our perceptions have all changed. So the more letters somebody has after their name, and if they're, you know, let's say we've got a news producer on a mainstream media network, and they've got a PhD, and it's like, well, you are the system. You're Agent Smith. You're fully indoctrinated. You're absolutely absorbed.
Well, you went to like 15 years studying just to be. You had to study for 15 years to get to that point. Like, so the indoctrination is half of your life usually.
And what is that? Studying over 15 years is basically you absorbing the information that they're telling you and repeating it back to them at the right point.
Well, their information, because there's other information out there besides that comes from that curriculum. You can find other pathways. Like even in nutrition, I studied nutrition like 15 years, and I've took it down all different avenues of it. You know what I'm saying? I know certain people they have different aspects of nutrition that they think are more appropriate than another person's view of it. So I had to look at everyone's point of view to then make my own conclusion out of all of it, you know?
Yeah.
I had to listen to the doctors. I had to listen to the lecturers and the people with the PhDs and all those titles as well. I mean, I do all the time. I mean, I want to know all the angles, all the perspectives. That's the best way to form a educated.
That's it. Yeah, and the TV is not the place to get the best source of information.
Well, I mean, all the answers are within. If you're looking for the answers, ask yourself. Look within.
Unless you're using your TV to watch the Magic Treehouse on YouTube.
Yeah, like Angela's doing.
The best source. No, we're definitely not the best source of information. It's like you say. It's like we were saying yesterday. The more perspective you can gain on something, the more the different, like the more different perspectives you can look at something from.
Well, you could form after you have all those perspectives. You could form your own perspective.
But the more accurate your perception of whatever it is going to be, isn't it? It's like if you've got a light, right? If you've got something in the middle, and you've got a light that goes round, and it's flying round, but it only or no, the lights are still right. You got a light, you got a statue in the middle. It's pitch black, and you have just this one little light, the spotlight, and it just highlights one little bit of that statue. So you don't really know what it is. You don't know what it. You can't really see what it is that it's highlighting. You can just, all you can see is that little round spot where the light is. But the more of those spotlights you have, looking from all different angles, shining on, eventually you light up that statue, and you can see it's a statue.
That's right.
But at different points where there's, at different stages of however illuminated that statue is, it could look like different things.
Yeah.
It's all about gaining as much perspective as you can, I think, on anything.
That's been the beauty of the internet and YouTube. You don't. I mean, before I started jumping on YouTube and finding out all these channels and everything, and before that, you're just watching what the TV is feeding you. Just basically, there's a whole lot of bullshit.
Think of how many people you hear on YouTube regurgitating what the television is saying.
Oh God.
Well, yeah, you've got to read between the lines, don't you?
And then you have both sides that you hear on TV. You have the red shift, blue shift. You have the Fox and the whoever, and then you have the people. They attach themselves to one of those sides, and they regurgitate that, and then they argue with the people from the other side. And I just find it like, I don't watch TV. I don't want to hear it from them in the first place. I don't come on here to hear it from you either, though.
Yeah.
You find the people that have been deplatformed from YouTube, and then you find them another, Rumble, Odyssey, BitChute, or whatever have you. These are the people that had over, 250,000 subscribers on YouTube, but they've been deplatformed due to apparently, violating health policy, bullshit. And then once you go to these other platforms and you hear them speak, and then you hear all these other people and it's like, oh my God, like you're seeing the other side of the coin, so to speak, where before you knew it, one coin was just heads and heads or tails and tails. So it's you realize how much of a fucking vicious circle we've been living in. It's
right.
But you realize that the coin's not actually a flat disc shaped coin; it's a fucking dodecahedron, and it's
Right.
Yeah, well said. Exactly right. Yeah, because we're living in a real fucking vicious circle. It's it's sad.
You could be living in it, but you also could choose to live in your own circle and complete your own balance.
Absolutely, yeah. But I tell you what, you've got to be careful. It's it opens your eyes how you see how things work and operate now. Like an example of vicious circle is cars, roads, doctors, the way everything goes. It's they won't improve road safety, because if they improve road safety, more people are going to stay alive. If they improve road safety, then the paramedics aren't going to have a job. The doctors in the hospitals aren't going to have a job. The coroners aren't going to have a job. The people who run the morgues aren't going to have a job. The people who put your body in a grave aren't going to have a job. Funeral parlors. It's this massive fucking vicious circle. And when you take a step back and look at it all, you think, holy fucking shit. Like, why don't they improve the safety of cars? Why don't they improve the infrastructure of roads? Why? It's it starts to blow your mind after a while. You're thinking, oh my God, it's a vicious fucking circle. It's pretty crazy.
Well, I mean, it depends. Like for me, I would rather escape all this, and I would give all this up. Most people were not willing. I would give all the devices up, all the technology, everything, and go live the way I want to live and be happy and never look back.
I'd do that. I'd want to do that. But I know I'm not sociable at the moment, but I would like to be sociable with, if we all lived in the same area, I'd be sociable, man.
Oh yeah, if you were my neighbor, we'd be having this conversation in person.
And if we could create, if we could create a community, a community where we don't have phones.
When you go out and there's people.
If we could have a community where we don't have phones and computers, and maybe there's one computer that's connected, There's one computer that's connected to the internet, so that there's, you know, there is a connection to the outside world, but pretty much everybody's just, you know, living. I like the Amish. I'm a bit fascinated by the Amish.
I do remember a time like that when I used to travel, Richie, where you used to have to go find a computer to communicate with the people abroad.
I remember that. When I was in Greece, dude. When I was in Greece in 1999, right, there was email. That's all there was email.
Yeah.
So you send an email, and then you go about your day, and you come back a few hours later, or you come back the next day. You go to the internet cafe. It'd have to be an internet cafe, and you pay for your hour or whatever, and you go and check your emails, and it'd be like, oh shit, they haven't emailed back. I mean, that means I'm gonna have to come back later. And it was a bloody nightmare, man.
It was the same. Yep, I remember specifically. 1999 was a good year, but yeah, I was in North Queensland year 2000. It was exactly that. It was an email. I had to go to an internet cafe. You know, hopefully there was a spare seat. Pay your money. Here's your number, and it was slow, but it worked.
Now look at us, man. We're so advanced.
Well, I mean, are we feeding the beast by having this conversation, attracting people to the blue screen, to like looking for their information on the internet? Are we feeding the beast by doing all these things? Are we being counterproductive?
We're doing both. We're feeding the beast and we're planting seeds.
I agree.
Yeah.
Well,
there's a balance. Yes, I agree.
There's a balance. Yeah.
No. Like feeding the beast in terms of, you know, if you believe them to be sucking energy and stuff like that, well, are you giving energy? Because the energy to a computer or whatever, but that's not what's happening there.
If that's the case, it will.
I am giving my energy, like right now, to you guys, and you guys are giving it to
exactly.
me. Like that's what I'm doing right now. I'm not feeding any beast.
No, we're feeding.
I have no
going on here, right?
Look, whether we like it or not.
If you have to come to YouTube to make this connection with me because you can't telepathically communicate.
But because we are aware too, there's an awareness here. There's awareness here that's what's going on. And that's why we're not doing it. That's why we're not feeding a beast. Like ignorance and delusion is what, you know, but it is all about like creating, like, because they don't create or whatever, of course. It's taking that creation and that energy. So if nothing's charged, if you don't have charged any energy, no discharge or whatever, right? You're not feeding anything as well.
Look, I think at the end of the day, when you really look at it, we're feeding the beast every day. The whole world is one big fucking holding company. You're feeding the beast by going to a shop, swiping your card, using
every aspect of living in society. I'm willing to divorce.
You're feeding the beast every day.
All that. I'm willing to divorce all that.
Dave, me too. Me too, amigo.
Like, when I think about it, like at a certain point, like what am I really doing every single day? Like just contributing to the society that I don't want to be part of?
Yeah.
No.
If you look at it that way, that's and you know, like what part of society are you contributing to? Are you contributing to the world that doesn't, or you know? So then there's, you know, it doesn't even have to involve society. So society's part of that, you know.
Right.
No, I know what Dave's getting at.
I won't be contributing to that, but I'll be contributing to this, which is, you know, like in terms of contributing.
I know how you see it, Dave. You've basically been able to step outside the cube. You've stepped outside and you're looking from the outside in.
Well, my birth chart says my birth chart says that I could see from an outside perspective, even from myself or anyone else.
Yeah,
I could see it from that outside perspective, like an out of body type perspective. So that's interesting that you say it that way.
There's two steps.
You've seen the fakeness and the corruption behind everything. And I think that's what makes part of life become quite stagnant and it can make you a bit lethargic.
There's two steps to all of this, you know, there's separation, but then there's connection. Like
absolutely.
Learning to separate from, like, we've all separated really from a group consciousness that we can all tell. We can all
family,
see and go,
friends,
that's not me.
Clearly.
You know, that's not me. That's not got anything a part of me. So that's where I'm saying too that you're not giving any energy. You've separated from. But what I'm also saying here is that the second step there is, but you still, you have to find a connection to, if you're stuck in that space of separation, that's depression, loneliness, all of these things. There is a connection. Like, it's not that I'm losing, because for most people, that's why they stay there too. That's their entire world, and when you lose that, depending how you go through this, whether or not you go, fuck, now what? What's got my back?
Yeah, look, I don't have time for depression or loneliness anymore. I said this to Richie the first night I met him and actually sat in on his live stream. And I basically said, especially in regards with what's happened in the last 3 years, it's amazing you can meet people online and have something in common with. I've managed to talk to Richie about things that I haven't been able to speak to some close friends about. Like, we've been split right down the middle. Family, friends, you can't. Sometimes I feel like I'm from another fucking planet when you want to talk to people.
Maybe one of them here for a moment, for a fleeting moment here and there, they speak truth or see what you mean. But most of the time, no. I understand that.
They look at you like you got a tinfoil hat.
The people that know you the best think the worst of you. That's the craziest part. And the people that don't know you at all, that are not from your neighborhood, that are from the other part of the world, that is other type of people, they see you in a whole different light. Like, look, today someone wrote a comment that they saw me on another channel and how I helped them get to a stage to start detoxing or whatever the comment was about earlier. Nice. And it's just someone I don't know. I don't know that person, you know what I mean? Some random person from another part of the world. I think that's so interesting. But the people in my own family, I see them suffering and going through dis-ease. And I'm like, you could totally change this by this one simple process, and they wouldn't even consider it no matter what.
Yeah.
They would do anything but what I said.
Yeah, look, my own mother wouldn't listen to me when this whole fucking bullshit started. I said to her, don't get it. I said, don't get it. And she was scared. She had the fear mongering from her fucking TV, the mainstream media. The fear mongering hit her hard, and so what did she do? She went out and she got a double, you know what? Not long after that, she had a double decker. Yeah, she had a double decker. Then she got vertigo. She fell over and she fractured the fucking base of her spine. Right. Well, now, and ever since then, and then basically I had to pick her up, carry her to bed, call the paramedics. She was in hospital for 2 fucking weeks, and she was in denial. And I said to her, don't take what they are mandating a fucking third. I said, don't you dare. And she finally listened to me, but it took her as David said, double decker, a bout of vertigo, a fractured fucking spine to listen to her own son. And I said to her, I wasn't angry with her, but I said to her, you believed some fake ass fucking politician and some mainstream media staring down the barrel of a camera, lying his fucking ass off, telling you to get a medical intervention which has not been trialed on human fucking beings. I said, for fuck's sake, Mum. I said, wake up. I said, I'm sorry. And she listened. So sorry, I shouldn't really be talking about this on your stream, Richie.
No, because we haven't given any specifics. So you're all right. You're all right.
Yeah. You haven't said any real name. That's why I said double decker, because I want to make it a name that they don't
double decker. I love that. You know.
So my mum's the same. That my mum was a freaking nurse. She was a nurse. She worked in a bloody hospital, but now she's like, well, I had to have it, didn't I? Because I've got type 2 diabetes.
Oh no.
Yeah, and I've had people in my own family that just got done having treatments for cancer, and were like, oh, they have to have that because their immune system is weak.
No. Yeah.
And which wasn't true.
Now they're saying
because they got a non-invasive type of treatment with a laser. Yeah. So at the end of the day, it was just it didn't make any sense. But that's what was being told to them by someone that they took that they had to have trust in. You know.
Yeah. Well, now they're saying if you don't take it, you're going to get diabetes now.
Well, I've heard that. I mean, I don't even know. I don't look at any of that stuff. I've never looked at any of that stuff. I've always been against it. I've always been against even talking about it because I knew from the very beginning that it was incorrect. Because I studied nutrition for 15 years. I have medical school. I went to medical school for a minute. You know what I mean? So I'm not just saying fucking shit on my ass. You know what I mean? I knew a long time ago how the body works and how it didn't work. And so when they try to peddle all that stuff on me, I would just start laughing at everyone. Are you joking? You believe that? Like, for real? And then I saw how serious people were about it, how upset it made people. And I just, at that point, I was like, all right, fine. If that's how it is, I just will stop communicating with those people because they just will not be able to understand no matter how I try to force my view on them, no matter what. The only thing I could do is lead by example and continue doing the things that I do and show people how I'm thriving. Like, look, I'm skateboarding, I'm riding a bike, I'm jumping off cliffs, I'm base jumping, I'm doing all these things.
Yeah.
And what are you doing? You know what I mean? You're at home lethargic, doing this and that, you know, but obviously I'm thriving. I'm just proving
a conversation.
I'm just proving it without even having a conversation. I'm just being me. I feel it inside, and I'm either putting that signal out for you,
unexpectedly
it, or you're not.
Dead. What are you doing?
Yeah.
Sad. Sudden adult death syndrome. Yeah.
I mean, like, exercise is a big part of healing this vessel, and you know.
Oh, tell me about it. Yeah.
And I know that's a crucial part of all of this, even detoxing and clearing your lymphatic system out and all those things. Exercise is very key. Like making your body sweat every day is very.
It feels good, man.
Since I quit smoking 5 months ago, I'm like religiously. I hit the gym 5 days a week, and I'm addicted to it. I'm getting back to where I was 3.5 years ago. And it's the best thing. Like I feel fantastic. You know, I'm nearly 50 fucking years old, but you know, I feel like I'm 30 fucking 5. So you know, it's exercise is fantastic.
One of the things I've noticed though, dude, is that people, like pretty much everybody that I've met really on this journey, does not look or sound their age. That we all actually seem a lot younger than we are, or we look younger than we are, or we certainly don't feel.
Well, age is just a measurement of time, or time, and what's that, a work calendar, right?
I mean, honestly, I think as we become more aware, we actually, rather than aging, our bodies go back.
Well, aging is a disease as well.
Yeah,
well, that's another out. Like I see people wanting all these fucking outs. Like, I want to get the fuck out of this place. And if that is your mentality, if that is your mindset, your ego, your body will do that in every way, shape, or form. And one of those ways is getting old, getting sick, getting old, and leaving that way. So that's where a lot of people head. So a lot of the age is just a result from their perspective.
Yeah, exactly right. I've worked. I remember my last job. I was working with guys that were 10 to 15 years younger than me, and I mean, I'm not blowing my own trumpet, but I ran rings of fire around them.
I have more. I have
currently slow.
More energy than younger kids.
Yeah.
When I go out and do activities like skateboarding, I laugh at them all the time. I'm like, you guys are so lazy. Like,
it's because they're eating McDonald's.
And I'm going to work all night, and after I work all
they're
night,
eating McDonald's, dude.
You know?
Then they're not actually getting any benefit from the food that they're consuming. They're on sugar highs. They're on energy drinks. So their bodies are constantly
drained.
It's a shock to the system, and you have to digest.
Anyone that comes in contact with me, though, Richie, even when they're on those bad diets, they're gonna get an earful about it, regardless, all day, about the sugar first and foremost. You know what I'm saying? Like, the sugar is not helping you.
Think about how they talk to themselves about it. Like, not only do they hear about it from everyone, they're hearing about it from themselves in their own mind too.
Yeah.
Where it's giving up to, oh, fuck it, I'll just get takeaway, or fuck it, I'll just get take. Like, think about the mentality, that mindset. How does that play out in this world? how does that play out? You know, like talking about it's not necessarily lazy and stuff as well. It's a lack of energy, which I see universal. So I see this lack of energy around me, where
a lack
like,
of being able to tap into the energy that's
basic
infinite, Callum.
Sorry.
A lack of ability to tap into the infinite energy that exists within you.
It's a self-limitation that's happening.
Right.
It's not so
put a mental barrier on
the
that
energy,
right?
Say you don't have access to the energy.
They've capped it, said you can't get more energy than this, you know?
Yeah, but also like in terms of, so that playing out on the physical is actually physical detoxing and processing shit, like that's taking the energy to do that. You know, so and like sleeping is actually work, you know, sleeping needs energy. Like you're using the same amount of energy when you're sleeping.
Most people are digesting while they're sleeping because they eat so late at night as well.
Well, and we all know babies, that's when babies grow. That's when young people grow, is when you're sleeping. That's when you heal.
Plants grow in the dark.
That's
they don't
when
grow
you
in the daytime.
Everything.
They grow when they're sleeping.
Yeah,
because your body doesn't, you don't have a consciousness focusing on anything and taking the energy away. But when you're asleep, your consciousness goes somewhere else so that your body can take care of itself.
Yeah,
your
totally.
body can fix itself.
Literally, totally. Like you leave your body at 4 hertz. See you later. Your body is now in a paralysis. That's paralysis. You don't have access to it. If you came back to your body, it would take a while to go
to restart.
Yeah, mate, I can't move. Shit, I'm frozen, and people freak out in this moment.
Sleep paralysis. Yeah.
And you got to reboot.
Night terrors and all
you're
of
coming back like it's not expected. You know, usually there's a process of coming back where, you know, by the time you're aware, you're back. You're like, you're sweet. I can move my hand. We're sweet. Everything's cool. Everything's copacetic.
It's
Angela,
but you literally have to get the fuck out of Dodge.
I want to make a comment to Angela, baby Carson in the chat. I'm glad that I've encouraged you to have a voice. That is my intention. That is my intention, is to help people remember these things and help people remember how to heal themselves and help people realize that you don't have to follow the crowds and do what everyone else is doing. You could think for yourself and figure these things out on your own. Yeah. But I appreciate you saying that very much. Well, I don't know, for lack of a better word. I'm not sure.
Shout out Renstar as well. Welcome, Renstar. Where have you been? You're only 6. What the first stream was like 2 hours, 2.5 hours.
Now we're 4 hours.
Now we're 4 hours, so 6.5 hours. And I haven't even got the guitar out yet.
You need a tardy slip.
I need another bloody coffee is what I need. And I could really do. I'm getting really bored. It's just, I wish I could buy some weed.
Do you grow it where you are, Richie?
I mean, I'm allowed to grow it, except I'm not here because there's no garden. So where I was living.
What about like guerrilla style growing, like where you go out to an area where there's just like nature and you just plant some seeds there and just bring it water every few days?
If I still have my car,
dig a dam.
If I still have my car, I could drive around and find some.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm always suggesting
people have done that.
Experience.
People have done that here, but I can't. Yeah, no transport.
For me, I like when like everyone says like, oh, it's highly illegal here, or this is the scenario, or this or that. I've always heard those mental barriers and just got around them and just found other ways to do it. And I get what you're saying. You don't have a car, it definitely makes it harder.
But it's legal.
To transport water.
It's legal to grow it. It's legal to grow it.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, you're allowed 3 plants.
Oh, wow. No, but I'm just saying, like, on public land, would they eradicate it or would they just leave it?
They'd just leave it if there was just 1 or 2 plants, I think.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like, I went to areas and just grew one big, massive plant and got a nice yield from it that lasted for a winter time, you know?
But then, having said that, hydro. I mean,
would you go indoors?
Again, I'd need a lamp. I'd need a lamp for that. That would take investment to get all the, a tent and a lamp, because I'd need to put it in a tent in here. There's no, So yeah, it's just not practical. I used to live in a really nice apartment, well, sort of studio flat.
Richard used to be a cropper. He used to work in grows.
Oh, that was in Portugal. Yeah, in Portugal, I was looking after grow houses, but I had two patios. I had the one outside that sort of you walked straight out onto that patio, and then the stairs went up onto the roof, and the whole roof got sun all day long, all day fucking long. It was the perfect place to grow.
Beautiful.
And I bloody got kicked out. He chucked me out at the beginning of the lockdowns. Got drunk and had an argument, and he threw me out. And I've
what was the argument about? Was it about what was going on?
No, the argument was a long, a really sort of. It had been going on for as long as I've been here, as long as he's known me, and as long as I've been saying the Earth is not a globe. He's got a major issue with the fact that I say that space is fake, we're liars, and we've never landed on the moon, and the Earth isn't a globe.
You fucked this whole day up.
But the situation early 2020, he started drinking heavily. Then his wife's mother died. She went back to the UK, so she wasn't here. She didn't, the stress of knowing if she was going to be able to come back or not, and all of this crap. He just started drinking heavily, and he invited me down for lunch, Sunday lunch, one Sunday, and it was him with all his mates, and he just started laying into me. As soon as I got in and sat down at the table, he was drunk. He was drinking red wine, and he started laying into me, basically just insulting me and trying to humiliate me and just make fun of me in front of his friends. And I endured it through the meal. And then at the end of the meal, I just put my knife and fork together, pushed my plate forward and said, "You're a cunt," and walked out and left. And that was it. That was it. I went and got my bag, went down to left Alfie in the flat, and I went to the weed cafe. And I got a phone call about 2 hours later, basically saying, "Don't bother coming back. If you come back here, I'll call the Guardia Civil, and I've been here for 30 years and can speak fluent Spanish. How about you?" Which was basically, look, I've been here for 30. I knew the score. He's been here 30 years. He's friends with the fucking Guardia Civil. He speaks Spanish. I'm not, legally, it was illegal for him to do what he was doing, but all he had to do was just spin a load of bullshit to the, I didn't say, I said, "What about Alfie?" And he said, "You can come back on Monday, collect Alfie and your stuff."
Wow.
So I went on the Monday, I went and picked up all the stuff I could fit in my car and my dog. And I basically went and I was on the streets for a couple of months, with Alfie, but my equipment, I managed to get a room, and I ended up all of my musical equipment, my PA, mixing desk, microphone stands, leads, and all that, all got stolen.
Oh, after you got evicted, you're saying?
After I got evicted, so because I had nowhere to, I couldn't store it all in my fucking car all the time. As soon as I got a room to move into, I put it all in the cupboard, and then I was going to move into that room, but then literally like 7 days later, the guy said, "Yeah, we've got to be out in 2 days." And I'm like, "What are you talking about? We've got to be out in 2 days." I thought this, I was going to pay half the rent and everything. No, we got to be out in 2 days. So we got kicked out of that place. And then the whole kerfuffle of it, I forgot that I'd left all the stuff in that cupboard.
Oh no!
And I'd left my laptop in there as well.
Oh,
right. And then it was like about an hour later, after we'd left, I was suddenly realized, oh shit, my laptop. And I phoned him up, and he said, "No, there's no laptop here." I said, "Yeah, there fucking is, mate.
Yeah,
there is a laptop there. I'll be round there with the police in a second, so I'll see you soon." Well, hang on a minute. Hang on. Where did you say it was? It's in the cupboard. And I wasn't thinking about all the other stuff that's in the cupboard. I'm just thinking about my laptop.
Yeah,
that was the most important thing at that time. So he comes, I go around there. He gives me my laptop. I said, "Yeah, thank you, man. I'm so grateful." I ignored the fact that he'd removed all the stickers from it, so
Yeah.
he was obviously going to sell it.
Yeah,
right.
I just ignored that. I was just grateful to have it back. And then about 2 weeks later,
You remembered.
I was like, "Oh shit, where's my speakers? Where's my fuck? Oh fuck!" And I knew.
And you phoned again?
No point. No, there was no point.
Oh.
He knew.
Oh yeah,
that all
but
that stuff was in that fucking cupboard.
Yeah, he just chose to give you just a laptop.
He just chose to give me what I asked for. So he's thinking, "Oh, he's forgotten about all the other stuff."
Got over on you.
What an asshole!
So
the world's full of them.
Good thing it's in the past, and we're in the present now.
Yeah, exactly. That was then. This is now.
Sorry to hear that, Richie.
Dude, all these things are sent to try us. It's all, everything is sent to try us. It's like, oh, you think you've got yourself together? Let's see. What happens if I trip you up now? Are you going to scream and shout and go crazy and fucking
that happened in my garden earlier?
Do what you always do? Are you going to do what you normally do? Are you going to do what you normally do when this happens, Rich? Or are you gonna just like get on with it?
That happened in my garden earlier with a problem with humidity because it's been raining out here and the rain had stopped and then it just like started overnight randomly again for another week and I didn't know what was going on because I was sleeping throughout the day and I woke up and I had a humidity issue and that caused another issue, like a real amateur gardener mistake, and I just was like, oh shit. And then I go, oh, I could fix this. And I just took a deep breath and just fixed everything that I could do. And now everything's fine.
Yeah. Humidity's a funny thing.
Humidity is a bitch, man. I mean, it's good.
Yeah.
It's good for plants and stuff. It's not so good for us.
It's just one of those things. Like I could have easily corrected it the night before because I was already thinking about it also. And I could have corrected it and I was going to change a water pattern already based upon all the excess humidity from the rain out in the outside of the house, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I had a friend tell me something about humidity a while ago, when he had it set up. And I learned something about it I never knew before, like during the, the flowering phase, he would drop the humidity every 2 weeks. And I was just like, oh, wow, yeah, he dropped it from, 60, 65, whatever it was, and then 50, 40, and then he dropped it down, I think, 30 or something like that. And I was just like, wow, that's really interesting. I just had no idea. And then, opened my eyes a little bit. I was like, wow.
That's going to help out. That's going to help out with the drying afterwards. Like, you're not going to long.
Yeah.
Just the spikes in the humidity, though, like, from, like, with lights being on and lights turning off, if it spikes, like, 20, 30%, either direction, you're going to have a problem.
Same with the temperature. If the temperature spikes more than 10 degrees.
I have a dehumidifier for this issue.
Yeah.
And I have other stuff that would help all the scenarios, but I just didn't have these things on because I was thinking to myself, like, this doesn't matter now. We're so early on. At the end of the week, I'll defoliate on Sunday, and then I'll do some other routines, and that will be the preventative countermeasure to all this.
Yeah.
Instead, I slept for like, I don't know. I had like a long sleep. And when I woke up, I woke up to the issue. And I was like, wait, do I get triggered here and upset? And I was just like,
you can't.
Real deep breath. And I said, this sucks, but I guess I have to work all night. I'm grateful that I have the opportunity and I have the knowledge to fix the problem. And that's all it took.
Yeah. So Portugal, Richie.
Yes, mate. Portugal for 6 years.
I heard everything's legal over there.
It's decriminalized. It's not
decriminalized.
Legal.
Yeah. So which we need everywhere worldwide.
It's more legal here than it is. Like in Portugal, you're not allowed to smoke weed. You if they find you with it, confiscate it. You're not allowed to smoke it. It's not illegal.
Go to jail for it though.
But you're not allowed it. So they'll confiscate it off you and say, "Naughty boy, piss off, don't do it again."
But you won't go to jail.
But you won't go to jail or anything like that, and you're not going to have a record on you or anything. And the thing is, I know for a fact that the local cops that were confiscating off us were having a fucking whale of a time pocketing it and going off and smoking it themselves because they didn't get bloody because they were local police. They didn't get drug tested.
Well, here, the reason they didn't want legalization is because the police here, they make forfeiture money. So like if you were a drug dealer, they could confiscate all your houses, your cars, your money, and all stuff like that. And they were not willing to give that up.
That's why they didn't want to decriminalize
That's why they didn't decriminalize it.
Yeah.
Because they're not willing to give that money up.
No.
And they still made it like you could still receive a felony if you have this excess amount versus this amount we want you to have. And the reason that they do all these things is like they say, here, you can only grow 3 plants, 6 plants, whatever the number is, doesn't matter. I'll tell you 6 plants is not enough to make RSO to treat yourself from other things that could be affecting you. And that's why they give you these numbers. That's like the biggest reason they give you those numbers. And they say like, hey, we're going to let you do it, but we're only going to let you do this many.
Yeah. Unbelievable. I heard some
and how's that going to sustain yourself, yet alone your whole family?
So here in Tenerife, it's illegal.
Oh fuck.
The weed is illegal. You're not allowed it on the streets or anything, but you are allowed to grow it at home for personal use. And because of a loophole, these weed cafes exist, where you go in and you join, and what you do, you sign over your
your rights for them to grow your 3 for
it's like they're
collective.
They're providing the weed that I would grow at home, and
that's how it was for us here.
They're not selling it to us.
You're donating.
No transactions are being made. And, we're not buying weed when we go in there. But it's nice because when I first came here and I discovered the weed cup, like for the first couple of months, I was buying it off the looky man, and you know it was nasty, horrible, wet shit.
Right.
It wasn't like you get like a gram and they charge you fucking 20 euros for a gram or something.
20 euros.
And then I found out about the weed calf, and I went and joined the weed calf. They said, you need a NIE number to say that you're a resident here, basically, and then they let you join. So as soon as I got that, I went and joined the weed calf, and I sat in there, and it was like, well, fuck Amsterdam.
Yeah.
What? I don't need to go to Amsterdam now. That's the only thing I wanted to go to Amsterdam.
That's how it was here before, but when we got that's for the medical cannabis. That's how it was. Is like you would join the medical cannabis club, and they would grow on your behalf, and you would donate to them because there's a nonprofit scenario. But when when they had legalization happen, it got rid of it kind of trumped the medical law, so where they can alter it, even though like we voted that one in, they altered it. And anyhow, the concept was amazing. The concept that you're saying, it's collectively is a great concept because not everyone can grow in there. Like, look, you're in a scenario where you can't grow indoor or outdoor. So joining that kind of club is amazing. But now,
ridiculous.
Now they want you to walk into a shop. You can't even look at it. You can't smell it. You can only see a picture of it on the internet. They can't even show you one. And then you have to blindly give them $80 for a jar that is an eighth of weed that you may or may not like.
Unbelievable.
You can make you jump.
You can't smell. You can't nothing.
Right. During the pandemic, they bought that look. They said, "Oh no, you're not allowed to touch it or smell it or anything. Now you can look at it in the jar, but you're not allowed to smell it. You can't put your nose over the jar. No. COVID, man, COVID.
Oh, God.
And that I don't know if that one stuck because I haven't been to the weed calf in a couple of years. Well, last year I think. Well, I think I went earlier this year. But yeah, I don't know if that law is still in.
I mean,
how ridiculous.
I don't.
They just like control. They like to be able to say, no, you have to do this.
It's a basic human right that you choose to consume a plant the way you do. It's a basic human right. It grows out the ground for you. And they're saying, you need this license or we need to legalize it. And that's ridiculous. If you live in a place where it's not legal, fuck what they think. Do whatever you can to do what you need to do for you. And if you got to go through the extremes to do it, do it.
You need to sign it over to us.
Yeah. That's it. Sign over your power of attorney. Sign over your power.
You're even allowed to do it, right?
Me, that thought doesn't even enter my mind. I just divorced all that.
Well,
that's not my reality anymore, regardless of the state of wherever I'm living.
That's a mindset. That's a whole
country I lived in, I've
structure
cropped in.
That's the way you have to be, Dave. It's basically we're
Every
here for a
country I
good
lived
time,
in,
not a
I've
long
cropped
time.
in the place where they'll put you in jail for 50 years for it. I've cropped there and smoked it regularly. You know.
Yeah, fucking. It's amazing how they make you jump over all these hurdles for something which statistically has not killed.
Well, it's amazing the people that are willing to do that.
Everything part of the system has those hurdles attached. Like
not a single fatality.
Where can we put another hurdle? Let's put a hurdle there.
Not
buy as many
doesn't
cigarettes, buy as much
Just
alcohol.
more hurdles.
Yeah, go to a chemist, go to a doctor, get your scripts. That's
well.
fine.
What happens is that, like I said earlier, the CB1 receptors are all over your brain, and what plant has those CB1 cannabinoids in them that you need? And what's going to happen to your brain once you give those receptors these things that you need?
Well, so it was a major part of my healing because that's actually part of autism. It's actual damage that needs to be repaired and healed inside the brain, from the brain, and that is CB1 receptors.
Yeah.
And so I didn't realize until after this is what I'd been doing, and one of the reasons I needed to do it because it was faster. Healing was so much faster, and it aligned with me. But I realized, but also it's like when you need something, it's there.
Yeah.
When you like for healing, if you need something to balance yourself, and that's your path, that's the path set, then it's there. You know, it comes to you. Whatever happens, and for some bizarre reason, usually it's afterwards too when you realize these things. You go, oh, that's why I had that then, or that this was actually happening. But when I was going through it felt hard, or felt this, or felt a struggle, or whatever.
Yeah.
If only I'd known.
The person that... Oh, sorry. Sorry, you're done.
I'm good.
Oh, the person that's talking about the CBD oil for the sun, the CBD oil has those CBD1 receptors, and that heals the brain.
So it's like literally what it's doing, like CB1. So that's THC too. So, you know, getting a good spectrum. So, because it's not just I want THC. No, you actually just want that little bit of THC or whatever in its natural form with the spectrum and everything.
THC.
Then you're getting that CB1 CB1 receptors in the brain, and that's. So doing that over time, that's why it's
that will it'll also cause enlightenment for you.
You know, but it's something that has to happen over time. The actual building and repair. I mean, what it does is just literally puts your cells to homeostasis as well. So what needs to happen, the balancing, the fixing, the repairing, just magically happens, by the way, but it happens over time. So it's a matter
add
of
lion's mane to it for those that are having this problem. You add lion's mane too. That helps you create new blood cells as well. I mean, new brain cells as well.
Yeah, so you're doing everything you can to support something you know is happening, and that's what makes this stuff very efficient. So when you know it's happening, and you know, like that's why I needed to smoke it as well, because I needed, you know, in the autism, the alpha brainwaves is what I needed. I realized that myself afterwards too, and there's, you know, so I would do alpha binaural beats to get my brain into that alpha state, and then I could get more of those brainwaves, get comfortable with it, and realize that I can do this myself. I don't need anything. But like there are those helpers that really help us to see what's going on and help us to get into a different state, and then we can go, hey, this is just me anyway. Like, all of these things, all they're doing is showing you who you are. So, like, it's up to you to get the lesson, and then you know the lesson, right? And then you may or may not be needing these things. Like, it changes.
Yeah.
And you know that, like, that's like a quick way of doing it and stuff as well. So you go, yeah, you know, like, life is full of addictions anyway. It's the right addictions, you know. You if you want to be alive,
pick and choose.
I'm addicted to breathing myself. I don't know about you. I can't stop.
Yeah, and when you breathe really well, it's rewarding. You know, it's rewarding. Like the better you breathe, the more perfect you breathe, the better you feel.
Yeah, the better results you get.
Yeah.
Who always says it's pissing down the rain where he is.
It's pissing rain here too.
He's about half an hour away from me. It's raining up in the mountains, but it's not raining down here. That is often the case. It rains a lot more where Huawei is than it does down here, near the beach.
29 degrees.
15 minutes from the beach. It's warmer. It's a bit warmer than it has been because I'm not sat here feeling the cold. I've still got my hoodie on, but I'm not feeling the cold like I have been. I can hear the rain.
Oh, it's raining here right now.
Yeah.
Wow, it's 25. 25 here, Callum. It's finally dropped a bit.
Beautiful. That's nice and cool.
I love that when you get into bed and you just kick all the sheets off and just lay there like I don't need anything covering me. Just go to sleep like this. Like
yeah, I think that'll be me tonight. I think I'll just probably have the fan on. Well, what's that beeping?
Oh, I'm outside. It's like 7 o'clock in the morning or something like that. People are like going to work.
Wow.
And I'm still like, getting papers out my car so I can roll another joint. I keep hitting the cameras in the middle. It's over here on the side.
Yeah.
It's only 5 hours difference between us. It's 2 a.m. here.
No, but you're a day ahead though. You're on Saturday. I'm still on Friday.
Oh, we are Saturday, yes.
So it's people like going to work, like doing productive.
Yeah.
Or what they call productive.
You're coming into Saturday morning now, aren't you?
Yeah.
Well, Callum, what music for autistic people? Raven's asking. Did you say something about music?
Raven's asking like what music helps for autism spectrum.
What music? Like Baroque.
Classical.
Well, yeah, but specifically Baroque will relax, but bring your mind waves into a more harmony sort of thing, and that's what we want to gain there. But in terms of like practically, like in terms of sound for autism, binaural beats.
Binaural beats.
Yeah, you really want to get.
But online or offline, like, do you want to listen to it on YouTube with the compression they add to it, or do you want to download an MP3 and play it through a certain player account?
You want to go for as loss, no compression as possible. You can make them yourselves, but like you can get no compression. Like I have. I'll tell you what I have.
My time is down. Sorry.
Grab the tools. These are tools, right? Magic wands.
Can you hear that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There we go. I was wondering what Baroque was. It's Vivaldi and Bach.
Bach.
I like binaural beats as well. No, that's what we were talking about, where you get two different frequencies that create a third frequency in the middle.
Yeah,
so
that's a balance, right?
One tone in this ear, which creates a third tone.
That balance.
That's why binaural beats is always better to listen to it with earphones on.
Barak.
You get there. Well, guys, we've been going 4 hours and 22 minutes on
How
this
you feeling
one.
About it?
On this one,
this has been a very, very good, information-packed episode.
Yeah, man. What I love is that these streams go on for 4 hours without any effort. It's like,
oh yeah, we're not even trying here. We're not even trying.
I'm new to this YouTube stuff, so it's been quite uplifting for me, and time just flies.
Time does fly, man. Definitely.
So getting an MP3 player or a phone or something like this too. If it's a phone, it's good where you can have like all the files I have on here are like flawless flawless, FLACC, FLAC file or whatever, FLAC, FLAC, flawless loss of audio compression, which is no compression. So, there is no distortion because you are getting a beat for the brain that the brain can entrain to, which is how we go along with things and whatnot. It's entrainment. So what you're doing is entraining yourself. What you're missing in autism is you're stuck in a beta, like that anxiety, like I said, you're in that beta spectrum that is really quite high because it's about processing a lot of data too, like fight or flight. Think about your brain fighting and stuff. Think about how much data you're actually processing in a fight or flight moment.
Yeah.
Right? So it's very high functioning beta state. So when it's in harmony, which is also another state. So what you want to do is entrain the brain outside. So give outside that spectrum, but either side. So a huge secret that's been hidden from everyone is actually gamma brainwaves.
Gamma totally has been hidden.
Right. And so for autism, get that gamma spectrum is highly helpful.
Good night, Tame.
Tame, good night.
Good night. Sleep well.
Rebalancing the brain, because what you're doing, there's damage on one side of the brain, and lo and behold, it's damage on the right side, and your left side is overcompensating. So that left brain thinking, that sort of thing becomes more magnified, right? And it's naturally finding things so what you'll naturally do is explore creative things because that naturally balances you, right? So what we are naturally doing is self-balancing.
Is everyone technically on the spectrum then?
Well, what the actual problem is a toxin. And a toxin, it's just like in a V, it goes into the bloodstream and there's special things in Vs to cross the blood-brain barrier. So it's carried straight into the brain. So Vs would you'd get the effects stronger and whatnot from there. But the actual problem is toxins and going to the brain, and that happens at a scale anyway. It's what we can process and whether we've got enough energy and whatnot to process toxins, because it's not only about digesting food, it's also about
how's it happening like in the mother's womb? Is it like through the mother, the baby feeding from the mother, and the mother's affecting the baby?
That can, like, we're already at a state, like, many years ago we could be talking about just a V, which for me that's what it was. Where I can go, but now we're at a point where it's not just a V, and it's we have to look at here that there's toxicity across the board. Like, it's not just one toxin or whatever. When you have two toxins together now, there's it happens in terpenes, right? You get this beautiful synergistic effect.
Someone joined, huh?
Multiple, but with multiple toxins, same thing happens with detrimental state of your body. So this sort of stuff is harder to detox and whatnot. So it's like a bombarded. So, I'd probably say that most people sit somewhere on that spectrum. And, it's to me that spectrum, like putting someone on that spectrum is kind of making, it's kind of backfires a bit because it is a high functioning
spectrum
you're in. So you can actually, you process a lot of information, but you just really can't do anything about it.
Hello, new person in the chat.
But it's a worker's state, right? This is the state you'd want all your workers to be in. They're just doing tasks, not thinking about it, just doing the task. So, in the way it's in harmony working, right, in the beta is actually in the zone when we're not thinking about a task because we're just doing it. So when you're doing tricks on skateboards and stuff like that. What do you call it? I'm in the zone.
Yeah,
Right.
you gotta be. I gotta be in the flow state.
So there's alpha waves there. You're relaxed, so the alpha waves increase, but also beta waves increase. You know, you're hitting a chord. This is not one note. You're hitting a chord.
Yeah, it's a harmony.
So in that beta spectrum, it's a high. You're processing a lot of information, doing all this crazy shit effortlessly because of that beta high function.
We have two new people that joined, Richie.
Yeah,
that's distress. That's
I'm
not
just
distress.
waiting for an opportunity to jump in.
Yeah, sorry.
I'm going to interrupt for a second, Callum. Just welcome Danielle and Patrick to the
Hey
panel.
guys.
How you doing?
Hello, everyone.
I know Danielle is like she normally has quite a lot she wants to say and doesn't ever get a chance to get it in because we all talk so bloody much. So.
Well, we could just start it off. We can start it off by just like letting you have the platform right from the very beginning. You just joined. We've been here for 4 hours. You could,
yeah.
You can go for it.
I just want to say, well, is it working? Okay, I just want to say that the information about autism is amazing. I have a 19-year-old son, and he's autistic. And you know, when he was younger, he would like throw tantrums and start crying and stuff. And he wasn't very verbal up until he was probably about 7. And then he would start saying high tones, low tones. And that's how he was describing the frequencies. Low tones he hated. Like if something he called a low tone, he would go over and like turn it off. And now that he's older, he communicates better. So one of his things he has now, like I'll notice he'll be just like in a daze. And then I finally got him to verbalize what was going on. He's seeing videos in his head of TV shows that he watched when he was 3 and 4 years old. And he can't get it to go away. So then I started him on holy basil tinctures, which I make, and he said it helps him. And then I started with the CBD oil, and he said that really helps him. So I'm going to try the music next.
Yeah. Also,
I would try to combine the THC with the CBD oil and get more of a entourage effect. The CBD counteracts the CBD. The CBD will counteract the THC. The CBD receptor the CBD will close the receptor so the THC can't get into it, and it won't have the same effect, but we do need a balance of both.
And then when you were talking about
it helped the brain for like the autism spectrum create new neural pathways to get past some of the blockages as well too, as well as inflammation.
Yeah, when you were talking about being artistic, he probably started drawing when he was like.
We lost
you. Cut out. We lost you. You started drawing when? We hear you. He started drawing.
You cut out then, Raven. So he started drawing when he was how old?
3. 3 years old.
Oh, 3 years old. Okay.
Something's wrong with my mic.
We can hear you. It's just you're cutting. You were just cutting out. It was fine up until that point, and then it cut out as soon as you tried.
Where are you from, Danielle?
I live in Oklahoma, in the United States.
Everywhere here, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's doing pretty well.
How about
a full panel?
How about RSO? Have you tried any of that?
Well, I've tried a couple of things that help to eliminate heavy metals in the system, like spirulina, collagen, right? And there's also what's the other one that I use? Chlorella.
Big up London Man.
Is that who's speaking?
No, London Man's.
I put these in smoothies. Make myself smoothies with fruits and almond milk. and drink one of those a day, and it helps to eliminate whatever heavy metals that are either circulating in your blood, or this gets all eliminated through the urinal stream. And
yeah, I think
speaking of urine, I'm just going to the toilet.
Brain, so if you're detoxing from the brain, it takes a long time. So
the heavy metals from the brain, you're saying?
Yes, like it took me to, because it's something that kind of is done slowly. So it's like, doing something like a zeolite sort of protocol for 3 months or something. But it's an ongoing, like for me, it was like 2 years before I knew what was happening.
Yeah, absolutely.
Able to actually,
even with parasite detoxes, I tell people it's a 90-day process. It's not overnight, and you have to try multiple things. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah, but I'm talking toxins in the brain.
No, I know. I'm saying it's all like a slower process.
So like
all those toxins.
It's a physical process a lot of the time where you're using something to chelate that heavy metal out of the brain, and it's a step 1, step 2 sort of process. Like you have to be ongoing so that when you're removing the damage, so it's can actually have a chance to repair. And then everything comes back to, like for me, for the autism, it was difficult because, I had to self-diagnose as well. There was no one, I had to work this all out for myself. So when there's a beautiful mother or whatnot who understands what's going on, they get so much more chances to be able to turn around and come out of something. Because what you can see too is that it's a cage. I'm stuck. I can't turn off the movie. And so what becomes like gaining that balance back in the brain is literally control. And you gain that control back coming out of it. It does feel like you're coming out of something because it's a containment. You're stuck in those brain waves. So those brain waves have to play out. What has to happen, and that's a very high functioning time. So it's very common to see depression and anxiety along with this. So when I'm talking depression and anxiety, it's the same things you do for that are the same things that help you with autism and stuff as well. Because they're linked. Very much linked. You literally can't just hold that state in heart for that long, not with how we're bombarded and stuff as well.
I know that we've cleaned up our diet the past probably 2-3 years, and that has helped him a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. That is what I was going to suggest next, because the gut bacteria definitely will have an effect on your overall system, including the brain, because they are linked. The gut is linked to the brain and the heart through the vagus nerve, via the vagus nerve.
I know I've read up on candida or the yeast. Do you think that plays a part?
Absolutely. Candida is where parasites thrive in, so that's definitely going to affect the system overall. And candida is something you could easily get rid of. You could have you done like a spit test or anything to see if you have a lot of candida?
No, I don't know about that. What's that?
You can spit into some water. If it floats or it sinks or whatever, it will tell you if you have a lot of heavy candida in your system.
Oh, wow. I want to spit into a glass of water right now.
If it sinks or if it floats? When though? Is it when it's...
Yeah, look it up, Richie. Like, see if you could find like something on the internet that says the same thing.
So what do? You spit in...
Yeah, you put your saliva in a spit into a glass of water. Just put a little.
And then
if it floats or if it sinks, it'll tell you if you have heavy candida or not.
So if it sinks, you've got heavy candida, is it?
I'm sorry. What's it? Yeah, that's what I said. Richie, you should pull it up if you can find anything on it.
Candida, say Candida.
Yeah.
Fuck, I want to try that now.
Candida test.
I'm gonna definitely try it.
I'm doing it now. Hang on.
That poor kid. I'm gonna just go in. Hey, spit in this, and he's gonna go, what?
Symptoms of candida overgrowth, 5 diet tips, diagnosis. I'll just go to the first one. I know you're not supposed to, but
there we are. We can see you now. Hello.
Many. Have you got earphones on now? Yeah. So, can cause several health problems, including digestive issues, fatigue, and joint pain. Addressing the underlying cause can help ease symptoms caused by candidiasis, yeah, whatever. So,
but these are colonies and stuff that happen after the fact as well. You have to remember that you're creating an environment. So,
that's where thrush comes from.
Is that
yeah,
an environment change has to happen. You change that environment, which is a lifestyle thing as well, right? There's something in the lifestyle. There's something to change, and everything will match with this as well. A new environment's created.
You sound a little lower than you did earlier, Cal.
Yeah, your sound,
your volume has changed. Your volume has changed.
Callum, your microphone volume has gone right down, and you're cutting out a little bit.
I almost didn't even know you were talking to us. I thought you were talking in the background.
Yeah, sometimes it's because we're 6 on the panel, and Streamyard like kind of goes like haywire. So sometimes if you go out and you come back in, it fixes the problem.
It's favoring the Americans, not the Australians.
Actually, I think it's favoring those of us that have got dedicated microphones.
I saw one of the symptoms was written joint problems. Fuck, man, I have knee problems and elbow problems. I was wondering if there's a connection there.
Joint pain.
Hey,
all disease is there's a connection to all disease there.
I read that a lot of the joint pain and diseases due to inflammation, buildup of inflammation in the body.
Well, the inflammation is generally a reaction to the infestation of parasites as well too.
Yeah, I've done parasite cleanse, and I use turpentine, the pure gum spirits, but I only do it like a couple times a week. I don't really stick to it, so I don't know how well that's helping.
I mean, there's different parasites that are in different parts of your body, so you have to do multiple cleanses. Like I said earlier, I don't know if you were here, but cleansing parasites from your body is a 90-day process. You have to do multiple things, and you have to make your body so inhospitable they don't want to live within you anymore. You are a moist, warm place. They love to live inside of you.
I know the last time I did one, I didn't. I had the dye off, and I was like underneath my armpits. I got like real sore and swollen because I think I killed some, but I didn't get them out.
Do you use deodorant?
Yeah, but
you're probably
not aluminum.
You're probably blocking them still, regardless. You're blocking the pores and everything. Sometimes when you're detoxing, you can't use any of that stuff. You have to have your lymphatic system has to be open. Like you have to go in a sauna or like some type of scenario like that to open the pores more, you know?
Well, I know, right? It was probably about 3 weeks before that. It's probably about 2 hours away. There's one of those, she's a Native American doctor. She's like 75 years old, where she looks at your eye to diagnose you. And she told me that I had a sluggish lymph system. And I kind of read up a little bit about it, but I didn't really do anything about it. And then I did that cleanse, and it really messed me up. And then I listened to a lady on YouTube, Barbara O'Neill, which she's Australian, and she suggested getting a rebounder, which is a little mini trampoline, and you jump on it and it helps your lymphatic system. And I know when I started doing that, the lumps and stuff underneath my arms and stuff, they went away.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's awesome. That is really good.
And it's just a little bitty dude. I think I paid $50 for it.
The die-off symptoms, a lot of people complain about that. And what I'll tell you about the die-off symptoms is they generally happen all at the very beginning. You also have, when you're detoxing the liver, you have all those same toxins get reintroduced back into your system as you're releasing them. So you also have those symptoms as well. And so sometimes people mistake those as die-off symptoms, and they don't realize they're flushing the liver, they're flushing the kidney with some of these things that they're using. I see Richie pulled up the Candida saliva test.
Yeah, I spat into a glass of water just before. Mine just floated on the top.
So he's showing you that shows the results, right?
Yeah. So it's the stringy bits. If you've got stringy bits or the water turned cloudy, if your saliva has sunk to the bottom, you may have Candida concerned.
No, mine was just floating.
And this is not the most accurate test. This is just like a self-diagnostic test that you could take. There's other tests they do, like where they do like right under the layer of your skin. There's other things that they do. I'm just saying this is a simple one that you could do at home.
I was seeing that they test stool and they can test your stool and your blood, but this is a simple test.
Yeah, this is just like to see kind of where you're at before you go that route.
If you've got if all your saliva's sunk to the bottom of the glass and the water's turned cloudy, you might have a bit of a Candida.
Or you could have a really acidic problem as well too, and that's why it's not so accurate. But just to let everyone know, like 75% of people have Candida issues, literally. So
I've heard that.
And this is not my numbers; these are just numbers that are stated by whoever.
So I want you to do it in the morning.
Yeah, in the morning too, when you first wake up, is obviously going to be the best result. Yeah.
Oh, wow. And I also read that if you have real bad sugar cravings, that means
you definitely
have,
yeah, for sure. Well, the cravings are the parasites are putting off the whatever that craving is in you, and that's why you're having that craving.
What happens when you starve the people?
When you what?
You starve the people.
When you
that's when shit hits the fan.
Fasting would be a really good way of.
Well, he's saying what happens when you starve them, though. I mean, same thing as fat.
But when it comes to sugar too, a lot of the times for people, it's when I see people, it's specific sugars and stuff. What you want are natural sugars and a diversity of. What you don't want which is food for a whole bunch of stuff, which is creates an environment for a whole bunch of stuff. The environment is when you put the food there, the party rocks up to eat it. You know.
Yeah, we were talking about smoking earlier being weaponized. When people are smoking a cigarette and you have a filter on it, that filter has a bunch of sugar in it, so you're coating your lungs with the sugar, so you're making your lungs the best environment for parasites to want to move there and start feeding off of your lungs.
It's the filter that's fucking you.
Yeah.
You know what? That's what I always thought.
Usually, the one people use is it's a form of plastic as well.
Yeah, and so you're getting
many of them are
the microplastics in the lungs.
Yeah. Yep.
See, I roll my own cigarettes. And we use a filter, but how do you keep the tobacco from getting in your mouth? I must be, because I've tried not using it.
Well, I mean, you roll them with rolling paper.
But you could fold a little piece of crutch, like he's showing you, and you could just roll that up and use that as the filter, and that will avoid you getting tobacco in your mouth.
These are roach filters.
We call that a roach in Australia.
These roaches are perforated.
We call it a crutch here.
They're perforated, so you roll it up.
That's cool.
Roll it up nice and tight into
to that little circle thing, and that's what you put in the tip of it. And so you could push it in after you roll it, or you could roll it with it in there
vortex
at the same time, depending on your skill level.
Creating a vortex as well.
Skinning up.
The Fibonacci sequence, guys. The spiral of life.
Yep.
Skinning up, talking that, and then I learned I learned old school. I learned how to skin up and then insert the roach afterwards. But then somewhere along the way, I was watching.
I could do both.
Watching these young lads skin up with the roach in there, and I was like, "Yeah, man, that's cool. That makes so much more sense." So now when I roll a cigarette,
Richie, I know a guy
with the filter in it. With the
I know a guy that could do it in his hand underneath a table. Oh. And he could put the filter and roll the joint perfectly,
dude,
with one hand.
I knew a guy that could do that with one hand outside in the fucking crazy wind.
I'm saying, like, he doesn't even look at it. He just like
no, dude. This is my mate. He used to do it. Like, we'd sit there and we'd be talking, And it was like, what was that? Is it Friday?
like this,
where he
like,
goes like that,
roll
and he
in his
goes,
hand, like,
and it's done, rolled in his
done.
hand.
You're like, what the fuck?
That's what it was like. It's like,
Yeah.
how the fuck did you do that?
With
What
the
were you
crest and
showing us
everything.
there, Patrick, mate? What was that? Oh yeah, raw filter tips. Yeah.
No,
Have you
it's
ever seen
the,
anyone-
Hey,
it's
did
the
you guys
rolling
see-
machine. It rolls doobies. You put the doobie, you put the filter in there, everything, and you roll it.
Yeah, and you just
And-
push it down and it pops out the joint.
Yeah.
And look at that, man. Look at the
Are
bloody.
two people showing a raw thing, or am I
Yeah,
seeing
yeah.
it incorrectly? Oh.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
You know,
well,
I want to tell you guys
as well.
that Raw recently lost a lawsuit a couple days ago, and they lie about where they're manufacturing their hemp paper at, and they have a
Oh,
fake
really?
charity and all types of stuff. It's
Right.
I'm not reporting this. It's just what's going on in the.
I
in the world.
don't use raw for any.
I
for
smoke
any-
a
because
OCB
I use
hemp
zigzag.
paper.
a lot of people smoke raw and use raw because of their their so-called stance on all that stuff. And I don't care. It's just they're the ones that are there, so I buy them. There aren't any
No,
other ones.
I get it. I would buy them if there was no other choice. Like I usually smoke the OCB hemp, organic hemp paper, but if that was not available, I might choose the raw next. You know.
The paper,
I always
papers
smoke with
is-
zigzag. I can't.
I
help
use
myself.
these
love
smoking
these papers.
browns, but yeah, like I say, it's I don't
I'm about
bother
to share
smoking
mine
them.
since we're all sharing.
Oh, yeah, I've seen
Even-
those
even
OCB
just
around
with
here. Yeah.
cigarettes.
This is
Even
organic
just with
hemp.
I don't like
cigarettes,
those
I like
papers. The glue doesn't stick, man. The
This is
fucking
not-
glue
this
keeps
is not-
fucking coming off.
This is not the standard OCB paper. This is the organic hemp version, so it's a little different. The glue is different than the.
Yeah,
the
I
one
didn't
you
like
might be-
that. I didn't like OCBs.
You might be
The-
thinking of the black ones though.
Yeah,
Oh,
that
maybe
is
you're
what-
right.
You should try these hemp ones because the glue is different than the black ones.
Okay.
Shut up
This
about
one?
weed.
These are clear papers.
Yeah, Richie's having a craving, so we'll talk
This
about.
is-
Oh yeah, I've
This-
smoked
this is-
with clear papers before. That's freaking awesome. You
Yeah.
actually see the resin coming through the.
But what do you think
Yeah,
the clear is
That's
made out of?
cool.
Yeah,
Cotton.
I'm
Cotton mallow.
Is
Hey.
that good?
These ones, they're some are different. Some are, a whole bunch of different things. I would imagine.
they don't have glue on them, do they? They just you just
No,
Yeah, you just flick it in.
They naturally
lick them and
close
they'll
up.
stick together.
Hey guys,
Yes.
I don't see anyone's name on here. So the guy from Australia and the guy above him, I don't know your name. So
I'm
I
David
could
and
like.
he's Callum.
Oh, okay, you have channels.
I'm David M and
I'm
he's
from
Callum
the center of
Wilkinson.
Australia.
yeah.
And I think Callum has a channel, but I do not have a channel. I just guest appear on certain channels, and I pretty much don't go on a lot of channels. I'm pretty much in this community, so I'm outside the community for other things, but for these type of topics, I'm pretty much in this community.
Cool.
So we got from top to bottom.
David M is the name that you would see me under in the chats or whatever.
We got Dan Raven at the top is Sema, and then obviously me, and then David.
Who's above Sema? Someone's above Sema.
No one's above Sema. Sema's above me.
Oh, okay, you're right. I see.
You're below
On
me,
mine, it's
and then,
live. Like,
then
I'm-
Callum, then yourself, Raven, and then
Sema's face.
down there at the bottom is Patrick OTW. But you know
Ah,
Patrick.
Patrick.
Yeah,
Oh,
Raven and I.
Oh, that's see. I was looking.
we
I
go
was
way
looking
back.
To
Hi,
Sema.
Raven.
No, I was looking in the wrong direction. Can you put it on that view where we saw all of our squares on the screen?
Say that again.
Can you put the view where we saw all the?
Oh yeah. Take the.
It's easier for me to see everyone on the phone that way.
Yeah, I don't know what's happened to the names. I've looked to see because it was always set that the names would come up.
Well,
Wait,
all you have
ask
to
me
do
if
is
I
go
want-
in your
how my name
settings
might display
where
when I
it says
come in.
brand. Go
That's
to
it's in
brand.
the brand. It's
Then
in
you
the
just
brand.
click the name
Display
tag.
name.
There you go.
There
we
you go.
I was looking in the
Oh,
wrong
there you
place.
go.
Yeah, there you go.
I was looking in settings. I was looking
Yeah,
down in the
it's
settings.
easier when
bit.
I forgot who Raven.
Settings.
Now
How
I
do you
can- now
say
I can
settings?
Oh, Raven. Like I
Settings.
know.
Settings. The
So
settings.
say it again. Settings.
Setting.
Settings.
It's a setting.
I love the accent. Settings.
Yeah, well, actually, it was one particular setting. One particular setting.
One setting that our listeners setting. All right.
Is that
You
your
guys,
garden that you're showing us, Raven?
I'm in the greenhouse.
Oh, you have a greenhouse. Nice.
Yeah. All my
Oh, hello.
tinctures. All my tinctures.
Oh,
I
here
grow
we
my
go.
plants.
Now we're talking.
All right.
Yeah.
Maybe you should put her live screen so she gives the tour.
Can you
right now my greenhouse is messy, man.
What?
You mean
Hey, Richie. Oh, there we
Raven
go.
on blast?
Yeah.
We'll put Raven on blast.
Well, I mean, I love
Hello.
to see seedlings popping. This is my favorite right here.
Hello,
Yeah.
hello. What's
Dude,
going on here,
that's
then?
my favorite thing is when the seedlings start popping.
Yeah.
Oh,
Planting seeds.
Germination.
Love it.
Germination, man. It's all about the germination.
Enjoy it.
Oh, so much energy in that room.
Do you put any of those seeds under your tongue before you put them in the soil?
No, but I've heard that. I've heard about that.
You'll give the seedlings DNA instruction from your saliva to how to grow to heal you, what you need, what you're lacking, what deficiencies you have, et cetera, et cetera. It'll pull that from the soil.
Dave, that's fucking insane.
That is freaking phenomenal.
I mean,
I've heard that. Last year I had a TV set in here and I would play classical music for my plants, but my oldest son told us his TV broke and he stole mine, so I need to get my plants some more music.
I've always said that if I had a greenhouse, I would sit in my greenhouse and sing to my plants.
Yeah.
They would love it.
That's the best frequency that you could offer, because all the other frequencies that are coming through these televisions or phones, they're all compressed. The frequency is different. So if you're there in person and you're putting your natural frequency out of there, the plants can relate to it more than they could through a device.
Yeah, there's like this thing there with Dr. Ikimoto or whatever his name is, where they test your sound frequencies on water. And I have a friend who speaks to his water before he feeds the plants.
Yeah,
and he's done the experiment. Listen to this. He's done the experiment.
I did that this evening.
Yeah, he's done the experiment where he speaks to the water before he feeds the plant. Let's say in one plant he's saying loving words, and the other plant he's talking really shit to the water. Well, he's shown. I've seen pictures where I'm talking about a weed plant, where the one that was given the water that was negatively charged was little teeny weeny and had not grown, and the one that was given the love positive charge was like 3 or 4 feet high.
Yeah, man.
Hey, Patrick.
You know what's funny is I also do the same thing, but for each plant I have a different message to, because I have a different connection with each plant. So I have different things that I say to the water before I give them their water.
Hey, Patrick, you were talking about the water just before, about saying negative and positive things to the water. Have you read that book written by the Japanese guy who died a few years ago?
Emoto?
Yeah, Emoto. Well, I didn't read the book, but I've seen a little bit of videos and stuff where people talk about him, and that's how I've heard of it.
Experiment, man.
That book was amazing. Yeah, that book was amazing.
And they show, and all rice, if you do it accurately, they all show the same thing. The one that's hated has got black and horrible.
What about the one that's ignored?
The one that's ignored grows.
Yeah, that's what I was going to talk about. Yeah,
it grows this funny sort of white film over the top of it, doesn't it? That sort of hides
it's a fungus.
and protects it.
And it makes perfect sense, because if say all of us, right? Say all of us are in a room, and say I acknowledge every single one of you except Dave, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there's Dave sitting in a corner. I'm like, hi Richie, hi Patrick, hi Raven, hi Callum. Don't even look in Dave's direction, and it just makes perfect sense because we're water as well. So when I heard of that experiment, it blew my fucking mind. I was like, holy fucking shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was amazing. So you feel like shit, Dave, all of a sudden Dave's just getting dark.
Yeah. There's an intention of ignorance, an intention of ignoring.
Yeah,
So
amazing.
So that makes it non-natural as well. It's not like you're ignoring everything in nature or whatever, but you put that intention to ignore. That's powerful.
You're creating that frequency. You're emitting it, not even knowingly. And we are like, let's say Dave, for example, is receiving that.
I'm glad that I'm receiving
frequency.
all of it. Thanks, guys.
Oh, thanks, mate.
I'm just joking.
Yeah, you can feel it.
Ignore it.
I remember that feeling. I've had that feeling in high school years ago at a party. I was ignored by the group of people that were there. I simply didn't fit in. And I don't know if you've ever had that happen, but when everyone just kind of gets up and leaves the room and you're just left sitting there, And before that, I wasn't acknowledged by anyone. I thought, right. So basically, I got up and just got the fuck out of there. So it's like, it's a horrible feeling. It's a real shit fucking
Raven,
feeling.
I know that we cut. I know that we,
depending on your perspective and how you use it.
We cut Raven off that was giving us the tour of the garden, and you didn't even tell us what the favorite seedling that you have for the season going.
Oh, well, some I haven't started because it's cold.
What are you looking forward to the most?
Clip Daga, man, it's badass.
Yeah, you were mentioning that, and I was gonna mention that to Callum earlier because people use that for salves, right?
Well, you can for like pain and stuff, but there's two kinds. There's Clip Daga and there's Wild Daga, which they're related and basically do the same thing. And like Clip Daga is from I think Africa. It's an annual from South Africa, and I use it for pain and inflammation. But you know, people always ask me, they're like, well, what does it do? It's like, you could look it up and there's a big long list of what it does. And I have trouble retaining all that information, but it's like malaria, and they say it's like a substitute for weed, which I've smoked it, and it does give you a little bit of a euphoria. Also, it's kind of an aphrodisiac too when you smoke it, but yeah, because I had real bad back pain, and you know, I worked at the same job for 27 years, and it was very stressful. And me quitting that helped so much. My
off your shoulders.
Health. Do what?
It was a weight off your shoulders when you quit, I bet.
Oh yeah, big time. And then sorry, I lost my train of thought. And then but yeah, just I used to have to take like 6 Tylenol a day, and then I started learning about what everything does to you. So now I don't take any medicine except my medicine I make.
Yeah, well done.
Yeah,
and that's the best medicine you can make. What you get into it, what you put into it, you get out of it.
Yeah. Oh, and then I wanted to say, because a lot of people, you know, are intimidated by starting from seed. And I mean, it does take a little bit, but there's so many videos on YouTube. But one thing you can do is like, I didn't want to start any mint seeds, but I want to get more mint for my teas and stuff. Mm-hmm. So I went to the supermarket and got an organic mint plant, and you take cuttings off of it and just put it in water. And within a week, all my cuttings have roots. So, I mean,
beautiful.
My only reason that I say I don't suggest that is because you sometimes take different diseases out of other gardens and you bring them into your own garden that's then spread to other plants. And
as long as you can quarantine them.
Yeah.
Well, you could. I mean, there's stuff you could spray. There's all types of things that you could do as preventative. But I just for the basic gardener that is not advanced gardener. Sometimes like buying a plant from a store, like we have hardware stores that sell plants here. Like there's not even like a nursery really. There's more like you go to like, I don't even want to name it, but you go to the big box store and they sell these tools and then they sell plants, and that's where everyone gets their plants for their gardens generally.
Yeah. I mean, I can kind of tell by looking at something if it's diseased or not.
Right.
But I mean, hell, I've got disease in my garden too. So I try not to obsess over everything, because if I did, I would get nothing done.
It's what we've been talking about. The theme of the evening has been balance. So if you have the proper balance in the garden, like you may have a pest problem, but if you have the pest that eats that pest in the garden, then it'll all balance itself out as well.
Yeah. That's what I plant a lot of my flowers too for beneficial insects, because I have a shitload
to attract the beneficials.
Yeah, I have a lot of lacewings and ladybugs and the parasitic wasp and everything. But
what
about,
I
don't spray anything.
I don't spray anything. I use predator bugs, so I have rove beetles, lacewing, the lacewing flies, like you were saying, and I do all types of stuff. I hatch praying mantis.
I was just about to say praying mantis. Beautiful.
Hypos millies I put in the soil. They eat all the stuff that will get in your soil. They eat all the larvae of the gnats and all stuff like that.
You know those green lace wings?
They're
They'll
amazing.
land on me and bite me.
Yeah,
do they bite you?
No, yeah, they do, but it doesn't. At this point, I'm just like immune to it, I think.
Yeah, I was just shocked when one bit me one time.
Maybe you have some salt buildup or something like that they're attracted to on your skin.
I don't know.
I mean, maybe at that day, at that time, you know what I'm saying?
My husband's sitting over here and he goes, maybe they don't bite me. I just probably taste better.
Yeah, it's true.
Do you know, it's a funny thing, right? Mosquitoes, I had, when I was living in that apartment, the place that I got kicked out of, thrown out of, the last year that I was there for 3 years. For the first 2 years, every night before I went to bed, I had to go around the ceiling and kill all the mosquitoes that were hanging in the ceiling, right? I had to do that every night, otherwise I woke up in the morning and, well, actually, they never bit me, but they bit my girlfriend. And then one day, I realised it's been ages since I cleared any
aloe vera gel. Oh, sorry.
And I've not seen a mosquito since then.
Wow.
And I live in Tenerife. There used to be mozzies all over the place. People are complaining all the time about getting bitten by mozzies. I'm seeing people with mozzie bites. And I'm like, I don't see any mosquitoes. I never hear them. They don't bite me. It's not an issue for me. Like, I wonder what that's about.
There's the gold. Someone's showing gold down there. What? Is that gold?
Hey?
I'm just joking about the chickens because, you know, they're saying they're killing all the chickens. I'm like, what is that, gold? You got money running around there.
Yeah.
That's it, man.
Cackleberries. You guys call it
cackleberries. Like, what are they charging? Like $6 a dozen or something?
I have no idea. Like, so
yeah, it's close to that, Richie. Around here, it's around that price now.
Yeah, well, like my whole thing is a lot of people get their stuff from the supermarket, and all the farm animals are heavily injected by all these stuff that you don't want to take into your body from these people that you've been fighting for. They've been heavily injecting all these farm animals those same. I don't even want to use the word, the V word. And that's where you're getting it from.
Jibby jab. They get jibby jabbed every year.
Or whatever it is. But the plant, the cows get it for sure. They've been getting it before people were getting it. So if you have been eating meat in the past 10 years, you've already been exposed to it, regardless of what you think or you think that you have or you haven't. And so that's really my main issue with all the stuff is these people are like they won't do it no matter what. They won't take it, but then they'll go and eat all this processed chemical based foods, and they'll eat these foods that
I'm not putting those.
I just wanted to say, Richie, I gotta go. So much love to you all, and it was nice meeting you guys.
Hey,
yeah, you too, Patrick.
And looking forward to having a nice conversation like this with you guys again. So have a nice day, guys.
No worries, man. See you soon. Have a good day.
Peace.
But whenever I bring that up, people get so upset, and when we talk about diet, it really upsets people, and I know why, because they need to return back to that balance, and they're just not ready yet, and that's part of it.
Hey, speaking about meat, is it true that a lot of the meat has adrenochrome in the meat?
Absolutely. The animals are in fear before they kill them. They know they're going to die. When they're leading that cow to its death, that cow knows it's going to die. So it definitely, the people that are eating these animals are definitely getting that dose of adrenochrome, and then they're saying, "Oh, the elites. What about you? What about you? What about what you're doing? What about how you get your food?"
Yeah, because I only heard about it 2 weeks ago, Dave, and when I heard it, I'm like,
"Was it from me?"
Shit. No.
I've been talking about it. I've been talking about it for years. I say it actually really frequently.
Well,
in terms of that word's actually fairly new into the consciousness, but this has been talked about in terms of energy and I've known about it in terms of energy for a very long time, where you've tasted something and something's wrong.
There's a hip hop song.
If you follow the life of whatever, because anything you ingest too, there's full knowledge there. If you want to look into it, if you ask the question, wait, listen, look into it, you'll get all the information of that animal, that plant, that whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, it also becomes part of your DNA. You basically, you are what you eat, so your DNA is constantly changing, and when you're programming your DNA with that fear, with that whatever's going on in that animal's emotions, those emotions are becoming your emotions.
Oh my god, yourself. Oh my god.
So like, how is everyone so kept in fear all the time? Their diets, simple as that.
Yeah.
One of the ways. There's
one of the
many
ways, yeah.
because
There's many ways, frequency and all types of stuff, but the main way is basically the diet, and most of the problems that people are having medically are all diet related or deficiencies. I learned this from plants, and I see it in people all the time. Like majority of people are deficiency in magnesium, all types of stuff. I mean, zinc, whatever. I mean, all types of stuff.
Yeah.
And you should get all that stuff from your food, and now the soil is deplete of it, or the people are using these fake soils, and it's not giving you the same results that you get when you grow in the natural earth.
Yeah.
That's what we started last year, raising our own meat birds, and that's one of the things that's kind of like because they have a great life and they have one bad day, but it's like the other day we were driving down the interstate and we saw a bunch of chickens going to the slaughterhouse, and they're in like these cages just packed in there like sardines, going 80 miles an hour down the interstate, and you know they're just terrified.
Outside. It's cold or hot outside.
Oh yeah, it's fucking freezing outside.
And they're probably dying in the transport on the way there. They're probably like packed in with one that's dead next to it, and
think about trauma energy. Anytime there's a trauma, that's a energy that's a strong imprint, leaves a strong imprint. Like haunted houses, that energy imprint is from a traumatic event, and that's what people will tap into.
And are those animals, are those chickens also like more connected in a hive mind as well versus like humans? So when that's happening to one in that truck, is that affecting all of them as a whole?
That's a good point. Yeah, I wonder. I dare say. I mean, birds are pretty fucking intelligent, so.
Yeah, they know their names. My chickens, when I holler at my chicken, the one, they'll come to their names.
Oh wow, that's cool.
Well, it's the frequency. They understand the frequency. They just, we call it names. It's just sounds that are coming out of our vocal cords.
Yeah. See, here in 2 months, we've got to butcher two pigs. We raise our own pigs too. And my husband, I mean, he went to a class on how to butcher them, but he didn't want to do the first ones by himself. So instead of taking them to a slaughterhouse, we're going to pay extra. There's a lady in Oklahoma that'll come to your homestead. She has a mobile workstation, and she's going to butcher our hogs, right here at their home. So they don't have to at least go through that. So
Callum, what's with your arm?
It's a scar that I'm healing from because I got bitten by a massive pig.
Oh, really?
Wow.
Do you raise pigs?
It wasn't the pig's
was it
fault.
A boar?
It was little fella here. He had the trouble, and the pig thought that I was him and went me.
Oh. What kind of pigs do you have?
And then, but it's a beautiful pig, like just patting it and stuff all day. So it was just a misunderstanding. But I was saving my dog, but not really. But,
someone was talking, and Noah was saying in chat, that lettuce and cucumbers and store-bought food could be loaded with parasites too. It's not necessarily they're loaded with the parasite. It's they're loaded with a parasite egg, because the parasite is looking for somewhere to lay the egg that the person's going to consume so they can get into our system or whatever. So they're on that type of intelligence. You have to think about a parasite. It's been in all types of different people's systems. So it's constantly being born again over and over and over. And it's not forgetting. It doesn't have an amnesia like the people do. It remembers everything. When the parasite's within you, it hears everything you're thinking. It knows all your thoughts. It has a connection to your body. It taps into you. It's
puts its suction cups on you. It sucks your blood or whatever.
They tell you that in Futurama. There's an episode where Fry eats an egg salad sandwich from a rest stop. It's in a restroom, and he puts like 75 cents in a way. He gets his egg salad sandwich, and it tastes like shit, but it gives him worms.
Yeah.
But the worms in Fry's body actually make everything better. They strengthen his muscles, and they create new neuron connections in his mind, and they exercise, and he becomes smarter, stronger, faster, all of this. But he decides that because it's the worms that are making him like that, he has to go and he doesn't want the worms in his body anymore. But before that, they're talking about, so the professor wants to go and find out what's going on in Fry's body. So they shrink down and they go into Fry's body. But he says, like, be quiet. You can't say anything and don't tell Fry, because the moment you tell Fry, the parasites will know. They'll know that we're there. The second So it's this connection.
I'm not making this up. This is like something I've studied, and I could cite many things, but I just, it's 8 o'clock in the morning. I've been in the chat for 9 hours. You know what I mean?
You can't leave.
No, I'm not leaving. I'm just saying, like, I just don't have an example to cite right offhand. I just want to make people aware that what's going on inside of you. Not only do all of your trillions of cells are hearing all the thoughts and all the words you're saying, so is everything else that's living within you.
So how effective do you think diatomaceous earth and garlic are against parasites?
Garlic's amazing in many ways, and we'll get into that. I do want to say there is someone was talking about parasites and everything. It's really easy to wash fruit off. Baking soda and white vinegar solve all your problems. It'll take all that bacteria, all that stuff off. You can clean everything you bought at a store. There is a counter to everything that's there. So don't feel so threatened like that they're everywhere. They are, but you need to just become aware of it, and then you can solve the problem.
And they're not. There's ways to deal with it. They're there.
Yeah.
There's ways to deal with it. And the most important thing to remember is that your body was, regardless of what any doctor or any bloody Anthony Fauci or anybody says, your body
is a healing machine
specifically to counter those problems. Right? If you get in, so just don't worry, man. Don't worry about anything. Don't worry about anything.
Because there are safe and effective measures to deal.
Yeah, I'm not trying to put fear in anyone, and I just want people to just be aware that this is a common issue with majority of the people, and that's what's wrong with the world more than anything that we see externally. It's what's going on internally with everyone as a collective, as a whole.
Yeah, I've read that, and it's amazing when you think about, I don't go to the doctor anymore, but think of all the times that you went to the doctor in your life, and how many times did they check you for bugs?
How many times did they take
None.
Never.
How many times, like, when you have a serious issue, they take a stool sample, and that's when they're really checking to see how many parasites and parasite eggs you're releasing. That's how they know how infested you are.
I can't say I've ever had a doctor check out my poop.
I've never
when I was diagnosed with a Lyme disease or multiple sclerosis, the doctor, I woke up and the doctor was at the end of my bed, and he said, "Have you ever been infected with a parasite?" First thing out of his mouth. I didn't know him. I've never seen him. I was asleep. I woke up and he was just sitting there as some man, and he asked me if I've ever had contacts with parasites. And I said, "Not that I know of." He said, "You've been to any foreign countries lately?" I said, "Yeah, I just came back from Asia." And he just said, and that was it. But that stuck in my mind. It stuck in my head, and I was like, "What did he mean? What is he talking about?"
But he didn't elaborate on it.
As a friend of mine when I was young, an older guy gave me a book, Zachariah Stitch and the 12th Planet, and it doesn't matter. It just gave me a book when I was really young that it was a different book and it was out of the context of what everyone else was reading. But he also told me about he was going to go to a parasite removal clinic, and I thought parasites on the skin. I didn't think internally. I thought like you would go and you get a treatment and remove all these parasites in your skin, because I did know about these mites and all these things that live on your skin, these bad bacteria and stuff like that live on your skin. And I never even thought of it from an internal aspect ever until that doctor said, have you been exposed to any parasites anywhere? And I was like, yeah, I was eating fish in a foreign country, and I never ate fish. I never liked seafood, but I thought if I was going to go visit certain countries and this is what they were known for, that I would try their foods, what they presented me, you know?
You know, there's a TV show that I used to watch years ago with my kid, and it was called Monsters Inside Me, and it was all about stories. I love that show. And you know, how many people were watching that getting grossed out, and then they probably got the same damn thing in their body.
Well, you know how many people if I said, like, if you just looked into it, like if you just looked into the pictures and seen how many parasites that they pull out of a person, you would understand what I'm saying to you is not crazy. And this is a problem that majority of the people in this world have.
Yeah. Well, I guess it was probably about
that creates all this dis-ease and discomfort and other
I believe it. A couple of months ago, I did drink some diatomaceous earth and a little bit of water, and it didn't taste like anything.
No, it doesn't taste like anything. I drink it all the time. I put it in a glass of water all the time, and I put it in my garden on the topsoil, and the soil's dry.
That's what Callum was just showing, isn't it? Diatomaceous. Yeah, he was just showing a bag of it.
Yeah, it's the diatoms from that they harvest. They're like, if you look at them, if you pull up a picture of diatoms, Richie, they're sacred geometry. They're these shapes. They're the cross. They're all types of like things, that symbols that we know, that we see, that we use in modern day stuff as well. But there's
I've got a huge bag of it.
Well, I use it. I have it for my dog as well.
For fleas, right, Callum?
Yeah, so I'll put it in his coat, put it on his mat, put it in his water.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll kill fleas and stuff, won't it?
Yeah. It attaches itself to any like soft body bug.
It will, depending on what's going on. If it's crazy, like it will reduce and lower. There's still some other stuff that would need to happen sometimes.
Right.
But it's a massive helper, but especially internally. So doing like an internal cleanse for yourself.
If the dog is having the external problem, they're generally having the internal problem as well, and their conditions are proper for the fleas to want to massively attack them like that because their immune system is weak or whatever, right?
It's a beautiful thing too, because it works in a different way as well. This one, like, it's also like it has a charge, so it will. Kind of like things that chelate as well. It has its own charge, a negative charge that attracts positive charges. Usually it's the positive charge things that are hazardous to us or in detriment to our body.
Right.
But also like diatomaceous earth is like crushed up shells. It's just at a certain size. And so what it's literally doing, like, difference between a parasite and something else is a parasite is a different size. Like, so difference between a bacteria and a parasite is the size. So it's literally cutting up the parasite from the inside because it's the perfect size to do that. But everything else for you, for smaller bacteria,
it'll also suck the soft body bugs dry.
So, but it's like a constant thing as well. Like if you're doing it specifically for parasite cleansing or something, you would be ongoing as well for eggs and rehatching and all of this. So there's,
right,
you know,
and that's why I always say
waves and waves.
It's a 90-day process because you're constantly having new ones being born. And I learned this from gardening. Like you get spider mites and you have to fight something like spider mites in your garden. To me, it's the same. It's a parasite to the garden. When you have that experience, you'll be like, oh, like fighting bugs is not just the one spray, it's done. It's never gonna come back. You're never gonna see it again, you know?
Yeah, spider mites are a bitch.
The only way that you could get the certain like spider mites and stuff like that is you have to make the plant taste so bad to the spider mite that they don't want to come back and eat it. They don't want to eat it in the first place. So basically the same thing that you're doing internally, you make your body so it's inhospitable for any type of these creatures to live within you because your pH is so high, you're so balanced and healthy and other things that go along with that. You have a high immune system and your immune system will fight majority of the parasites, but there's certain areas that parasites can hide from the immune system attacks, and that's when like the tapeworm starts laying its babies in your muscle tissues and stuff like that in your central nervous system, where where the immune system doesn't generally go and defend the body or attack those type of things in those areas.
So as far as the diatomaceous earth, using it to kill the parasites, how often would you like? What is your protocol?
I've took like diatomaceous earth. I've took it every day for a year. I mean, I've done multiple things. I think my body knows when I need it, and my body knows when I should start taking it.
A couple of teaspoons in a glass.
In a glass, like 12-ounce glass.
Because something like that. But you would also know, like, I don't suggest doing things for certain times. It's a matter of do it for a fairly long time so you can see the changes and differences. Yeah. You'll know, you'll get to know what's good for you when it's done, and it's like, yeah, done now. And then you might come back later, and then you'd be like doing a maintenance dose. You just take some and you go, hey, how do I feel? But the other thing too is it's a silica supplement as well, which is another thing that I am specifically, that's one of my deficiencies. So that sort of helps me in that aspect as well. So I will also get a nutrient.
Have you ever looked into?
Well, so it's making sure, like when you're assessing things, what it is,
Have you ever looked into cell salts, Callum?
Hey?
Have you ever looked into cell salts, Callum? Because silica is one of them.
Yes.
I wonder. Is that one of them that you're deficient in because you're not from that cycle?
Yeah. So that would be part of the three.
The three.
Or four.
3 or 4, depending on where you measure it from.
It's a lack of cycle. So like it's from like your time in the womb. You don't have the experience of that full cycle.
The full cycle, right?
Unless like I think people did, and that's why you wouldn't be deficient. You wouldn't be looking for certain things as well, or needing certain things, because you've actually had a longer cycle throughout, which is also this idea beforehand, which is this seed as well. So already creation
maybe
process.
Sema needs the link.
Like if it's just boom, 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 that's one way. That might be missing some more information that gets transferred. But yeah, generally, as far as I see it, we have this imbalance naturally, everyone, as part of the 12 types, and you just find. And those are the things you really like. Like for me, I love onions, and so silica.
And sulfur. Onions are packed with sulfur, and most sulfur is not in the soil anymore. So people aren't getting it, and the body needs sulfur for 2/3 of the process that the body does. It requires a massive amount of sulfur, and so sometimes like you probably like the onions because you're lacking sulfur as well.
Does it matter if you cook the onion?
I use
sulfur fights parasites
as well, which is a sulfur. I use DMSO, which is a sulfur. I use
sulfur fights parasites
as well.
You have echo.
I use DMSO, which is a sulfur.
We're getting a massive echo there, Sema. You need to turn the. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I've got it.
You're saying sulfur, Colin?
Hey?
You were saying sulfur? Because I just
I've only just recently used like MSM.
Oh, right. And that's the sulfur supplement.
Mainstream media.
Yeah, so that's the sulfur.
Mainstream media.
I use constantly.
You mean MSN,
mainstream media?
The network.
Hey guys, I gotta jump out of here. I'm on like 5%, but I just wanted to thank you for the conversations, and it was a great morning listening.
Yeah,
and I learned a lot.
I hope we get to talk with you again. I'm really hyped on seeing your greenhouse, and I'd like to focus specifically on your greenhouse next time we speak.
Yeah, well, my little dudes I've got some that are fixing to get their true leaves, and that's when I start hitting them with my fish fertilizer, and they really start. Yeah, I grow my plants and sell them at a farmer's market.
Do you grow in a living soil, like no-till or anything like that?
Well, we do have a food forest, and that's just like really deep mulch, which in Oklahoma, the people down the road from me, or literally 2 houses down, all he says is, you can't grow anything here. You can't grow any, because we have the hard red clay and rock. And we have a food forest where the mulch is probably about 1.5 foot deep. And it really does great. Do
you have any actual forest in your area?
I have 10 acres and only 3 is cleared and the rest is trees.
So a lot of that, just like the ground for the trees has like indigenous microorganisms that will help break everything down for your plants. So just sprinkling that on the top of your soil will change your soil dramatically. Do you test your soil at all?
No, we bought a test kit. I think we did the pH, but I also have, I have a chicken coop too with a big run, and we have leaves and deep mulch in there, and I'll scrape off the top like 3 inches and dig down. It's just black, and I top dress my my beds with that.
What about red wigglers, European night crawlers? Do you have those in your beds?
Oh yeah, like I can take a stick and kind of move it up and down in the mulch, and just the worms just come out like crazy.
Yeah, like crazy. Okay, cool.
Yeah, it's crazy. I have healthy soil and stuff.
No, I'm just asking about your techniques. I'm sure you have. You said you grow for organic farmers market. I'm just curious on your techniques and stuff like that.
Yeah, but I mean, bugs are an issue. Like, but last year
you're growing in poop, right?
Yeah. Well, we had a huge crop of peaches. I have 3 peach trees, and yes, and the one that was super loaded, we didn't thin it enough. It got attacked by bugs like you would not believe. But the other 2 trees, totally healthy. So we just let the bugs have the one fruit.
Have the one.
Yeah, we let them have it.
Sometimes you got to make the sacrifice.
Yeah, but no, I have pear trees.
Compromise.
I have pear trees, apple trees, peach trees. I grow my own elderberry.
I have an elderberry tree. It's like 3 stories tall though. Like it's so tall that I can't even pick them.
Yeah. Well, elderberries are real easy to propagate from cuttings. Oh, we have fig trees too. I love fig trees, and they're easy.
Oh, I wish I lived in your state, Dave.
My neighbors have we have the yellow, we have the white fig, and we have the standard fig as well next door.
Yeah, we have like there for a while my husband got obsessed with figs, so we have like I think 6 variety of figs. But figs are well, here it's like in January, early February, you take cuttings and you just stick it in dirt, and like in a month you have baby fig trees. And those little baby fig trees I sell for like $10 at the farmer's market.
Oh, nice.
People just snap them up. But
figs meant to be a superfood, isn't it?
Yeah,
absolutely. Fig jam is amazing. Also,
there's so many plants that are easy to propagate, and people go out and they can have the parent plant, and they don't know that, and they just spend a ton of money buying plants.
No, yeah, and that's why I always tell people is like, you got to be careful buying plants from these places, because a lot of times they have disease, they have powder mildews, all types of different scenarios that you just don't want to bring into your situation. And that's like, if you could find it in nature or somewhere that is thriving and you could tell that the plant's healthy, then you could just take cuttings of it. It's real easy.
Yeah. But a lot of people are intimidated.
Great rooting compounds for all these things. You could just get a slice of aloe vera.
Yeah, and I heard willow. You can get willow branches and soak them in water, and it makes a rooting hormone.
There you go. Aloe vera is a really good rooting hormone as well too.
Wow, that's interesting.
Yeah,
I mean, there's if you look at the chat, Jolly Man actually said like 4 or 5 different things for or something for rooting hormone earlier. I don't have to, but
he's put a link. Jolly Man's put a link for Amanda Vollmer's book in there, which is definitely I recommend going and taking a look at Amanda Vollmer's channel as well.
That's the one.
I use DMSO also regularly, and all my salves and stuff I make include DMSO, so they can get deep penetration into the body.
I used to barrel race. And we'd put that on our horses' legs when they were sore. DMSO.
Oh wow!
There's an interview on my channel with Amanda Vollmer earlier this year. So yeah, cool, man. Nice.
I I gotta go, guys. Y'all take care and have a great day.
Enjoy.
Take care, Raven.
Pleasure to meet you, Raven. Take care.
Yep. Good to meet you too. Bye. I'm gonna go talk to my son and tell him to listen to some classical music.
Cool.
Yeah.
Right. Nice.
Have a great day, Raven.
All right, you too.
Enjoy.
Bye. Bye, Richie.
Guys, listen, on that note, guys, I've been streaming for over 8 hours so far today.
Amazing.
Because and this isn't even my grift, man, and I needed to go on my grift because, as I said, things are pretty bad. It's in the next couple of days, if I don't come up with something, things are going to be really serious, and you won't be seeing me online. So I need to get my grift on, which means getting my guitar out and stuff. And I'm going to stop this stream because this has been going for 5.5 hours. I'll stop it and start an actual just a music stream.
Fair enough.
Try and get into singing and get my grift on for a little bit and see if I can get some donations.
You can attract
because the only way I'm doing this is with the help of my subscribers. I've got no fixed income. I'm 3 weeks behind in my rent. The Wi-Fi bill is telling me that we've all got on this floor. We've got to divvy up the Wi-Fi bill between us. It's €80 a month. And I'm like, dude, who the fuck pays €80 a month for Wi-Fi? I know it's fiber optic, but he got himself a nice little TV. So there's an extra 40 quid a month that we're paying for his fucking TV as well now. He's refused point blank to pay the bill anymore. Now it's us. Now we have to pay it. So anyway, I gotta get my grift on, man. You boys have been awesome.
We'll help you any way we can because thank you. I've learned a lot just in this stream, so I appreciate you. I appreciate your time.
No, thank you, man. I fucking hate asking people. I don't want to ever have to ask anybody, but this is where we are. This is where I am. I have to put it out there. If there are links in the description, if anybody can, and if you can't, I completely fucking understand because I'm in that boat too. I can't, so I know exactly. Just yeah. Anyway, yeah. I hate asking. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you very much for the stream. You boys have been awesome. The feedback that I've been getting from my streams, from my panels, has been really, really good. And I've said, hey, listen, it's not me. I just sit here and facilitate the area for people to come and share. So,
and I'm glad to partake in it. And if I've given anyone any useful information that you felt that was valuable, please help my friend Richie here. He's in need.
So many people have said, I see so many people saying how much they appreciate some of the information that you're giving, David, and you, Callum, as well. It's
yeah, you've both been really good.
Callum and me are kind of like on the same page, but like we have like different outlooks and things, but like everything just matches. Like we have a syncretism that's crazy between each other, and like we don't even know each other in real life. We've only met each other by doing these streams, you know what I'm saying? Which I find interesting. And we've only actually maybe done 4 or 5 maybe Callum together, 6 maybe. I'm not even sure the number, you know.
No, I've got 4G coverage, mate, but not in this room. And to have 4G coverage, that means you're paying for your data, so nobody's going to let me use their data. So it's not it's this or no, or go down to the local cafe, and you know, which means I won't be able to do that. I'll have to do it all on my phone. But anyway, anyways.
Hang in there till next week, Richie. I'm going to donate something for you next week.
I love you, man. I love you.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I'll
do it right now.
Same. I make the same commitment too, Richie.
Cool. Thank you, guys. And again, I'm really sorry to have to ask. I'm sorry that I have to ask at all. And
don't ever be sorry, Richie. Don't ever even use that word. You're not sorry. You apologize, but you're not sorry.
I apologize.
And Richie, we're here for a good time, not a long time. So
yeah, man.
do what you have to do, man. Because like I said, we appreciate you, and you're giving a lot to us. So it's the least we can do.
Thank you very much. And so if anybody, I will be back with some live music in the next like 15 minutes. I'll be back with yeah, I'll just be playing. So if you've got any requests, if there's any songs you want to hear, you know, then just give me a shout. Otherwise, if you want to bugger off and you've had enough, no problem.
I'll be sleeping. I'll be sleeping. I think, what is it? After 3 o'clock in the morning, is it? And this is my favorite hour, 3 a.m. 3 a.m. is always my favorite hour.
4 in the afternoon here. So
After 4 a.m., it's the veil's the thinnest.
is it 4? Because I thought I thought it was midnight. They always said it's midnight. That's when the veils are thinnest.
Midnight's the witching hour. That's when the parasites are most active.
You know, Dave, you said that, and I always thought midnight was the witching hour as well. But then I spoke to someone last week, and someone said 3 a.m. is the witching hour, and I'm like, oh, I don't know, but I'm always open to it. 3:30.
Yeah, no, he's saying 30. He's saying 33.
3:30.
It's an interesting time that people naturally wake up to when they're dealing with stuff.
Yeah, generally people are asleep during those times, so the most stuff is happening internally. And like I said, in the morning when you wake up, your body's doing the most cleansing between 6 and 11 or whatever. So
no, mate, I'm not in the UK. I'm in Tenerife. This is Spain here. So we don't get unlimited. £16 a month, mate. It's you pay 10 euros a month and you get 10 gigabytes.
Buenos dias.
So yeah, I haven't been able to top up my prepaid.
Someone's saying that the most crime happens between 3 and 4 in the morning. Yeah, makes sense.
Ooh. Well, between 3 and 4 in the morning, that was like the golden hour in the nightclub scene. We on the dance floor 3 o'clock in the morning.
But on purpose,
really
though, right?
Out. Sorry, say again.
On purpose, though, they're filling you up with the alcohol and all these things that are like,
oh no, alcohol. Oh no, it wasn't alcohol.
Or drugs or whatever. Whatever.
Chemicals. Smarties.
Chemicals.
Bursts of energy.
Little party pills. Anyway, listen, lads, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure. I'll be back tomorrow.
Don't leave yet. Wait till he goes offline, and then I want to talk to you for 1 second.
All right, man. I'm going to play everybody out with a video. And if you want to stick around, lads, if you want to stick around for see you later, Sema. Sleep well, mate. Sleep well.
Thank you. Everyone in the chat, God bless, but not that kind of God
19
bless.
people. They've hung on.
I know, man. I know. It's right. We're going to play out with this video, and lads, if you want to chat afterwards.
Yeah, just real quick.
All right.